Hey, go Tonberry, go.
Tonberry, go.
GG the brutal.
GG.
902 flat,
Brutals.
pretty much.
902 flat. Let's go. Massive. Actually massive. So welcome on in, Final Fantasy VII friends. We still got two players on FF9, so we'll still be kind of going through their disc 4.
Yeah, FF9 disc 4 is more exciting than first reactor, so...
The reactor.
Yeah, reset reactor. So Wisteria's finishing up Lich now, and looks like Pete's... Not sure how far into the Tiamat Pete is. Wisteria picks up Caliber 2. Back row Zidane. Yeah, it's a good call. You can technically get trolled by although I think he still has Bounty Temple Zidane.
Yeah, you have body temp, but you don't have antibody. So antibody can happen, and you can get stopped here on these crystal word encounters.
Yeah, you can get Crystal Lich and then get like.
Yeah, Crystal Lich is a problem.
Yeah. Whoa, where's Wisteria? Okay, weird. It looks like he was like moving in like a weird direction, but I forget that in space you kind of like float around.
You know this game, right?
I know this game. I know. I promise. I swear. I promise I ran this game like once or twice. So Pete gets Jetfire into Twister. Classic.
Yeah.
I think he's pretty close to being dead anyways. Oh, that's a float. That's actually like ultra true. Maybe that's not bad.
Alright.
Yeah, he's dead. He's dead. Nice. Tiamat down for Pete. He's into Crystal World now. Fun fact about Crystal World is that the fights here give tons of AP but no experience.
Yeah. Also, you can't get back attacks or preempts here on these fights, from what I know.
And Muttski sets X to confirm, so I'm just gonna put a sticky note over that part of the screen. Yeah, I don't need to want X confirm FF7.
We pretend we didn't see that.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to pretend pretty hard. Wow, even the moderators in this chat are saying X. I can't believe this.
There's the Crystal Lich, actually, in fact.
It is Crystal Lich. Upward. That's fancy.
This would have been scary also because he only has 2 people alive, so like the chances of him targeting Zidane would have been pretty high. But we're good.
Yeah, that is a good point too. Alright, Wisteria is going to set up for Death Guys.
Whoopie-doo.
Rebirth on Zidane. Yep. Pretty standard setup, it looks like. Counter, HP 10 on Freya. HP 10's kind of nice.
HP 10 on Freya, really? Okay. I like it. Why not? The extra 100 health may help.
I bought like 2 chainmails or something. He's got like 12
elixirs, mate.
Just like throw elixirs. Yeah. That's so many elixirs.
He didn't use a single elixir ever.
No. I think Pete still only has like
12? 5. Excuse me? How do you even get that many?
You just get elixir drops
like 12 ethers is already crazy, but elixirs?
You know, he sold like 2 ethers in Pandemonium too.
Yeah, that's true. JP is something else, man.
Oh yeah, it's the version. Oh,
protect.
Oh, that's a protect. All right.
Yep. No necro protect.
Law of Memoria. 3 for 3. Ban this Mutt to support Mutt. I can't support an X confirmed user. I'm sorry. Can't do it. Cannot do it. It's illegal in Final Fantasy VII.
Wisteria was ahead in the beginning, yeah, but Brutal's caught up quite a bit. It's still pretty close, though.
Yeah.
Wisteria had some pretty rough luck in disc 1 and 2.
Yeah,
Just
I'm sure he had the most encounters.
Did Muttski get fast elevator? Alright. Here's Death Guys, number 2. What's it gonna be? What's the meteor gonna be, guys?
Meteor.
Meteor.
Oh.
Sick.
Dead.
Hey guys, that was 4,900 on Steiner.
Yeah,
4,900.
And that's why we saved before that, guys.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep.
So with the Rebirth Ring, if Zidane gets back up and if Death Guys uses Demon's Claw and it misses, you actually live. But he uses Spin most of the time anyway, that's just GG's.
Yep. So if you guys have never seen Final Fantasy IX Endgame, yeah, you guys like the fact that your run can just randomly die for no reason at 9 hours, and it's pretty cool. You should run this game.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good game.
Yeah, please check out the Discord. Yeah, a lot of good resources in there. There's a new beginner route or new beginner guide written by Muttski actually for the
confirm an FF7. just remember that when you're reading that guide. Just remember that.
yeah, be sure to check it out. We do run community races every 3 to 4 months or so. We've had plenty of first-time runners come in and do their first runs. If you're interested, check it out. Lots of us around. Always glad to answer questions.
I don't know if this is good advertisement right after Death Guys, but hey, better now than never, you know?
Yeah, you know, gotta get it in when
Hey,
you can.
if you guys will run this.
I feel like if you advertise it now, you're like being honest about
Yeah,
like,
that's
hey,
true.
this is
Yeah, I mean,
what you're signing up for. Taking a meteor to the dome in 9 hours.
Oh,
Okay,
this is okay.
playable.
We're good.
This is playable. Nice.
Ideally, Zidane just lives because he's your
Yeah.
tanky boy.
Still winnable.
Yeah, he's
So
gonna
this is,
revive you
also
again
what you're signing
probably.
up for? If you don't immediately die to death, wait, why did you ban?
That's interesting. He gets this turn, right?
No,
he
he
doesn't.
would have gotten it, yeah.
Is he waiting for?
He's waiting for close. That's
goals?
a crazy strat. I've never
Actually,
seen
kind of
this.
neat.
I've never seen this.
Interesting,
This is
okay.
pretty interesting, honestly, because
Wow.
you can. This could be faster than like Phoenix Downing and Elixiring over and over again.
But the
I
problem
like
with
this.
his calls is that he can cast that right away.
Yeah, no, but
yeah, but you have full ATB.
exactly. Yo, I'm gonna do some blabbing on this. Hey,
That's
I've never
actually
seen
a
this.
sick strat. Wow.
I've never seen this. That's insane.
That's so cool.
JP
And-
strikes again, man.
And also, it lets you like go with less elixirs too.
He has 12.
Yeah, that's true.
12, I know, but if you had like -12, you'd still be
I know.
fine.
Yo, I love this. This is something new. I didn't expect. This.
Yeah,
Whoa.
that's so sick. That's so sweet.
Like, what is he doing? Why is he defending? Oh, his death guy. Oh, wow.
Someone call Rome. Someone.
Who came up with this?
We got strats.
That's so good.
That's so good.
How did nobody think? Anyway.
Crazy. All right, so this is looking like a really good death guy. Second
Yeah.
side, still, you know what?
Once Death Guys closes, like, he's not dangerous. The worst thing that can happen is him casting Death here on Steiner. But he's not as lethal as he is when
You
he's
get Devin
open.
Steiner anyways means you get credit. Let's keep finishing up Guard Scorpion, pretty nice. The 10-minute Guard Scorpion. Would you reset a 10-minute Guard Scorpion? PB attempt? Probably, right? I don't know timing. Getting through it. Nice. That guy's gonna be finishing up for Wisteria here pretty soon, and I believe...
Wow. Wow, we.
That is
Holy moly. I wanted to go to bed, but you know, maybe I'm gonna have to hit the emulator practices.
Yeah.
What?
Keep getting up to Lich. FF7 timer started earlier. Okay, cool. Wasn't sure. Also, fun fact, you can get encounters on the screen that Pete's on right now. You cannot get them on the first time you come to this screen. So if you leave this screen and then come back later, you can now get encounters on the screen. It's very weird. I don't know why. Also, Pete not picking up the Mace of Zeus right there, I'm pretty offended. No one has picked up the Mace of Zeus.
Devastated.
Mace of Zeus is Vivi's ultimate staff. It's on that screen. And the swaggest move, one of the most swag moves you can do in Final Fantasy IX is to pick up Mace of Zeus and throw it at Death Guys.
It deals like 100 damage?
I think it's like 200, but yeah.
It's like 850 or something.
It's less than 1,000. It's about sending a message.
It's somewhere in between 69 and 420.
I believe that's actually incorrect. All right. Wisteria fighting TK and Pete fighting Lich. This is we've got a pretty good score from Pete so far.
Yeah, Pete's working hard, man. I wonder how much time he clawed back here in total.
Yeah, very good. Very good stuff from all the runners. Nice reflex from TK. It's what you want to see.
Yeah.
Not killing anybody. It's great. Yeah, Wisteria's got the chew.
Yeah, he's also going ham with... Oh, no, wait. This is actually smart.
Okay, yeah, so he does have the reflect ring on Steiner here. I couldn't remember... I knew you put it on Steiner, but I was like, I couldn't remember if it was for TK or something else. But yeah,
Wait, but what is it for, actually?
for TK, so that you don't get like flared or holy.
It actually reflects those ultimate spells.
No, it just causes AI to not target.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna steal some of this tech here.
Yeah. I mean, reflecting is like extremely expensive. Like,
Yeah, it's really expensive.
1,000 gil or something. Like, it's a pretty penny. I mean, yeah, Steiner not getting flared or holy.
Oh, does it still have auto regen on? I think he forgot to take it off. Better do that before Necron.
Wisteria? No.
Yes,
I mean-
it does.
Oh yeah. Actually, you're right.
Oh, that's awkward.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
needs to.
he's holding DTB for that.
Yeah, it's gonna be fine here, but he needs to do this for Necron. I mean, he probably doesn't even need to do it for Necron, but you know.
He's still playing it correctly. So that's
Yeah. Probably dead here.
Regen out of charge range.
Yeah.
Pete picks
Nice.
up goes to space. Very nice.
And yeah, should be done in the next 5 minutes.
As long as Wisteria takes off auto regen, we're good.
Pete close behind, heading towards death, guys.
No space doodles for anybody.
No space encounter, sad.
No, I'm not running, so that won't happen.
Understandable. I don't think I got one last year. I actually don't remember the last time I got a space encounter, to be honest. It's been a while.
My last 6 runs, I've gotten Space Doodle.
Really?
Yeah.
Have you tried moving better in space, maybe?
Smile?
Smile? Obviously, you're not holding up on the D-pad well enough. Like, I don't know, maybe you should just try it.
Maybe I'll just start holding right. Maybe that'll actually work.
On JP, it probably would work, given the fact you hold right on the twisty screen.
Oh, really?
Well, you have to hold
Oh.
up, and like once you go around the curve, you hold right. Whereas on
Oh,
English, you
wow.
hold up that time. Yeah, it's really weird. Alright, Sword Strike, nice. Crystal Tiamat can cast Jetfire, so that's one of the reasons why we made sure we leave Body Temp on Zidane here. Because like you can still get Frozen, Mustard Bomb, Jetfire, all that nasty stuff. Pressure sensitive, so you gotta hold up harder. Not true, this is a PS1 game.
Actually, you have to hold your D-pad and analog up both at the same time.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, you go double the speed if you didn't know.
Speaking of that, did you ever see that Taharka soft lock I found?
Yeah, that's pretty
Yeah,
cool.
it's a result of using D-pad and analog at the same time. You can still thank Masudo for that one.
Yeah, that's. I heard it was him.
Let's see Muttski's Jesse skip.
You got it.
Nice.
Nice.
Easy.
Easy peasy. Unless he closes that text box too early.
Don't forget the auto region, brother. Yeah, I think he's good.
Nice,
Yeah.
nice, good. Good. Like PD boy saving 4 death guys. Immunisa, you need to actually just screenshot them and like open up MS Paint and just like paste them all in there, but like super haphazardly. You don't have to pay me for that idea. I give that to you freely. So Freya has a reflex here too. She's got Mithril Helm and reflex.
Nice.
Yep. So the only thing about this is that like it kind of eats up a little bit of time, but on the other hand, it just killed everybody.
What is that? Why did it do so much damage?
So it
Excuse.
reflected. Yeah. So it's like you trade 3 attack animations for a Faraga or whatever.
Let's go Wisteria.
Yeah, let's go Wisteria.
He needs to get this jump timing correct though.
Yep. Looks fine to me.
Meteor for Pete.
Meteor for Pete.
Oh boy, Pete.
Oh no.
And
That was
Man,
almost
nice.
all
And
4,000.
the spin.
Yep. So yeah, guys, 77% of all FF9 runs die to death, guys.
By the way, join our Discord. It's a great run.
Yeah, you should run.
Math behind that.
No, it was obviously the wrong math, but Brutus did die a lot to Meteor on his run
So
runs.
Wisteria Amaranth is up.
Swag.
Oh, he gets Amaranth up, okay.
Yeah, you can HB weight Amaranth here too, I think.
Isn't this better because Amaranth's attack animation is faster than Zidane's?
Could be.
Look at all this new
At least I
old
think you
tech.
can HB weight Amaranth here.
Yeah,
I
you
think
can.
Amaranth's faster.
can.
This, Necron speed is only 23.
Yeah, Amaranth is a little bit more than that. He's not even waiting here. It's the reflect damage that made the difference.
GG's.
Time coming up, yeah.
Jeez. Go Choco.
Yep, go Choco.
GG Wisteria.
Wisteria. Let's
Japanese
go.
runner.
Yeah,
Which
pretty
team
good stuff.
chocobo?
Alright. We got Pete's second try at Death Guys. You guys have kind of seen how this goes, so maybe we should let the FF7 team.
Yeah,
introduce
definitely.
themselves. So if FF7 commentators and runners want to type in. If not, we can wait until Necron.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
I
Hello.
don't know if everybody's
Morning.
unmuted. Oh, there we go. But
I
yeah,
am.
we
Zeal's
have
not. Actually, no, Zeal's running. I'm dumb.
No, Zeal's commentating with us.
I actually. I need to actually figure out who's running then.
It's
yeah, we
RJ,
have
Colin,
yeah, RJ, Colin, and Muttski.
Alright, Colin, thanks.
I guess we'll do a quick roll call.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, my name is Doumeis. I'm going to be commentating Final Fantasy VII.
I'm Goranaldo. I ran FF7.
I'm a Zephyr. I don't really run the game much, but I do a lot of research when I have time, and I think I'll have time coming up.
Harm's here. I'm still eating. I'm sorry. I'm
No worries.
finishing up very quick. But
Oh my
I
God.
love this game. I love you guys. We'll be amazing.
We love you too. Can you share your food with us though? That'll make us love you more.
Oh, that's very true.
All right, nice death guys from Pete. Got a close off, which is nice. And Zidane's also in critical health. This is only death guys where we've seen this so far this relay. But one thing you want to try to go for on death guys is either end the fight with Zidane or Steiner like dead or in critical health, so that you have 3 crit for Transfuga. It just speeds up the fight. If Steiner is dead or in critical health when you end death guys, you can save about a minute.
Yeah,
Transfuga.
that's
you
really
can go
good.
from a 3-minute split down to a 2-minute split, so it's pretty big.
He also has like the highest chance, I believe, of surviving a Flare Star because he has the highest magic evade next to Amaranth.
Yeah.
So he could
Amaranth
actually
is
just
a-
dodge that.
Yep.
Man, I gotta say, I feel like we're gonna see one Flare Star, man. We haven't seen one yet.
I mean, that's the law of transfusions. If you go in 3 crit, you just immediately flare
Immediately you
start.
flare start.
Cool. I didn't want to save time anyways. Great. The final safety save for Final Fantasy IX. Speaking of sandwich, as soon as this is over, I still have half a Subway sandwich in my fridge to go eat.
Hey, man, you enjoy that, man.
Oh, I will. I will enjoy it.
Love that for you.
You better
yeah,
enjoy it.
Good. Yeah, I will.
For
I
all
will.
of us.
I will, for all of us. Will the sub 9 be a thing? If Transcuja plays nice, he can sub 9 here, and he doesn't get
Yeah.
Protect Necron. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, my question is, did RJ name Cloud C just because that's the optimal strat, or is it C for Choco?
Actually, both.
Ugh, he's so
Yes.
lucky. RJ gets, like, just to save time like that. That's not fair. I'm calling hacks.
He bribed the management.
He did. We had a sub 9 before in the relay. I don't think any of us sub 9 last year.
No, we
I
didn't.
think Bomb Bomb had like a 903 or something.
909, I think, yeah.
909. Mine was like
Whoa.
a 920.
Yeah, that'd be FF9 sometimes.
Yeah, we all got FF9 last year.
Yeah, all the runs are so bad.
RJ unfortunately missing an encounter skip at the beginning of the run. If you open the menu on the same frame that you get an encounter, then you're able to skip it. Muttski is now performing guard skip. It's a trick that we found in 2018 with the help of... I'm not sure if Tsunamods had anything to do with finding it, but other than us telling us that this loading zone was here, but that's how we found it.
It wasn't
And
originally
he's-
named Unit Skip.
Yeah, it's called by some people Tsuna skip.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was like the first person to actually find it, but his method of doing it was really weird that nobody really understood it at first. So it took us like 1 day or 2 days to actually figure it out. So, but he was the first person.
Anyway, now we're in Wall Market, or at least Muttski is.
And we've just ran. Cereth is just here. You don't get
Yeah,
a
it
rename
skips
or
like
because of the skip.
20 minutes or something. It skips a lot of the game.
Yep,
Yeah.
Cereth with a
With a.
Yeah, the correct one.
Oh no, we're gonna get into this. Let's go.
It's it, best girl.
I gotta say Fang best girl. Fang is definitely best girl.
Yes.
She's in Final Fantasy VII, I'm sure. Nice Transcuja from Pete. I think even with a Protect, he sub 9s here.
He should.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Pete's not close to trancing, right?
No, I think didn't his Freya trance on like
Oh, was
Yeah,
it
my
Pete?
Freya
Arc or
trance
something?
at some
Oh,
point. Yeah, I think it was the
okay.
end of Arc.
I think it was Archer.
Oh, I wasn't sure whose that was.
Yeah, because Wisteria is tranced on Melty.
Nova. Melty? Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah. And as people in the chat have alluded to, yes, Necron can cast Meteor. It is very rare, but yes, it can happen.
It can actually speed up the fight for you in a good way if you get lucky.
Oh, hey, RJ got the faster attack on that encounter.
Yeah, we didn't speak much about Reactor 1, but a lot of the time save comes from being able to escape quickly and not get like 3-4 attacks in encounters.
Yeah, and some of the enemies have like really slow attack animations on some of their spells.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, especially the laser guys.
Yeah, the laser guys, you just like sit there for 5 seconds contemplating life.
Especially if they both get a turn off.
Yeah, it's awful.
It's really bad. Yeah, we try to change our attack to buffer the escape, but sometimes it just doesn't work.
Mhm.
I forgot. There are a couple ways to die to Necron still, right? It's not
Yeah,
only
so Freya
meteor.
gets blue shockwaved, and then Necron casts a black magic spell. Freya's just dead.
Right.
Oh yeah, I've been there before.
You can get meteored.
Well, let's hope that was not a curse, huh?
I mean, you know,
Almost happened to
Brutal's actually, yeah, it was
Yeah,
kinda,
yeah.
it's kinda
And she got
clutch.
blue shockwaved immediately.
I always
All
find it
right.
really nice how, like we don't, I don't know, do we hear FFVII still, the soundtrack?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the music's on the pizza.
I always found it really nice how the music, like when you match really fast on console at least, it lines
Yeah.
up perfectly that
It's
the
perfect.
music kicks in when
It's
the fight
perfect.
Yeah.
starts. So good.
Nice crit, Steiner. Steiner's like working overtime. He just crit himself for like 9,500 damage. Oh
That's
boy.
a lot of damage.
It's a lot of
Pete
damage.
waiting a long time here, but he played it safe.
Yeah.
Should be good.
It's
Yep, no,
definitely
that-
good.
very nice,
Now
very
just
nice.
needs to pull off the execution and Necron is dead.
This might be an 858. It should be an 858.
Top 9 solid.
Yeah.
Yeah, very good.
Making
It's
sure
getting
to
an interesting fight.
making sure to not attack while
Double
Necron's tail
miss.
is up.
Yeah, Necron's tail is definitely dangerous.
Attack when its tail is up, and it will counter you.
Like the oldest debate.
It's actually really, really unlucky.
Mm. I haven't
Oh,
seen
he almost got a
RJ's
limit.
damage rolls, but
Yeah, the laser missed twice.
Oh, oh no!
Wow,
Ooh.
I saw the one miss. I didn't see the two miss. Yikes!
Yeah, yeah.
that's such a
Get
really
ready, Colin.
Time coming up,
Yeah.
yep.
Get ready. Three, 2, 1, go, go, go.
GG.
Nice run, Pete.
GG's job, Pete. GG.
23. Let's go. Well done.
Heck yeah.
Huge run.
That was a great run.
That was a huge run. All right. Thank you
All
for
right.
having us in the FF9 community, and now you guys get to watch FF7. This is the last game in the relay, right?
Yes,
Yep.
this
Is that
is the
real
final
game?
game.
All right, you guys.
Enjoy
go
the
to
finale,
FF7.
friends.
Yep. Enjoy FF7.
Good luck,
Thanks for having
everyone.
Good luck.
Have a good time, thanks.
us. Yep. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for having us.
Bye.
Peace.
Bye bye.
All right. We're actually at FF7 now, officially.
nice.
Should we do another quick introduction, maybe? Since it's official now?
Yeah, sure.
Some new people. Do you want me to introduce you guys? I introduce
sure.
you guys. Since you introduced yourself already, I introduce you. We have Ace. Ace is a great person. He came into the community like last year, 1.5 years ago. And he snuck in like a ninja. No one knew the potential of that guy, but he took that game apart as if it would be like a Lego set for kids. It's insane. Great person. We have Goran, a huge troll, but nice person. Great runner. Super commentator, you'll see. And we have Doumeis. I don't know much about Doumeis. If I'm honest. But he's still a great person, in chat at least. I know that.
Thank you.
Yeah. And also a great runner, of course.
Do you want to introduce yourself, or?
Maybe. First, I introduce the runners. Etiquette. Gotta be. We have, as runners, for Team Mog, unfortunately a little bit behind, but still solid. Maybe, like, he's a great runner too. He can definitely make up some of the distance if the other two's runs are not going well and he's doing well, then there is definitely some potential. We run a very critical category where a little mistake can definitely lead into a lot of time loss. We have Colin. Then we have Muttski, a old school classic Final Fantasy master. I want to say a veteran. He definitely has the most experience of all the three runners, in not only in FF7 but especially in that category. It's also his favorite category, and he will defend this category to his death, and we love it for him. And we love him for it. It's Muttski. And then we have RJTheDestroyer. He destroys pretty much everything, hence the name. Especially the speedruns. He's also a great runner. He picked this category up not too long ago, but put a lot of time in and got a great time really quickly. So we're hoping to see great runs here. And of course, hi guys, I'm Zheal. I'm also hopefully a great runner.
He runs FF7 sometimes.
Sometimes.
But yeah, this is kind of the game where everything can change. One death and the team lead can really change really fast.
Yeah, for sure. You're gonna be saving a lot on most dangerous fights, because some fights are just like one slots. If you miss, you're done. So.
Right. We'll probably talk more about slots when we actually get slots.
Mm-hmm.
But like, for example, since we have the opportunity now with Colin, we can talk a little bit about Reactor 1, maybe. Like, for example, as Ace, I think, already said earlier, Colin is now going for an encounter skip. Let's see if he gets it. Didn't get it, unfortunately. So that fight he just got there, if he would have opened his menu at exactly the frame he would have gotten the fight on exactly the pixel, he would have skipped that fight. Technically, you can do that with every fight in the game, but we don't do that since it would change the step route. We'll talk about that later a bit. It would change the step route, so we only go for the ones that we know will not change the step route, and that first one would be one. I think Muttski got it, though, right?
I didn't really see, but
Muttski did get it, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, great.
I wasn't sure either.
Yeah, I think Muttski was the only one that got it.
And then we have another nice thing coming up here. Anyone want to talk about the elevator here?
You're the one that made the tutorial, so I think you know.
No, I mean this elevator.
Oh, this elevator. Okay, this is. Yeah, basically, we have to pretty much mash fast to get the fast elevator. It's time-based, so I think the difference is like 5 seconds between getting the fast and slow elevator. So we'll see if the Colin can get it. Okay.
But he didn't get it, unfortunately. Not mash fast enough. Did he input a longer name? Because in this game, at the start of the game, we do a first menu to switch the battle speed to fastest, and the battle messages and normal messages to fastest too. Since the game has scrolling text, the faster they scroll, the quicker the text boxes fill, and the faster you can mash, right? And since it scrolls,
Muttski already put honorable names, so I'm guessing he didn't get fast elevator.
Oh yeah, and it needs to be pretty long actually to not be possible. But it gets harder and harder, of course. So if you put a longer name, the text, of course, also in the elevator scrolls a little bit longer, and it takes longer to fill, and so you have less time to actually get that quick elevator. Oh, and now after the next fight, when you look at Colin, he will take his first steps. Maybe this is a good opportunity for Ace to talk about the step route. I wouldn't know anyone else who could explain it better.
Sure, I can try. So, 1 sec. I'm just okay. So, also I still am getting the live stream set up, so I'm just watching through Twitch right now, so I have a bit of a delay. But Colin is currently taking a couple of steps, about 8 or so, and each of these steps, you can think of the graph through. Okay. I first need to start by explaining what we call the encounter graph, which is. You can effectively think of as a graph where you move from the left of the graph to the right of the graph, and the top and bottom axis, the y-axis, is your current danger value, and as you keep moving on hostile screens, you move to the right on the graph, and you also move up on the graph, basically in a line going to the in the upright direction. And every so often there are these lines, or what we call icicles, coming down from the top of the graph. And if you hit one of the icicles, that is the same as you getting into a battle. So like when you hit an icicle, you get into a battle. And the slope of the line that you climb up at is influenced by whether you walk or run. So what you want to do to optimally avoid encounters is if there is an icicle that you're close to failing to get under, but that you are like you basically are hitting sort of the bottom of the icicle such that you're close to getting under it, but not quite. You can take a couple of steps of walking to reduce the rate for a couple of the steps that you took of your danger value. And so when you reach the icicle, you can slip right underneath it. This is a bit of a weird explanation. I feel like visuals would help a lot, but the idea is that for each step, whether you're walking or running determines how quickly your danger increases. And we want our danger to be low enough such that it's under a certain threshold at particular encounter checks. And because FF7 is predictable enough because of the encounter mechanics and how they work, it turns out that all these encounter check thresholds are the same for every encounter check from the beginning of the game to from the beginning of the game all the way. It turns out that they're all the same, and we can predict where these encounter checks will be, and so we can route around them.
Right, and for those that think that was way too complicated, it can even get more complicated. But the too long didn't read is basically, if movement is good, we can walk through we can run through the game, and we know exactly where an encounter will happen and what the encounter will be. And by weaving in walking steps once in a while at specific spots, we can skip encounters. That's basically how it works. That's how the step route in FF7 works. So when you see runners walk, they skip an encounter.
Yeah, and
also
Muttski managed to get the preemptive apps.
Nice. That is something that Colin will set up now.
Yeah.
The preemptive apps.
There are a few bosses in this game we can actually preemptive. Apps being one of them, and General Birth, and a few others that are not part of the run.
Right. I think Turks in Midgame can be preemptive, right? But we don't do that, like in this run.
Yeah. The only ones we care about are Apps and Genova Birth, and Turks in Gungaga, Turks in Midgame, and the snow fight in the
right.
Yeah, and that snow boss fight thing are also preemptible. As well as the fight that starts off the Corel train sequence.
Yeah, well, that's not technically a boss.
That's a scripted encounter, and the line between scripted encounter and boss is a little bit sometimes a little bit hazy.
Right. See snow, for example. Is it a boss? Is it not? Endless discussions. So you see Colin doing weird movements here a little bit, like bonking on the elevator, doing some lengthy walking. That is because he's setting up with certain movement here while exiting the reactor to get a preemptive fight on the next boss, Apps. He does that because encounters consist of a couple things. You have the position, of course, of the encounter. You have the formation, which is what encounter it is, what enemies the encounter will have, the formation that the encounter is. And you have the flag, the battle flag that is that will be what the encounter will happen. Like, it could be a preemptive, which means that the enemies have their backs towards you, and you can get back attack damage in with the first attack before they act. It can be a back attack, where it's the other way around. It could be a side attack where you pincer the enemy, or it could be a pincer where the enemies pincer you. And a couple of those depend on formations, and like the pincers are actually bound to the formation, but the other ones are bound to the step buddy, like the exact position in the step route you are.
Actually, pincers, back, and side attacks are all bound to formations, but the only one that isn't is whether an attack is preemptive or not.
Oh, was it only preemptive on the step ID?
Yeah, only preemptives are controlled by step ID. Like, there aren't specific preemptive battle formations. There are formations that can enable or disable themselves from the possibility of being preempted. So, like, if you were to get a preemptive battle, but the formation says no, then the formation says no, and it's not a preemptive. But other than that, formations determine back attack, side attack, and pincer.
Right. And
sorry about that.
No, fine. That's perfect. So, and preemptives are bound to the step ID, like the exact position in the step route. And Colin, the other runners, left Reactor 1 at exactly the step ID, so that the little bit of distance they will still move in the sewers before fighting Apps will put them on a step ID that has a preemptive on it. And then the Apps fight, then we are on that step ID, and the fight starts, which causes the fight to be a preemptive. And that only works because no one knows if it's intended or if it's just an oversight. But Apps doesn't have the no preemptive flag basically enabled like other bosses do.
Yeah, I think a good amount of scripted fights are flagged as being preemptible, just because the developers probably never thought it would be a thing to have to worry about.
Mm-hmm.
And however, you can only actually get that preempt if it's on a hostile field, and the field is hostile immediately before entering the fight. For example, Materia Keeper, I believe, would be preemptible in a similar way, but the formation is just set to not being preemptible.
Also, another thing that's kind of important are the fractions. Or for the preemptive, they're active all the time, even in non-battle screens. So if you watch closely in the Reactor 1, you can see that some of the runners were kind of bonking into walls. That's also to set up correct fractions, so we don't lose a step or gain a step. It's a kind of RNG, but if we bonk and move perfectly, it's the same.
Right.
Yeah, step fractions basically every frame that you are moving on any field map, step fractions are increasing. They go from 0 to 7 and then 7 back over to 0. And it doesn't matter if the field you're currently on is hostile or not, fractions will always increase, and fractions will constantly increase and roll around. The problem is that these fractions keep looping around on non-hostile fields, but they only actually result in step ID increases on hostile fields. And so we have an unpredictable amount of movement, just because we're going to have some variance in the way that we move on non-hostile fields. We're not so good that we can just constantly do the exact same path over and over again to have exact fraction perfect movement, unless we specifically deliberately do it, which it's usually never worth doing. So
Yeah,
this
that's like bulk
sort of
everywhere.
this sort of fraction luck is fairly important to understand when you're doing setups like these. It can either not matter in some cases, like if you have a setup that involves getting an encounter, then you know that when you got that encounter, you were on fraction 0 because that's the only fraction you can actually get an encounter check on. But if you do a setup that gets an encounter, that gets an encounter to normalize your position, then goes through some non-hostile fields, you need to have fraction perfect movement when you then go through a hostile field on the other side, for example. And that's what is done with preemptive apps.
Right.
And
Although we unfortunately missed our opportunity to talk a little bit about the chassis skip here that Colin just did.
Sorry about that.
No, it's fine. We can still talk about it. Maybe Doumeis. Want to explain chassis skip?
Yeah, sure. It's the first instance of what we call a paralysis dodge, which basically, if we trigger 2 dialogue boxes at the same time, usually like you wouldn't be able to move in one of them. Like if you talk to Jesse, the game would not allow you to move anymore. But if you trigger Jesse and the guard on the end of the train at the same time, we're actually allowed to move. And by being able to move, we can like do some funky stuff. Basically, we can leave the train at the correct, like a specific text box, and when we come back, the game thinks we already watched the cutscene. So basically, we can skip like 15 seconds of cutscene.
Right. That's like the first instance of paralysis dodge, and it's as he said, it's not a huge time save, but it's a little optimization that is really interesting to see.
Mm-hmm. You're going to be doing a lot of paralysis dodges.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say, just knowing how it works, it really helps us discover way more skips.
Mm-hmm. Another one was a bar skip that Muttski did that we also didn't have a chance to mention, but we'll be able to mention that soon.
Yeah, when Colin is doing. Like, generally, everyone who's watching, our commentary will be mainly about Colin's run, since he's the last one. So it gives us the Colin will be the run that you should watch mainly if you listen to our commentary when we're explaining stuff, because that's probably what we will refer to. Gives us the opportunity to catch up on things that Muttski and RJ are already a little bit too far ahead to explain, or we'd have to explain it over and over.
Yeah, although Muttski is about to do Elevator.
Also, Muttski's about to escape from Hell House, which they actually made a boss in the remake, funnily enough.
A pretty good boss, too. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's a very interesting boss, for sure.
So I assume that runners are going to at least go for Elevator Minute.
Muttski's taking the stairs. The other two are taking the elevator.
Okay, I didn't know that.
RJ will probably go for the Menep. He knows it very well. Colin did not want to initially, he wrote, but he considered doing it, he said.
Okay.
We'll see if he does.
Yeah, because he was far behind. Muttski not only was going to take the stairs, but he also jinxed the other players in chat. Yes, I'm exposing him right now.
There has been a bit of, I guess, trash talk behind the scenes, so we'll see.
Yes.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because right after Elevator, there's one punishing minigame, but we'll get to that.
Yeah. Let's hope no one is get caught by that one. But we'll see. So Colin right now is still in Sector 7. He's having the nice cutscene with Tifa. Tifa. In their childhood, where Cloud promises her that he will come and save her when he's big and a soldier. His head is already big, just the rest needs to grow a little bit more. Meanwhile, Muttski is of course the first one, top right. Team Tonberry. Muttski is leading right now. He's watching the cutscene in Cereth house. where Elmira explains what happened with Cereth and her, how their situation happened. And Colin is at the end of Wall Market. He's about to figure out if that app's preemptive. RJ on the bottom left is at the end of Wall Market, and we'll see very soon if his app's preemptive setup will work out as planned.
Yeah, it's quite important to get that preemptive, not only because the fight itself is faster, but also your resources. We have a specific number of grenades we take. We also have like a specific kill route that we need, so it's quite important to get it. Otherwise, he's gonna have to pick up some extra items that are kinda out of the way to make it up.
Right. Generally, we will use a lot of grenades for a long time still.
Yeah, grenades are kind of broken early game.
Yeah. It's kind of fun, right? Like, I don't know about you guys, but when I was young and I played this game, I never used grenades. My money was always far too valuable to use it for just some throwables. I'd rather just hit with my huge sword.
Yeah, the hitting magic and sword seems way cooler than throwing grenades.
Yeah, especially because magic starts so strong early on.
So now here, Colin is skipping the tutorial. Some people refer to it as the tutorial of shame. You have to actually choose the second input here, the second option here, to skip the materia tutorial. If you fail it, you lose like a minute or so. It's a really long one.
I think each
it's like
runner has failed this.
Really so long. It's really bad.
Yeah, and you still have to match the ring. It's awful.
Yeah. Also, Colin here is selling his potions and buying 21 grenades. That will be the first set of grenades. He will buy more later, but these 21 grenades will at least get him through the next two fights. Boss fight.
Almost bought an assault gun.
And he's doing the big skip now that Ace already talked about earlier already. The guard skip. And
yeah.
Nice. Got it through.
Well done.
The developers did not
That's
do a very
easy.
good job placing these guards.
Yeah, so how that works, like, just quickly again, since Ace already talked about it a bit, it just works because there is actually a very tiny, weeny, beeny gap on the right side of the between the guards and the wall. And by adjusting our subpixels, means the values that are actually beyond the normal pixels in the game, by adjusting those, we can actually fit into that gap.
And did you call them
like
subpixels just to make me mad? Yeah,
the exact pixel value.
Yeah, I believe that Cloud has a circular hitbox which is 48 units in, I guess, diameter, and the minimum distance between the edge of the guard's hitbox and the wall that's to the right of it that would block you, I think is like 51 or so. So you actually have a fairly large gap, as far as I can tell. I mean, like, because FF7's mechanics are pretty janky, it's still pretty difficult to do that, and the setup is definitely necessary, but it's a larger gap than I would have thought, at least.
Yeah, but it's still way too small to just do it without any setup. Like, you will probably, even if you know about this, like, even when, like, back then when it was found and we knew about this, Little Gecko was actually the first one figuring out how to do this clip the way we do it now. And even though he proved that it was possible and he could do it, it took us still quite a while to actually replicate it and find the setup for it, because even when you know it, just bonking into the soldiers over and over will not get you anywhere very soon. It's still very precise.
Yeah, it's very specific. I think Sona did, like, instead of bonking, he was just like running up and down over and over until he went past the guards.
That
so
was to the mod setup back then, like, but he did that on like the original 98 PC version, and it was not replicatable. I don't like no. We still don't know how he managed to do that. Like the way we do it now is very different from what he did back then.
Yeah, there are very slight differences between collision mechanics on PC and PSX. It's not in a way that affects how guard skip works, because guard skip, the current setup for it never involves bonking on like wall collision. It just involves bonking on guards, which they don't push you, they just make you stop usually. So, but I'm pretty sure that there are, both in the world map and field map, slight differences. Because, like, if you were to bump into a wall, it'll affect you in a very slightly different way between PC and PSX. Because I'm pretty sure it's because PSX has to use integer math, whereas PC actually uses floating point math for collisions.
Are you thinking that cost it back then to actually work it that way?
Yeah, that PC version would definitely have used float math, and everybody else might have been doing it on PSX. And if that setup involved bonking against walls, and if everyone was trying it on PSX, it probably would have affected you slightly differently and not worked.
Yeah,
but Colin is doing his bar skip.
Oh, the bar skip,
moment.
Right.
Yeah, so basically it's the same thing as just escape. We are doing two things at the same time, which kind of confuses the game, and we are able to move also at the same time. So we are basically doing two events by talking to the old man and the lady in the bathroom, and it saves around 15 seconds, I believe.
20, more like? I'm not sure. It's been so long. But yeah, it saves a good chunk of time. It's a little bit scary though, because it is very consistent and somewhat easy if you know exactly what you have to do. But it has the risk if you overmash it, or if you mash at the wrong positions. The game is coded so that characters have to move at certain points in an event, in a cutscene, to certain positions. And they will try to do that wherever they are. And usually, the game is not accounting for anything in between where the character is and where the character should be, because as much as the game is concerned, the character should be already at a place where he can easily reach the new point the cutscene is sending him to. But since we're paralyzed dodging and running around while the cutscene in the room, if you mash wrong, Cloud or Cereth might try to run into the position they should be, but get blocked by a person or a table, and that would cause a soft lock because the character would run infinitely against that person or table. And then you would have to reset.
Yeah, exactly. It's a bit of a barrier for new runners. They usually soft lock there until they learn how to do it. By over skipping text or doing something differently. So it's where usually new runners kinda
it's a bit scary
end up losing their first run. Yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty sure everyone lost at least 1 or 2 runs to a bar skip soft lock.
Yeah, that's very generous.
If you're new to watching, if you're new to watching FF7 runs, you may not recognize where Muttski is right now.
Right. Just wanted to say Muttski is running up the stairs. Very nostalgic at this point, since elevator manipulation. But Muttski, old school, as always.
Guys, it's important to mention that Muttski put everyone on the back row, because we're going to be using grenades for a while, and grenades damage is not influenced by the roll. So back row will take less damage.
Right. Grenades a long range,
Also,
that's great. Like all magic and thrown items.
Yeah, it also affects step count. If we take the stairs, we don't quote-unquote waste steps, so Muttski is gonna be way ahead than others. So,
right, I think we talk more about elevator minute when RJ is there, since he will probably he will probably do it. But RJ on the,
I was gonna say elevator is pretty interesting in that you have to go through a pretty extended portion where you basically are not allowed to get an encounter because if you were to get an encounter, then it would be inescapable.
Yeah, that is really funny. I think that's just a field, right? Like the game wants that. It's not a bug or anything.
I'm pretty sure it's not a bug there.
Yeah.
Well, it's weird that they specifically would do it there.
Yeah, it's
but
interesting.
I don't know.
They basically kept it because the original JP 1.0 version has a couple of those screens. Like, for example, a lot of screens in the Northern Crater at the end have inescapable fights. 2.
Yeah, it's definitely not a bug because I'm pretty sure the game specifically checks for a game moment and then determines whether to turn on or off encounter fleeing.
Right, so RJ starting the Reno fight here. We throw a lot of grenades. It's nice that he got a preemptive grenade here in, and 2 even. That will if everything goes fine, we'll skip a turn even.
Yeah, Muttski got really, really unlucky on Reno. Got double pyramids off.
Oh, that is unfortunate.
So we'll see if
we're watching out
a better fight.
Yeah, we're watching out here for electromagnetic rods. But so far, Reno is very nice and is only doing normal attacks. Basically, Reno only has 3 attacks and the fight is over. That was a great fight. Perfect.
Yeah, that was really nice.
Reno only has 3 attacks. Electromagnetic Rod, which deals high damage and has the chance to paralyze the character, which is really bad. His normal attack, which deals mediocre damage and is not doing anything else than that. And the Pyramid, which he will start the fight with, and then is doing every 3rd turn, or every 4th turn. Pyramiding another character. He can Pyramid all characters, and that would be a game over. But if you execute the fight correctly, that should to 99.9% never happen. Unless you get Paralyzed unlocked.
Muttski is doing what no slots runners are expert at, is the weight ATB tricking.
There is not really ATB weight tricking in that fight. It's more like I mean, there is... You try to time it a little bit, but it's not actually weight tricking.
Yeah, it's not like Demon's Gate or any other fights, but it's a bit of.
So it's just depending on who is attacking in Muttski's fight. Like, basically when they're still in their armor, you want to attack the ones that did not attack you first, because their ADB will reset when you break their armor. One grenade will break their armor, and the second grenade will kill them. So when you can throw your first grenade, you look who is attacking you, and the ones that attack you, they will have an empty ADB anyway. Enemies have ADBs too, by the way, in this game. Just for your information. And those who attacked you already have an empty ADB, so there is no point in attacking them yet, because they will not get another attack anyway in. So you want to attack instead the others that did not attack you. So when their armor breaks, their ADB will reset anyway, so you can hopefully finish the fight in as few attacks as possible.
Whoa. Muttski really going for it.
You just need to have consistent movement, and it's really easy.
Mm-hmm. This is the punishing minigame we're talking about. And...
Yeah, Muttski is right now.
Oh no, that's not good.
I think he talked to Barrett by accident and like triggered a text box and probably confused him or something. I didn't even know you could talk to Barrett there.
I think that's X confirm maybe. I think that might have to do with that. I think that like it's... I actually don't know.
Lucky for Muttski that he went for the stairs and not for the elevator. That means he has probably enough grenades to still make it easily through Midgame, even with that extra fight. It's just very punishing. The time loss is of course bad and noticeable, but what is actually worse about this is that it costs 4 grenades, and 4 grenades is a lot.
And also the cycle now is different, so he can't do like the regular setup.
Right, that's extra punishing. The cycle you get after you get caught is really bad. You need to wait a lot. Also, Colin here gets his abs preemptive as planned. Very nice. So about preemptives real quick. You might notice that Braver here is dealing 4 times damage with a whopping 473 in his case here now. That is because not only do we get back attack damage, it's also that Abs has not only double back attack damage, he has actually quadruple back attack damage. He takes 400% damage from a back attack. That is usually because of his own battle mechanic, the sewer tsunami, because it can hit him from front and from the back, so he gets extra damage from that one for the fight. But we can use it to our advantage. And how preemptive, how we further abuse it is limits in this game have an absolute priority. That means when you input a limit, any limit of a character, it will be the next action performed no matter what. No matter what other character already has an action locked in or enemies have already actions locked in, limits will always have priority over everything. So what we do in the fight is we get a preemptive, we lock in, we throw some grenades on Abs with Cloud, with Tifa, with Cereth. And once Cloud threw his grenade, Abs will turn around, but only visually. Because the back attack flag only ends either when the enemy got a physical attack, which grenade technically is, but it doesn't count as one. Or if the enemy did his first attack, that did his first action. So he turns around, but it's only visually, and then we lock in a limit with Cloud before Abs actually gets his first damage action, and we deal that nice 4 times braver damage to Abs.
I don't know if Muttski went for the second try on purpose or not, but it was Mako in his case. Also, the password is based on in-game time, and lots of things are in this game based on in-game time.
He went for second probably because he wants the elixir for safety. There is like the elemental would be faster, but you don't need it. It's just a time save, a little one. If you go for second try, you get an elixir instead of the elemental.
Oh yeah, he said it on purpose, so yeah, just the safety.
Yeah, he probably did it on purpose.
Yeah, the elixir is very helpful.
Yeah, actually, I had to go for like a second there. Did RJ run through the garden?
All right, RJ ran out through the garden. Is it time to actually talk about elevator manipulation? We probably don't want to go super far in depth, because that will take the whole run.
But just explain what we're doing right now with it.
Yeah. Do you want to explain?
I can try. So, this game, Final Fantasy VII, has a lot of different random number generators that are, for the most part, completely independent of each other. One of them is Field Map RNG, and Field Map RNG is a pretty small random number generator that just returns a single byte of information and loops after 256 values, for the most part, with a caveat that I will get to later. But we can actually, on that outside garden field map RNG is actually used to determine the flashing patterns of the waterfall. And so if RJ is doing elevator manipulation, he, during some portion during this cutscene, he actually went back and rewatched a slowed down portion of the run that he just did in order to watch the waterfall pattern and use that to determine where in the RNG cycle he is right now. Yeah, it's a waterfall that you'll see as soon as we exit, just to the top right of the screen. That waterfall flashes, there's a sort of shimmering pattern. I'm not really sure how to explain it, but it basically is an animation that happens, and it happens with a random chance.
It is really fast though, you will not notice that probably. You pay attention when RJ leaves the house here, in the background of Cereth's house on the right side. in the middle there will be a waterfall, and it will flash really quickly. Like you cannot really read that. But as Ace said, he recorded that part of the run and watched his recording, slowed down to a quarter of the speed, and tracked the distance between the glows. And he put that into a sheet then, like he timed that with a stopwatch, and put that into a sheet, and that sheet tells him now at what RNG value he will be when leaving the house.
The waterfall flashing itself doesn't do much other than be a flashing waterfall and be an animation. Actually, yeah, it's like, yeah, you can see that there's a waterfall right now flashing a bit, and the exact pattern that the flashes use is random and is determined by field map RNG. And because field map RNG is a relatively short, is a random number generator with a pretty short cycle, it loops after 256 calls. That means that there's only 256 possible states that you could be in that we need to keep track of. And actually, I'm not sure if I noticed it or not, but I think RJ might have left the screen early, so he might not actually be doing manip.
Or maybe he got a good pattern.
That maybe I don't really keep track of that.
Right. So what we actually do then?
Yeah, the idea is we can tell, based on what the pattern was, we can tell where in the RNG cycle you were, because there are only certain points that can generate particular patterns. So if we have enough information, if we have a long enough pattern, we can tell where exactly in the RNG cycle we were, just based on the fact that that's the only point that could have generated that pattern. Now, these next few screens actually, no, he isn't doing manip.
He's not doing it. Maybe
Unfortunately,
Colin is doing it though.
Yeah, maybe. So
would be nice to have one to show up.
Yeah, I agree. At least an attempt. It doesn't have to be successful.
Right.
The funny part is that that's not even the hardest part of the manip, like the waterfall thing.
Yeah, the waterfall is just so we can learn where we are. But the problem with elevator has traditionally been the fact that when you actually get to the elevator, it does some weird things to RNG.
Yeah, that is we usually refer to these things, like the whole thing we call elevator manip usually, but it's actually two parts, two separate manipulations. One we call the waterfall manipulation, and the other one is the actual elevator manipulation. The waterfall manipulation we just explained is basically just to know at what RNG value we enter the elevator at. The actual elevator manipulation happens then, but we need that information in order to manipulate it.
I think Colin got a decent fight, from what I saw.
Nice. Then we'll see
So
soon if he goes for the manip.
I've seen people game over on Reno. I've game over on Reno myself, so it can be an annoying fight.
I think I never game over on Reno.
I think I did it once. It's rare. It's very rare.
I mean, in theory, it can definitely happen, but I think if you don't mess up, like you can definitely go game over if you mess up for sure. But I think if you fight it correctly, means throw grenades.
Just hold up circle.
Yeah. The only really way to die to Reno would be if you get paralyzed unlocked.
I think what happened to me was Tifa got crit in the stairs fight, and then got crit again by Reno or something, and it ended up dying.
Of course. It's some kind of extreme situation for sure.
Yeah.
So Muttski, meanwhile, already at sample, so far ahead, blows my mind.
Anything can still change when we get to the slots.
Right. I think until slots, which is at Materia Keeper later, basically after Gold Saucer, things will probably not change too much about the pace, because the first, let's say, 2.5 hours are very, very consistent. In slots, the rest of the game is also somewhat consistent, but of course, since this is a no reset marathon, run or runs. There is no resetting. There are a lot of safety saves, and of course, if there is a mistake, if there is a slots fail or something else very unlucky happens, shoutouts to Demon's Gate, then that's a lot of time loss, of course. But there is not a lot of opportunity. There is maybe a little bit, like we have Calm Skip coming up later after Midgame. If someone is really unlucky, there could be a little bit of a time loss. Tie on for Red's name on Muttski's side.
I think the slots farming can be a little bit annoying too. Like, depending on your ATB and on the Aqualung and stuff, can...
Yeah, but you can take it safe, of course. You can heal up all the time. And you should, because Kate is still taking a lot of damage.
Everybody miss. That's actually unlucky. You actually want everyone to get poisoned. Because now the specimen can use the gas thingy poison again, which is really slow.
Right. Yeah, Sample is casting Shady Breath. It's a poison attack on the whole party. And his AI is only doing it when there is a character that is not poisoned. So ideally, it's rare actually to have all three being poisoned. But the good thing about all three being poisoned is that you know that he will not do another Shady Breath anymore, which is his longest animation, so that's nice.
He's doing elevator minute.
He's doing elevator minute? Nice.
I mean, he menued, so I'm pretty sure he is. So we menu. So yeah, we menu. At the very beginning, we hold menu as we're entering the elevator. We close the menu and start a metronome at the same time, and we're going to use that metronome to time a button press right here.
Oh yeah, right.
And hit a specific floor. The floor that you go to is dependent on which frame you press the button on, for reasons that I will explain later. And the encounter, so quick crash course on elevator. The encounter you get is based on the floor. If you get a value where the two digits add up to 11, so 29, 38, 47, or 56, then you get no battle. You get a guy that comes out and he doesn't give you a battle. And so our goal is to get to 29 right here. He might have missed it. He might have missed his frame, and he has to. Nice.
29. So the way we manipulate this is he will walk up to that console, and then he will open his menu. And while the menu is opening, he will quickly have time to see at what position exactly he is, at what pixel Cloud is standing, and then the sheet, the elevator manipulation sheet that he uses. And he uses a lot of... We'll tell him how many menus he needs to do in order to advance the list value far enough to get to, in this case, floor 38. Now he will do the same thing again. He will walk up. You will see him walk up. Open the menu. Now he sees what position he is. That was 7, I believe. It's very small for me. This is position 7, I think. And now he looks at the sheet and he's doing 2 menus. 47. Perfect. Now he's doing that one more time. Walking up, trying to hit a specific pixel. And he want to go all the way up to 59 now.
Really nice to see the whole manip perfectly executed.
Nice.
And he got it. Perfect.
Congrats, RJ. So yeah, what was sort of happening there is, I said that RNG is a period of 256 values. How it's implemented is there's basically a hard-coded shuffled list of numbers in the game. Each of the numbers from 0 to 255 is somewhere in that list, but it's in a random order. But that random order is always the same order. It's just a random order that has no reason to be that way. But it's the same order every time. And so the order in which we go through these values, or more specifically, how many values forwards we jump every time we need a new value, is determined by another value called stone. And actually, I should also say that the value that determines where we are in that big list is a value that we have called list. The names are archaic, and they're just what we use now.
There is a glitch finder, a really, really old glitch finder called Brutal Speed, who did the foundations of a lot of skips and information we have nowadays. and he was the one making up a lot of names. Also, that's why we refer to the two main RNG values, stone and list.
Yeah. Stone, we call stone because for the most part, it's quote-unquote set in stone, as in it doesn't really change much. But that's the value that determines how far we jump forwards on the next RNG call. And the one exception to the idea of stone stone being set in stone is in the elevator, where stone changes a lot because every time you press the button, depending on how the stone will basically change by a value that's determined by how many frames it has been since it's a value. Sorry, I should more say it's a value that changes every frame, and that value determines how much stone increases by, or that value determines what stone is set to before it does the next RNG call. So there are 16 different stones, so we have 16 different floors that we could go to, or 16 different RNG values we could go to, and we use the frame that we press the button on to choose which one we go to.
Right. Also, as a little bit of contrast for those who are like, what are they even talking about? What do you even want to manipulate there? Maybe a little bit as an information what the elevator is normally if you don't not manipulate it. Normally what's supposed to happen is you go into the elevator, you press the button. Of course, in the background, the game is rolling a lot of RNG values, but you just randomly press the button and you will randomly get a floor between, like, let's just simplify it, between at the start 1 and in the range of 20 somewhere. And there will be a fight. And then you fight that fight and you press the button again, and then the elevator will give you a new range from the floor you were at to up to, like, what was it? 11 up?
Up to 7 to 15.
7 to 15. So you jump at least 7 and maximum of 15. And it's of course completely random. And if you're really lucky, you get either floor 29, 38, 47. Which gives you what we call Hito. It's the Shinra manager, which is only a scared guy that runs away because terrorist. But mostly will get fights. And the average elevator, if you do not manipulate it, will give you somewhere between 3 and 5 fights, with the potential of up to like 6 or so.
Yeah, up to 7 actually. Like you can get anywhere from 1 to 7 fights on the elevator. A 0-fight elevator is impossible because the distance between the starting floor, which is floor 6, and the first Hito floor at floor 29 is greater than the maximum possible jump. But we actually take advantage of that because it doesn't really matter so much what our first jump is. So we don't have to hit an exact frame for the first jump. We can hit a small window of like 3 or so frames, and use the number that we got to determine which of those frames we got.
Right, you need to be at least at floor 14, I think. 13 does not work. I think 14 works then.
14 can jump. You can get 14 from 14 you can get a 15 jump to 29.
Right. So you can get, what is the lowest one you can jump at?
You can jump up to 13. So if you get a 7 jump at the start, then you're already screwed.
Oh yeah, right. So if you get the lowest jump to 13, you, like, that can even happen in the manipulation if you get a really bad, what we call group. Like, there are multiple sheets depending on how your manipulation will work out. We only use certain groups. You don't need to memorize that. That's not super important. But we only use certain values from the waterfall manipulation that we know will work well with the elevator manipulation, because otherwise the risk is either way too high to get a low jump, so we have to have 2 fights on the elevator, or to have too many of the same floors on neighboring frames. That means that's also a very, very important aspect. We manipulate it so, because the very first press we use a metronome or like a timer to get to a specific timing, to a specific frame when we hit the first button. So we know at exactly what list value on exactly what floor we will be. But the floor is not unique to a list value. There could be 2 19 floors right next to each other on neighboring list values, and you would never know because you cannot see the list value, right, in the manipulation. So you don't know if you're at list value 211 or 212 when there are 2 19s side by side. So we're only manipulating in instances where that does not happen, where we know exactly, where we have like at least a 3 or 4 frame window of 3 or 4 different floors side by side.
Yeah, elevator is pretty complex.
Yeah, it's our newest big addition to the speedrun. Most runners got quite comfortable with it now, which is great. But it's very, very advanced to get into it. A lot of runners also still hesitate.
Yeah, this thing has taken. You could say this thing took about 4 months to develop. You could also say this thing has taken several years to develop because it's based on ideas that have been thought about for a very long time at this point.
Yeah, Muttski is heading to Hunter Gunner. It's another very boring fight, I would say. Just spam grenades.
Spam grenades forever. I'm just gonna say the elevator mode on PC is much easier. It's still kind of frame perfect, but you can just hard reset your game at Shinra and just it's much simpler.
Yeah, you always have the option to hard reset your game, and that sets your RNG value to a specific point. The thing is, on PC, a hard reset costs relatively little time, but the process of hard resetting the game on a PlayStation takes a long time to do, and so the idea is if you're going to have an elevator manip that saves time, you can't really hard reset, which means that you have to keep track of you need to figure out your RNG value somewhere, and that's how Waterfall happened, and then keep track of it, and also have some influence over it so you can manipulate your value slightly in order to potentially get a more favorable result.
Also, surprisingly, Colin also goes for stairs, like Muttski.
Oh yeah.
So extra glad that we got RJ having a successful elevator manipulation. Glad we could show that off in the relay.
Yeah, definitely. It's something that definitely signifies this game being sort of what it is at this point.
Yeah, elevator manipulation has also a very, let's say, a colorful history.
Yeah, elevator manipulation has always been a thing. Like people have seen us taking the stairs here and have been like, "Why don't you just take the elevator?" Usually, it is not worth taking the elevator unless you can manipulate it. And honestly, the idea of manipulating it has always been sort of a joke.
It is worth taking it though. The average elevator is still faster than stairs.
I think the average elevator is more like 5 than 4 encounters. So I don't know.
At 5 you can still go equal with stairs if you don't get bad fights.
Yeah,
it's always been
It's always been a thing with it's always been a bit of a luck thing, and also the fact that steps have to be changed in order for it to work.
Right.
Means
rather
that
the reason was rather the reason why stairs was for the longest time a thing is a combination of grenades and the elixir you can find at the stairs. Since before Cosmo Canyon skip, that we will talk about later, we had to fight Geen Attack, which can be instantly killed by an elixir or an X potion, or if you're lucky, a Phoenix down. And the elixir we grab here at the stairs before CC skip, we used at Geen Attack to kill him instantly. There are other possible ways to get an elixir, but either they're adding stats to the steps to the step route, which might add an encounter, or they cost a lot more time, like picking up the one in Cosmo Canyon, for example. So this one was like a 2-in-1 kind of thing, which adds a little bit of time save to stairs over elevator, and also of course the aspect that grenades are really tight, and when runners back then a few years ago, before CC skip and all the new stuff, were a little bit less experienced and they wanted to take it a little bit safer and wanted to have the grenade still. The thought of having to sacrifice a lot of grenades to a potential 4 or 5 encounter elevator, which every fight can cost you 2 to 4 grenades, was pretty scary. So Cereth was only a thing now recently throughout the last year. Elevator was only the thing throughout the last year because the runs get, of course, more and more optimized, and people get comfortable and confident with their grenade usages.
I think a couple of things also that helped. We used to buy cover, extra cover material, so that also cost like 1,000 worth of grenades. And also the step route, you have one extra whole screen on the bottom of Shinra, so that with Cosmo Canyon, that the step route usually wasn't really good.
Right. That's a good point.
Elevator.
RJ got double poisoned. That's unlucky, but yeah.
Yeah. I actually don't know how much time a extra Shady Breath costs. I always complain that it costs, of course, time, but I'm actually not sure how much exactly. Might be something about 6-7 seconds? I'm not sure. Might be more.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
Also, Muttski set up for general preemptive, which I'm assuming other runners are gonna do as well. It's similar to apps. They force the encounter, so they are on correct step ID.
I'm actually... Do all 3 use Luspel step route?
I think so, yes. I think I asked everybody is on correct.
Because the Genova preemptive setup in Luspel's route is really, really tough. I actually don't pay attention.
For stairs, it's not that tough. I think it's for elevator. It's
for
worse.
stairs, right. They go stairs. But RJ did elevator. I want to see if RJ is actually going for the.
I'd like to make a brief and important interruption. Happy 69 hours.
Nice.
But yeah, we were starting the chase, the bike chase minigame on Muttski screen. It's a very pretty straightforward. You can save time here. There's nothing. It's just an auto scroller. You can keep killing bikes until you get red ones, because the red bikes they go away from you whenever you attack. So we can cheese that and just spam attacks forever, and they'll never catch up. But it's just like for comfort. It doesn't save any time.
Right, quick quality of life announcement for your next nice Final Fantasy VII playthrough. If you're playing on emulator or PlayStation, not on PC, you can actually hold square or circle here, and Cloud will keep attacking over and over. You don't need to mash that button.
Yeah, that's huge.
And because of the AI of the red bikes that always try to avoid Cloud swings, as long as you swing your weapon all the time, they will basically stay behind you because their AI forces them to.
The good thing is that the music's a banger in this minigame.
Hell yeah.
And Colin has made it through the floor 60 minigame.
Awesome. That catches a little bit up on Muttski, I would say.
And yeah, Menacing Banjo in chat. Pretty much all versions, besides the original PlayStation version, are based on the PC version, and so they're going to have most of the quirks of the PC version, like in this case, having to repeatedly press the button in order to swing your sword.
Unfortunately.
That's just generally explaining that. The PSX version, the original PSX disc, is fairly different from all the other versions, which are relatively similar to each other. Whereas, like the PSX disc version is sort of the original version released, and it's many runners consider it to be either a more comfortable version to play on, or like a more smooth version to play on. Just in general, like for example, if we see this battle here, battles in this game run at 15 FPS, but on the PSX version, the menu part of the bottom of the screen still runs at 60 FPS. Whereas
which is the biggest thing for me, like it's the thing that is most uncomfortable for me when I play PC. That
Absolutely.
The menus in battles are at 15 FPS. It feels so much smoother, and it's not only in the battle, like in the battles, it's extremely noticeable because they tried a game on the original disc or on emulator, you will see that the menus in Battle feels extremely smooth, while they feel really, really clunky on PC and HD console versions. And that is because the whole battle screen is in 15 FPS, as I said in the original. The menus are in 60 FPS still, and this separation feels just so much better. Generally, menus though, even overworld menus in the PC version, feel a little bit worse, especially when you want to menu fast. That is because I actually don't know exactly why that happens. Maybe someone of you guys know. But the double inputs, like in the PC version, when you press down, and while pressing down, you press confirm, the PC version will jump another menu point down in that case, or up, or right.
Yeah, it's the way the game reads the inputs, like the way it refreshes the inputs. If you press down and then press circle, when it reads the circle, if the down is still pressed, it's gonna read down again. So it doubles the previous inputs instead of like just reading the new one. You can kind of use that.
Really uncomfortable on PC.
Yeah.
Like you need to be really aware of your inputs and release and be sure to release the D-pad before you confirm. Nice motorball fight by Muttski here. No problem. Not clutch at all on Cloud there.
Yeah, luckily we did not get blazed by motorball at 69.04.20.
Oh, so RJ is actually going for the hard preemptive setup here. So this is, personal experience at least, the hardest preemptive setup I've ever done for Genova. You need to force an encounter where RJ just did it on the floor here, and now he needs very, very precise movement through the next two floors. That's why he's also bonking a lot here, because he's... Oh, and it's over. Well, that's too bad. You saw him walking, like, that was like 2 or 3... He really tries still, but it's over. He can't do it. It's that precise. Where was I? I lost myself.
I guess we can go calm skip.
Alright, let's jump to calm skip. That's probably a good thing. Oh, Muttski is still doing the first word manipulation. Look at Muttski's screen on the bottom right, the in-game time. He went in at 1:37.11 now, right?
I think 12, but...
Or 12?
Close enough.
And the world map is actually pretty simply explained in a manipulating sense. The world map gets seeded the moment you leave onto the world map from a field screen, depending on what your in-game time is. In his case, it was the in-game time of 1 hour, 37 minutes and 12 seconds. So he knows exactly, as long as his movement is somewhat consistent. If Ace want to go more into detail there, he can definitely do that. But as long as your movement is somewhat consistent, you can know exactly where the next encounter and what the next encounter will be. And you can even manipulate it by doing certain movements and opening menus while running. That's how we manipulate the world map.
I would explain world map manips right now, but we have a particular skip to get to first that I think would be a little bit more important to talk about.
And Muttski is saving a bit early here.
Yeah, definitely good to save. I mean, this is a bit early, but it's still good to save.
Yeah.
So,
I guess he will save again, though, before the actual skip, I guess. This might be just for the Chocobo.
So you may notice that this isn't the place that we're supposed to go to right after we leave Midgar. There's a little town that we sort of just walked right past called Calm. And we're not going there. So, this is Calm Skip. It is essentially a stale reference exploit that abuses a speed-up optimization that the developers did with the world map collision data, like with the world map collision mechanics.
Guys, by the way, go into listening mode now. Like, this is really complicated, and Ace will explain this in very detail, so open your ears. And
I'll try it. I'll try at least. So, first we're going to catch a Chocobo, doing another world map manip to ensure that the encounter we get is of a Chocobo in a good formation. But after we do so, I think I'll explain then, but we are going to basically be tricking the game. We're going to be doing a series of things to trick the game into thinking that Cloud is standing on a triangle that actually spans all of space. I'm not sure if that manip was intentional to get that kind of encounter. That might actually be bad. I think the Chocobo's running. Oh. Oh no, he's good. Never mind.
Close.
That was tricky.
All right. That was a Chocobo encounter. That I'm not sure if that was exactly how it was supposed to go, but it went fine regardless. Anyway, Cloud basically remembers the last 6 triangles he was standing on. More specifically, he remembers a pointer to their location in memory because, well, the world map basically contains all, like, the game has to load the whole world map into memory, or at least the portions of the world map that are close enough to you that that they are within your range. And so the game splits these triangles up into little regions. And yeah, he's saving the game here. So yeah, the game splits these triangles up into little regions. I sometimes call them chunks now. Sort of because they work like Minecraft chunks, if you know how they work. Oh, yeah, this is getting complex. And I'm not even sure this is going to work anymore, but hopefully it will.
Oh, Muttski's doing a very old setup here.
Yeah, Muttski has a very refined setup.
Refined.
Yeah, the idea is we're going far enough away such that Cloud stood on a triangle, and then we unloaded the region that triangle was in, and loaded it somewhere else in memory, such that a different region got loaded into the space that it was in memory, and yeah, it seems to be working. Wait, what?
You did not touch the mountain.
He didn't touch the mountain. That is correct. I'm confused. If he's gonna reset, he might need to enter and exit Mithril Mines if he wants to try this over again.
Muttski, you need to touch the mountain.
He got
touch.
What is he doing?
Oh, maybe he's confused. He did not see. Maybe his setup should actually elevate him, but it put him into the swamp. Maybe he was confused and thought he did not get it.
Yeah, he got swamped there, so that's
maybe
fine.
he's not used to that. Muttski, if you hear us, you're fine. You were fine at least.
You at least might be fine.
Yeah. No, not anymore.
Yeah. No. Now he's just. Yeah. Now. Okay. Now he's standing on that triangle. So. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think he's just going to retry it, and it might be the case that he might need to actually just straight up reload the world map at this point.
I mean, he did a save. If it doesn't work now, maybe he will go for a load instead.
Yeah. Anyway, what he's trying to do is store a particular triangle that Cloud was standing on, or have Cloud remember where that triangle was in memory. And by triangle, I should...
because of the question in chat, a triangle, the whole world map consists of tons of triangles. You don't see them, but that's basically the polygons the world map is built on. That's all triangles.
Yeah, there he goes. So we replaced the triangle data that Cloud is looking at in order to determine what triangle to stand on with a triangle that the game, with data that doesn't represent a triangle, but which the game reads as, this is a triangle that spans all of space. And we were able to do that, but that triangle only exists in that region, and we need to get a region one to the left as well. So we have done another setup in order to touch a region one to the left, so that we store its triangle, and just watch this.
Sweet. Oh,
and we're through.
He made it through.
Yeah, we're through, that's fine.
Okay, he's fine. If you
can
get the
that
encounter
fight
inside,
right.
Yeah, if you get it inside the mountain, you're soft locked. So
yeah, so I should say that the triangle thinks that it spans all of space, but Cloud only checks if he is on that particular triangle if he is in that particular region. And I do mean polygon when I say triangle, but the game only uses triangles. So while, yeah, a triangle that spans all of space wouldn't exactly be a triangle, the game doesn't care. It thinks that that's what it is regardless. More specifically, it's a triangle where if the game tries to determine that Cloud is on it, no matter where Cloud actually is, it determines that he is on it. But the game only tries to determine if Cloud is on it if he's within that particular region. Anyway, the basic idea is that we effectively glitch 2 triangles that Cloud remembers, such that you are able to stand within the region that we got, the region outside the Mithril Mines, and 1 region to the left. And so the triangles that the game thinks that Cloud should stand on are not really triangles, but just pointers to data that is in other regions' data that is outside of their triangle data that the game thinks should be that the game reads as triangles that span all of space. So the idea is we can basically walk through the mountain. And about who figured that out, we have a particular member of the community called Kuma to thank for discovering this skip and another one that we'll get to later. I figured out why it works, but that didn't really help us finding the original setup that we had used. Yeah, we had no idea why this worked for about a week.
Making the current setup for
it helped a ton, but we did a lot without really knowing why this works. And I'm really
impressed. Walls for like a week to find this out.
Yeah, I think it was lots of trial and error. So
yeah, honestly, it's a bit of a miracle that this thing even works.
I remember what we had 5 or 6 streams at the same time trying to figure out how to get to do Junon.
Yeah, it all started with Kuma messing a little bit around. He has fun messing around trying to find new stuff. And he suddenly managed to get Cloud to float a little bit next to the Mithril Mines, because there is a little occurrence. A lot of people might not even be aware of that. But a wild Chocobo is running away, right? Only later in CD2. When you get the high wind, you can actually buy stables and keep your Chocobo and name them. Otherwise, the wild Chocobo will always run away, except next to the Mithril Mines. There is a little trigger that turns that off, so your Chocobo will wait for you. And that is because the game wants to give the player the option to go back around the swamp, not having to run to Zolom. So the Chocobo is running there, is waiting there. And Kuma found that, well, peculiar, of course, because it's only there and nowhere else. And he played a little bit around with it. And he suddenly got Cloud to float. And then he tried for a week straight. He was posting his progression in Discord, and everyone was somewhat interested in it. And yo, go Kuma! But no one really joined in until Kuma actually managed to get a save file randomly, not knowing how he did it, where he clipped down into the water and managed to run over to the Junon area. And that's what triggered everything. A lot of streams try to find a way to make that consistent and try to figure out how it works and how we can implement that into runs.
Yeah, and then Muttski is having a perfect fight, by the way. First try poison, no problems at all. So
nice. We can explain bottoms well when RJ or Colin are there again. That we missed it. But Kamski, of course, is taking a little bit of time, of course, in commentary. It's the newest big skip we have, the most modern one.
Yeah, it's funny because the calm trigger is what allows us to skip calm or to skip calm overall. So that's kind of poetic.
Yeah, and honestly, the fact that what Kuma was doing allowed him to find calm skip, considering what we know about it now, is also a miracle. If the order of triangles that are if the order that triangles are stored in a particular region is different, then that can affect how you're able to use particular triangles within a region to do field corruptions, basically, or world map corruptions, or whatever you want to call them. And it just so happens that there is a triangle that is close enough to, that was close to the river that we were originally trying to use the crossover, that was sufficiently late in that region's data that it was able to be used to perform that kind of skip, that kind of thing. That's honestly a bit of a miracle. Like, the fact that the region to the right of where we used to cross the river has a triangle in its very bottom left corner that is at the very end of its triangle data is why column skip was able to work in the way that we originally found it. And also the way that we have it now also relies on there being a triangle on the very edge of the region to the left's world map data that is late in its triangle list. And without that, it wouldn't be able to work.
Yeah, it was a lot of luck involved for sure. As well, even the fact that he got to float. If you know how it works, it's not, well, it's not hard to do. At least to get Cloud to float or sink to the ground to get into another height. But it is still, like, if you don't know it, it was still very lucky for Kuma to even get that. He could have as well just be a little bit not lucky and not gotten it and forget about it. And we would still not have Comskip at this point. Because what you need to do in essence, and really simple, you need to mount a Chocobo at one place, then unmount the Chocobo at a far away other place, ideally, like just to get that consistently real quickly. That's what we did at the start. And then come back to the place where you were, do that again, and then Cloud clips around. The reason why, and it's that simple basically, you just unmount, ride around the world map a little bit, come back to the place you were, unmount, mount, ride around again a little bit, and then when you come back the second time, Cloud will be a little bit glitched out. The reason why no one ever figured that out was probably because you never get the opportunity to really do that. Because later, when you have the opportunity to run around with the Chocobo and freely unmount and mount, you already have the high wind, so you don't need to.
I didn't see. Did Muttski do world map manipulation as well? I see RJ doing it.
He did, and we can probably explain world map manips more a bit later, but I'll explain at least sort of how they work enough such that we can get to the Chocobo. So basically, when the world map loads, it uses the in-game timer to seed a random number generator. It is a completely separate random number generator from the rest of the game. FF7 has depending on how you count, anywhere from 4 to 7 completely independent RNGs. And world map is one of them. So we basically wait for a specific IGT that we know is going to result in a good fight. And because of some complications with this particular area of the world map, we have to do our manip by holding right and holding the R1 button to have the camera spin in a circle. That's because of some complications with the Zolom being nearby. But if we do all that, then we can very consistently get a Chocobo fight with these two grass enemies, and we can just throw grenades at each of them, and the Chocobo never gets a chance to run away.
Yeah, that's most optimal encounter you can get. You can get the elephants, which are really bad. They are really tanky. So we manipulate which encounter we get as well. Now he's gonna attempt the comms kill. Hopefully no issues.
You're probably still safe.
And also, if you get the encounter inside the mountain, it's actually treated as a column area, which means you can actually get a pincer there.
Even after.
Yeah, it's treated as Midgar. The triangle that's generated has all like the game reads all the data for what a triangle would be, including its world map region, and it just finds the number 0 at the world map region data, which is the region for Midgar. So it just thinks you're in the Midgar region of the world map, which has the ability to generate bandits and pincers and bandit pincers and bad things. But it's a bit unfortunate, but there's not really a whole lot we can do about that.
Also here on RJ, you see the most up-to-date comp skip setup now. Also made by Kuma. That will go probably a little bit smoother than it was for Muttski, unfortunately. Nice. He's past 2. Congrats, RJ.
Well done.
Yeah, if you saw there at the end, RJ just sort of popped down after a bit. That was him getting off of the glitch triangle and back into regular world map geometry. But yeah, Muttski is coming up on the Parade game. Should we talk about Parade and X confirm?
X confirm?
Oh. Yeah, but he's using X confirm, I believe.
Yeah, so
he switched.
Or actually, circle run more. Oh. Circle cancel is more like.
Oh, that's what you mean. Right.
So usually this game uses circle confirm. Usually when you switch your confirm buttons around, it's fine, but sometimes the game still expects circle to be the confirm button. And in this minigame, that is also the case.
I do remember somebody trying to press the confirm button, but they forgot it still stays on circle for this.
Also, we want a live TV rating between 30 and 40. Between 40 and 50. Pardon. Because in slots...
Yes, this is what you have to do.
Yeah.
This is what you have to do, because in order to confirm, you have to press the run button.
Well, I mean, I would say it's appropriate that you get punished for not using circle as confirm. I think that's fine.
Yeah, I think the game is telling us something.
Sorry, Muttski, you deserve that.
Yeah, he still got
through
it.
Six eaters are more important than the 5k gil for us. Since when we farm the encounters, we're gonna use Aqualung, and Aqualung does use a lot of MP, around 32, I believe.
34.
Oh, 34. Yeah, then we're gonna need some eaters. Plus, we're gonna sell like 3 eaters for money. So it's a perfect combination of both worlds.
Yeah, we sell one normally. You can sell another one for safety, or if you don't want money somehow.
Yeah, I'm guessing it depends how much Molotovs you buy.
Right. The root uses 15 minimum. But of course, if you want to be safe for something, you can buy more. But yeah, RJ got also a nice bottom spot fight apparently. Didn't see if that was like first or second try.
Yeah, I didn't get
I think it was first.
Rufus thinks this is funny.
Oh, the Rufus laughed. Nice.
Chat says second try, so we believe them.
Second try, nice.
Yeah, we should actually
maybe
talk
Colin
about
gets the
bottoms
third
well.
try, and then we have all 3.
Yeah, bottoms well, I believe it's a result of the animations it does, but it effectively takes more damage than usual from poison, which is why it's an effective... Yeah, which is why it's a particularly effective strategy.
There are a couple bosses, at least in no slots. There are a couple bosses we poison. In slots, it's only this one here, luckily, which is nice. Poison has a 48% chance to stick, to actually poison an enemy. And that goes for all ranks, even. The normal Bio, Bio 2, and Bio 3, all three have a chance of 48% to stick, like to poison an enemy. The fight is set up so in our run that if you get a first or second try poison, you only need a limit either from Barret or Tifa to adjust the poison ticks and bottom swallow's HP so that he will die before he goes for his natural big wave attack. Which saves time, of course, because 2 big waves not only deal a lot of damage, they also cost a lot of time. And he will do 1 guaranteed when he dies. It's his finishing attack.
It's sort of also worth noting, at least, that it used to be the case that you could use safer strategies to give you more attempts to poison bottoms well before it was before, like, you'd be able to have more tries to poison bottoms well, but actually because of Calm Skip, we no longer get an HP refresh, like a full heal at the end of the Calm flashback, and as a result, we have the same MP on Cloud coming out of the Motorball fight where he used Bolt a lot, and so we actually don't have the MP to do those safer strats anymore.
Or if you're a little bit careful with HP or not too unlucky, you can still have. I mean, I don't use the safer strats, but for 4 tries, you definitely have MP. Maybe
yeah, but not like
1,
but not like 6 or 7.
No, that's probably.
If you even need those, you're pretty unlucky anyway. So
yeah,
I don't know.
As said, it's 48%. So if you get anything more than like 3rd try, maybe 4th try, sometimes it's really it's getting into ridiculous chances there.
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't feel like the 48% at all.
It doesn't feel like it. Yeah, that's true.
Also, Muttski is on another minigame that I believe it's also set by the list value. You can manipulate it.
It's set by the stone. Also, it's set by both, of course, but it's basically a list of potential outcomes per stone. So you definitely benefit from having a good stone at this point, like leaving. So as Ace explained earlier, in the elevator, stone is going as crazy as list is usually going. So it's so the stone value you leave elevator at also depends on the exact frame you leave the elevator at. But from that point, for a long time, and that's why we call it stone, stone will not change anymore. So this minigame, the send-off minigame here, benefits or can benefit from a good stone value that has a lot of low amount of inputs here.
Yeah, in particular, I believe stones 97 and 33 are good, but
right.
But you don't have the ability to choose it, or at least you don't feasibly have the ability to choose exactly which minigame you get, because when the game starts, the game it actually, like, in this field, RNG is actually being called every frame, which is used for the minigame, I believe.
Yeah, we looked, like Brutal and I looked a little bit into manipulating this too, with the like knowing the stone and then knowing the list, and doing it a little bit like the like with a metronome still, again maybe with a timer. It did. I forgot what the problem was. Either it was not feasible, or it was too inconsistent. But either way, or rather, it was too inconsistent for the time save, rather. Because the windows were way too small. You would have to hit an exact frame, and the setup would take a little bit of time, and the chance that you actually get exactly the frame under these conditions is way too low for the time investment.
Yeah, but in theory, on Stone 97, there is a single game that can get you all the way down to 14 moves before the special.
Yeah, you can save a lot of time in theory. It can go up to like 30, 31.
Yeah, so much so that you can get enough inputs to overflow the score.
Right. But it's also important to know that it's very, very unlikely to get a really good one or a really bad one. Usually on average, and that will happen, let's say 8, 9 out of 10 times, you will get something between 20 and 25. It's very, very unlikely to get anything lower or anything higher than that. So Colin now on the way to Motorball, almost done with Midgame 2. Muttski, we'll see if he got his nice Genova preemptive. The next fight after Abs that we manipulate a preemptive started. Not as beneficial as Abs, I would say. Especially since if you're a bit lucky with the fight, the preemptive doesn't even save you a lot anyway. But it definitely saves you a few grenades, and it definitely makes the fight a lot safer and more consistent, I want to say.
Yeah, Genoa Birth can be sometimes very scary if she decides to laser everyone.
Right, Genoa Birth is also a really interesting fight in her AI. Also here Colin is going for his calm skip now, soon.
We hyper Cloud here because we want him actually to do limits. One laser beam fills his limit instantly, so...
Right. Remember that what I explained at the start of the run? Limits have absolute priority, so if you lock in a limit with a character in a fight, it does not matter if another character or another enemy has an attack already locked in, the limit will get priority immediately after the next animation. So pay attention to Muttski here, also to Colin of course, because he's doing calm skip. But at the Muttski fight, if he gets the preemptive here at the start, he does not, unfortunately. But if he does it...
I think he messed up a bit on the Genova bird screen like before this one.
He's not playing it IDE. Like normally what you want to do is you want to input a grenade with Cloud first, and then with the other characters. So Cloud throws his grenade, and then while the other two characters are throwing their grenades, you can input a Braver with Cloud, and effectively getting 4 actions per turn in. So Genova's AI, she will either start with her special, which is stop on the character, or she starts with her laser, normal laser attack, which she did here now.
That was mean.
No, she started with stop, right? At the start, I think.
Yeah, she started with stop.
Yeah.
No, Genova targeted Cloud, but missed. That's mean.
Right.
Oh.
So her next attack after the laser is the tail laser here. She can either do 1 or 2. She did only 1 here. Which saves animation time, which is nice, but tail laser will not give Cloud a limit, unfortunately. Her third attack then here is the W laser. She can do between 1 and 3. That was 2, and that will give Cloud the limit, and she's actually doing all 3. Now, after the third attack, after the W laser, she has a chance to do a gas attack, which is a heavy hitting ranged attack on one of the characters. But it's only a chance. If you see Tifa, like after the Braver, Cereth will throw her grenade. She's doing the gas. That one she could not do. Then she would just skip a turn and you would get another round of grenades in. And now her last attack in the cycle after the gas will be another stop again. And after the stop, you will have a chance to... Actually, will at least skip 1 turn, but she has a chance to skip up to like 4 or 5 turns. And you hope, of course, that she skips as many that you need to kill her. In Muttski's case, I don't think he got enough Bravers in, especially since he did not get preemptive. So we will probably see another started cycle at the very least. So another laser attack. Here it comes. But on a limit for Muttski.
I was hoping we're gonna see a crit Braver, which is a really rare thing to happen, but very satisfying when you see it.
But hey, there's still RJ and Colin. Maybe they're on the crit front. So Genoa is dead. Nice.
Well done.
Unfortunately, Slots does not benefit from the Bravers here any further than the extra damage. In no slots, it's also it's a very nice coincidence. Coincidence, thank you. It's a very nice coincidence that we need the Bravers, or we can use the Bravers for damage, and we also need 8 Bravers to unlock Cross Slash on Cloud, which we use then later. But in slots, of course, in this category, we will have at that point already slots. Kate's limit, and we don't need Cross Slash. But of course, Bravers still great you for damage.
Yeah, and you saw Muttski picking up Ifrit. He's gonna be summoning for one fight in the prison.
Right, Colin is now going for his calm skip. Did he have any issues? Did someone pay attention? It takes quite a bit, right?
I don't think so. He's lagging. His stream's lagging quite a bit, though.
Yeah, unfortunately.
So much so that currently, as far as I can tell, the thing on the live stream is actually ahead of my broadcast.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't know. Maybe one of the moderation team want to reach out to Colin and
they know.
Where maybe he can fix it. Yeah, okay.
They know everything.
I don't know.
But he managed to get it. He got it, no problem.
Yep,
Nice.
he's through.
So everyone got through. That's amazing. I mean, to be fair, it would have been really unfortunate if one of the runners would have actually soft locked on calm skip. It's a very rare occurrence. Because of course the further you walk on the world map, the higher your danger value gets, and the higher is the chance to get an encounter. And since we are only riding on the Chocobo most of the time, which does not increase any danger value, there is not a lot of we don't have a lot of high danger value when running through the mountain, so it is very unlucky to get an encounter that early.
Yeah, the skip is optimized enough to raise as little as possible the danger value, but it's impossible to not raise it at all.
I believe everybody got 2 encounters on the way to Junon. That's average.
Yeah, that's average. That's good.
Oh, Colin did a thing.
He
RNG
got confused a bit.
I think he did. Well, it didn't cost an encounter, so it's fine.
Nice. Very good. And then with your new knowledge, you can watch Colin's bonus wall fight and rage if he does not get first try. It's 48%. Like, how could he not get it?
He can be like me and miss it 15 times in a row.
Goran definitely has a past of really unfortunate slot ends. Especially Demon's Gate loves him.
And carry armor as well. He likes to hate it at the start of the fight. Fun time.
He just wants to give you a hug.
Yeah.
So Muttski now on the way to Coral Mountains. This world map here is in theory manipulatable, but it is very inconsistent. You can manipulate it very consistently to a point where you get one encounter consistently, very late. But there is something about the turns and the bridge that makes you lose it. So all the way through getting no encounters is not really a thing. But
everyone's favorite enemy.
Yeah, the egg.
The egg.
Everyone loves the egg.
Yeah, quite ironically, it's actually mostly the fact that going on the bridge stops world map encounters that actually makes this part pretty much impossible to manip.
Yeah, the bridge is strange.
I think Colin is getting really bad on RNG. I think he missed all the poisons.
Oh, he missed. Oh, right. He has no MP anymore. Oh no, that is really bad.
I can't.
He might actually die here since Tifa is already dead. Did he save? No, he saved on calm skip probably, right? Ooh, this might end very bad.
He should still be fine, I think. Even if he misses everything.
I mean, Cloud dies now. Is Barrett? Can Barrett finish this off?
Maybe. So, I mean, I had these situations.
No, I think he's just killing himself. No, he threw a
he's
potion.
healing. Okay.
No, no. I think if he
At
just
least-
spams grenade, he's gonna get it.
At least
Slow
unlike
and steady.
Reno, Bottomswell cannot game over you by
Yeah.
bubbling you. Like his AI prevents him from bubbling when only one character is alive. So as long as he can keep Barrett alive, he will win. But it will still be... This will cost him a lot of grenades. He will definitely have to
There we go. Got it.
buy
got
more
it.
grenades, a few more. Ah, nice, he got it. He will definitely need to buy a few more grenades here.
Nice, congrats.
And he needs to be aware that Kate Sith, when he joins, will be a level lower now.
Yeah, it's kind of important for characters not to die. So
Yeah, so in-
Kate is gonna be lower level. It's gonna be a bit of an issue with HP for Akolong.
Right. So in this game, when a new character joins, his level depends on the average party level. And normally you want Kate Sith to join at level 14, but when character or more characters die at certain fights, like for example, if Cloud dies at Genova, I know for a fact that Kate Sith, that is already enough to have Kate Sith being one level lower on 13. Having two characters dead here on Bottomswell with Cloud and Tifa will probably for sure also be enough to have Kate on level 13. It's not a huge issue if you're aware, but you definitely need to be aware to back up appropriately.
RJ is getting close to Genova Burst now. Let's see if he can get preemptive.
Oh yeah, no, he will not get it. I would, if this would be a prediction, I would bet all my cookie channel points on he does not get it. This preemptive setup is way too tight, and he made a movement mistake. He did go bottom in Shinra HQ, like up the bottom stairs. Oh, he did not do a setup here, he just ran in.
He's YOLOing. Let's see if he got it.
Yeah, he might be able to save a step by doing that and possibly get it.
Yeah,
maybe.
but he's
I don't
already...
know.
It's not... It doesn't matter, because if he failed it, he's already on the wrong step. Like, even if he's on the right step ID, he can do the setup. And if he's on the wrong step ID, YOLOing this will not help him in any way, you know?
I guess.
Yeah, didn't get it. Unfortunate.
Muttski going for right arm steals.
Oh, he's stealing more right arms even. Oh, he
okay.
probably wanna... He
Or
probably
at
wanna
least-
be super safe on dying later.
I suppose. Maybe an incentive, I don't know.
Oh, he went for like, what, 5 steals and then runs away? That's a bit costly. But he has a huge lead, so he definitely can play a little bit smarter like that. Or like more safer. To invest a little bit of the lead. Did not pay off, unfortunately, for him now.
But yeah, right arm is very small chance to get, but it saves around, what, 30, 40 seconds on dying?
It saves 30 seconds to the second. And of course 4 Molotovs. And makes the fight extremely safe. Especially for a marathon run, a right arm has a lot of benefits. Did Colin buy more grenades now? He took a little bit extra time, but I did not see what he did.
Yeah, I didn't really see either. Also, I guess we're gonna find out the Genova.
Another miss
fight-
on stop
RJ
on Cloud.
RJ's fight is not going very well here. Not a single hit on Cloud so far.
Also, I guess it's worth mentioning that Red actually has the fastest grenade animation, and Aerith has the slowest.
I think Tifa is the fastest. Has she? Or is Red actually faster?
I think Red is the fastest.
Maybe Tifa is like, but Tifa is also very fast. Like Red and Tifa are the fastest. The fastest too. Yeah, while Aerith is pretty slow. Barrett is surprisingly fast too. Like he's not super fast, but he's faster than you would expect him to be. Cloud is actually one of the slower throwers, but you don't have the option to replace him anyway. You gotta live with it.
A bit risky here. Hopefully Tifa doesn't die.
It would not be the end of the world if Tifa would die here.
Yeah.
But it works out. Nice.
Nice. Well done.
So I guess for safety, RJ... Like, RJ is on a proper... No, he will probably pick up Ifrit. He must know that he's at least one step behind. So he will surely not get the next fight correctly, or like in 2 fights correctly. So he picks up Ifrit for the first fight in Coral Prison. I can explain that later a bit when he's there. Muttski entering Gold Saucer now. With a very nice fun track, right? That is definitely not getting annoying after 1 minute.
I mean, it's better than the General Parades, to be honest.
Yeah,
Parade. That's a bold one. That's a bold one.
I don't know, Parade annoys me more.
It's kind of when you... I think the Gold Saucer theme is great in a sense that when you're doing stuff in the Gold Saucer, it's nice background music. But if you listen to it, then it gets annoying really quickly.
It's just too happy.
It just repeats too fast.
Yeah.
Or rather, it sounds through it too similar.
I think my favorite loop in this game is Temple of the Ancients. I think that song never gets old.
Oh, that one is nice, yeah. An underdog track, I would say, is also Ancient City, the one. Like goes doo 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 doo.
As a bit of a distraction from the Gold Saucer, I suppose it's relevant to bring up the individual in the red shirt on RJ's screen who is going to be blown off of the hell pad.
Right.
The hell.
Look at RJ on the top right, on the hell pad. There is a red guy, and he flew away.
Whee!
Imagine being so lightweight that you get blown away by a helicopter.
By a helicopter.
They better keep that in the remake.
I hope they keep that in the remake. Maybe they can play someone with an umbrella who gets like yeeted up into the air when the helicopter comes and flies away.
That would be so silly, but a nice reference.
What game is this? It's a Final Fantasy. One of the ones.
I forgot which one.
Final Fantasy.
It's Final Fantasy VII.
I call it
now
V.
we get to meet the best character.
The what? Excuse me.
The best character.
The what? Excuse me.
The hero.
The hero. The savior.
Mio.
But everyone has been waiting for.
So I think
they got Kate. They're gonna be doing a little menu. Maybe not here, but on the desert. Either place. They're gonna be equipping Kate with a lot of materials to increase his magic.
That will
attack.
probably happen after desert, like before Aqualung. You need to heal up anyway for the fight.
If they're gonna use Ifrit, I think they're gonna do before, because otherwise.
Right. I'm not sure about if Ifrit needs it. I never use it.
I think so.
Yeah, he's gonna use Ifrit for the first encounter.
Yeah, but I don't know if Ifrit is too low without materia. Like, is Ifrit too weak without additional materia?
No, You have to put all the materials.
Oh, you have to. Okay.
And you still might miss the Q on the football.
Yeah, it's a damage roll.
Oh, it's still. Oh, still. Oh, damn. Okay. Yeah, even if I miss the good fight and I get the double thief fight, I rather fight the fight in weight and then throw a grenade on the thieves with Tifa and Cloud, and then the Molotovs with Kate with weight tricking a little bit. Saves me the Ifrit and works just as well. Just 2 more grenades.
Is there any chance you have like way too bad ATB and one of
No.
the thieves run away?
No, it works. If you don't mess up, it works. It's a little bit tight, but if you don't mess up, it works.
Mm-hmm.
So normally that fight RJ is getting here, he wanna normally have on the next screen, but he's too far behind because of that movement mistake in Shinra HQ. That is not an issue for his step route, because sometimes formations in the future of the run can change depending on, can entirely change depending on the screen you're getting an encounter at. So we want to always make sure to get our encounters on certain screens. In this case, though, it will not affect the step route except one fight, and that is the first fight when he enters Coral Prison later, instead of a 3 two-faced fight, which are these hopping balls that will heal you, which are very nice because they only counter, they don't actually do anything, and you can just Molotov them away, and they're nice kills for slots. Instead of that fight, he will get 1 two-faced and 2 bandits. The bandits are a lot more annoying because they don't die to 1 Molotov. They need a grenade and a Molotov, or in RJ's case, he will use Ifrit. But yeah, they need more attention, and you need to kill them fast too, because they will steal something from you, either a random item or money, and then run away from the fight. And running away not only means that they run away with your item or money, it also means that you miss a kill for Kate Sith. I don't think anyone mentioned it yet, but ultimately, in the grind later, we need to kill a total of 40 enemies with Kate Sith. Like, Kate Sith needs to do the death blow of 40 enemies to unlock the slots limit. That's why we will do a grind after the prison. But more about that at Mount Nibel, I guess.
Yeah, that's why we need Ifrit and equip magic and Aqualung and all this stuff. Molotov.
Yeah, Muttski's about to start doing that right now, actually.
Yeah, Muttski is about to summon Ifrit. Okay, he's, I guess, taking the safe route.
Isn't.
Oh, no?
No, it looks like he's just doing grenades and Molotovs instead.
Oh, I see.
No, he's
he's
throwing grenades to weaken them.
Yeah, that's a safe strat to make sure they die to Ifrit.
They both steal something, but they don't get a chance to run away because they will be dead.
So did he set materia, or was it enough to throw grenades? Oh, okay.
He throws grenades just to make sure.
I think he's just being really safe.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was smart to Molotov the.
Better safe than sorry.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Ifrit would have just killed regardless, like without any previous damage. But
Yeah, I think the two-faced is actually a damage roll, not the bandits. So the bandits always die. It's just the two-faced that can survive, and then it's a chance to counter hit, and then it can either heal you or damage you.
Oh, do the two-faced have a fire resistance or something?
No, they have a counter hit.
They're just they have like 400 HP, I think, or something. They just have a little too much HP.
Because the bandits should have more HP than the two-faced. The two-faced die to 1 Molotov. The bandits do not.
I think if the two-faced were damage rolls, we wouldn't do Ifrit like at all. I think it wouldn't be worth it.
I always remember two-faced being the issue, not the bandits.
Mm-hmm. And I'm not sure.
Okay, they have less. I think they have less HP, but higher. Oh, they have like 150 magic defense.
Oh, okay.
That's why. And Molotov is a physical attack, and Ifrit, of course, magic. That's why.
Interesting.
I personally also enjoy all FF games. Some more and some less. but most of them more.
Yeah, you have to be really careful with your words. So we don't start a war.
Yeah, no, I also got told to not slander other Final Fantasy games, so I will restrain from that.
Yeah, this really is all about loving Final Fantasy. So no civil wars. Even though the best game, no, just kidding.
But of course, chat, you are free to express your gratitude or well, mislike. Is mislike a word for Final Fantasy games?
I assume dislike.
Dislike is better, probably. Revenant Wings? I haven't even played Revenant Wings, really. I wonder, who of you guys has played Revenant Wings? FF12 Revenant Wings.
I did, and I rage quit.
It's a Game Boy game. I remember playing it as a kid and quitting after the first fight or two. Because it was like not at all like FF12 or, well, Final Fantasy game.
It's very strange, for sure. Or different, I should say.
And now we have just 10 Molotovs.
Yeah, these two-faced will always die to one Molotov, and they do not attack unless attacked.
Right, and they can do either one of two things. Either they heal your party, which is very nice, or they explode and kill your party, which is not so nice.
Yeah, and there is also a chance for them to not do anything at all.
And here Muttski is already going, of course, he kills because this is already the first part of the grind for slots. You notice that he always will make sure to kill all the enemies here with Kate Sith. Specifically, he will force a fight here. Because only on this screen he can get another two-faced fight. On the next two screens he would not get it anymore. And now he will throw 3 Molotovs with Kate for 3 more kills. Means he got a total of 9 kills already here in Coral Prison. Only 31 more to go. Meanwhile, Colin is going for his Genova preemptive. Is he the only one who will get it? We will see. He's actually going for a setup.
Rage.
I think he overstepped a little bit. I'm not too sure though.
Let's see if he can get it.
I'm not.
Be really nice.
I'm not knowledgeable about the stairs, step route and setup, so can't tell. But we'll see.
I think he knew he overstepped and just did like right instead of right and left bonk, but I'm not.
Oh, he tried to
sure.
correct a bit. Okay.
Yeah, maybe. If he's
Usually
doing,
have a lot of leeway with stairs, but yeah. Let's see if he got it.
Please.
Yes, he got it. Nice.
Nice.
Colin, the
Very
hero.
well done. The hero.
behind you.
And now you see it actually properly. One grenade with Cloud, Genova turns around, but that's only
Unfortunate.
visual. Oh, he doesn't have a limit. Oh,
Yeah,
no,
Cloud died the bottom
right.
swell.
He had the bad bottom swell fight. Too sad. Too sad. Has the preemptive, but can't actually use it. So normally we haven't seen it in any of the runners, unfortunately, but normally a nicely executed Braver here on the preemptive deals around 600 damage in one hit, which is massive.
Definitely save some grenades and speed up the fight a lot.
Yeah. So Muttski approaching Dine here. Unfortunately, without his right arm, he wanted to steal. So what Muttski tried earlier there on the bridge, on the bump, he tried to steal an item called right arm. It's a little bit of a weird translation. I think it's originally called, it's the bomb soul or so for this game.
It specifically bombs right arm.
Yeah, right. But I think it's later, the same item is later translated with bomb, like soul of bomb or bomb soul or something.
Maybe.
Normally, yeah. Anyway, normally the right arm, it would deal massive physical damage to all enemies. It's basically it's the best area throw item. Is it? Is there a better one?
I don't know.
For area, I think it's it would deal around 1,300 damage, which is enough to kill Dine in one go.
Isn't Dragon Fang better, or no?
I'm sorry?
Isn't Dragon Fang a little bit better, or no?
Probably.
Dragon Fang is definitely, but isn't Dragon Fang lightning
Dragon Fang
element?
is there. I mean, yeah, it might be weird because of elements, but I think just for raw power, it probably is a bit better.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, okay. Makes sense.
Muttski got a really nice fight. He also got a miss, so which makes the fight pretty much safe.
Right. Also, normally the Dine fight without the right arm, one-shotting him is 4 Molotovs consistently. And Dine also is a scripted fight. He will always do the same things, depending on his HP. But since we're throwing the Molotovs, he will always do the same things with very little variety. And in the end, he can either counter, like he can either do a death attack, a final attack, where he's using another Molotov cocktail. But it's about a 50-50 apparently. And Muttski did not get it, so that's great. Saves 10 seconds.
I don't know if anyone is going for the world map manipulation for Harpy.
I would guess no. Since I'm not sure if anyone actually took the time to test around with Ace's browser timer, and like it's a little bit of a even though you can do a simplified version, of course, and going for the old CC skip way and re-entering Gold Saucer and manipulate from there. But normally what we do now, Ace made a nice simple browser timer that is set up so that it matches the in-game timer of the game on console, at least rather precisely, at least for, let's say, 2 minutes or so. Enough so that we can start the timer, lining it up with our menu in-game time, and then we have basically a external in-game time in our browser and can manipulate the world map with it coming out after the Chocobo racing. Because normally you leave a field onto the world map from a trigger, right? So you can open the menu, and like the other world map manips, you can open the menu, look at your time, and leave at a specific in-game time. You cannot do this here because you leave onto the world map from a character selection screen that does not have in-game time. So we need that external timer to manipulate it.
I don't think Colin got the extra grenade. He's spamming attacks, so this is a bit of trouble. Hopefully she dies soon.
Oh, he did not go for extra grenades? Oh.
No, he doesn't have any.
Ooh, that is scary. Genova, if you run out of grenades, Genova can get really, really scary. It's a... I think a lot of people are not aware how powerful Genova actually can be, because she's a somewhat consistent fight. Since we can throw grenades all the time, if set up correctly, but our characters without grenades are really underpowered.
Okay,
but he got it.
He got it.
Nice.
Also, RJ's summoning Ifrit without like any save strat. Let's see if he got the damage roll. Should be fine.
Oh, he didn't get it.
Oh no.
Two-Face survived. Oh, and it.
Oh, the counter attack.
That means RJ will be 1 hit low. He needs to
another world map encounter.
Yeah, so this is very, very unfortunate, since the stab route we use currently has exactly 40 kills in it that we from this point on. So, and that Two-Face not dying means at the end, if he would not get a backup kill somewhere on the world map, he would end up at 39 kills and not get slots. So he needs to force another encounter on the world map, an extra one. We already get an extra one, and he needs to get an extra one.
Muttski is doing Chocobo race. Yes, you can place your bet who's gonna come on second.
White lightning.
I'm going with Steve Urpo this time.
Oh, it's gonna be a close race.
Gotta be pink, huh? Oh, it's gotta be white. Oh, it's gotta be pink. Oh, it's gotta be pink. So close.
Okay, they can redeem themselves in other 2 runs.
So I didn't see, but I think Muttski's Kate Sith is 14, right? So he should not have any problems with the
yeah, if
setup.
everybody survived. Yeah, if everyone lived, or if one person only died, it's fine.
He's 12. Wait, was it 12 and 13 and not 13 and 14? Maybe, but he's low level. Either way, I think. So I'm pretty sure he needs to be careful here with his harpy setup.
Oh,
he's
yeah,
full of
he's lower.
Yeah, he's full of materia, so this is very scary. Might die.
I'll maybe remove the materials and it may be safe. Because if he gets the harpy, he cannot really kill it with Kate Sith.
Yeah, so what Muttski is doing now, we want 2 fights here in the desert. There are only 2 fights, so that's nice. A harpy fight and a flappy fight. He hopes to get a harpy fight here now first. Because a harpy will do... that's unfortunate, a flappy fight. He will have to flee that.
Didn't he grab Ram?
Oh, he uses Rama.
No,
Okay.
no, this is actually good. This is actually
He
good.
uses, yeah, he uses Rama.
Oh, okay. So I thought he didn't grab it. So that's one good thing about avoiding Ifrit. If you never grab Ifrit, we can just equip Remo here. Since we need to do it anyway, just in case.
If you actually do the manip, you don't even need to pick Ramuh.
Yeah.
Since the manip also involves preemptive flap bits, so...
You still pick Rama and equip it for magic.
No. You can totally skip it.
I think
Because
you
you
can
get the
low
harpy.
roll. I think you can low roll on the grasshoppers and Mount Nebel.
And the
if they have
Tifa.
bad magic. The Tifa killers.
I've seen low.
Doesn't Ramuh and Ifrit give you the same magic?
Oh, if you have Ifrit, you mean? Yeah, of
Yeah,
course.
yeah,
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. I've seen like a low roll on all 3 grasshoppers. It was really unfortunate.
Yeah, luckily we got the harpy.
Kate
Yeah, so
Sith
from
is
the harpy
still-
here, we want to learn Water
Yeah.
Lung now. Our first enemy skills.
I think Kate Sith is gonna die here.
Yeah. Well, I think Muttski is
Maybe
not
not.
aware.
Or maybe not. I forgot the HP ranges.
Oh, actually, that's funny though.
No, it's fine. It's
Did I get the levels completely wrong?
I
Gotta
think
look that
I think we got the HP ranges wrong. I forgot it. It's actually from like 380 to 410 or something like that. And he was 437, so he was actually super safe. His levels are fine.
Yeah,
he
now
didn't
we got Aqualung. And we are now re-entering the gold saucer and exiting it to normalize our position to a specific coordinate because we are now going to be doing Cosmo Canyon skip.
Oh yeah.
So, this
Like
is a
three
thing.
doors.
So you will notice that Muttski tries to stay on cardinal directions here. He will not do any diagonal inputs anymore. You also see the buggy a little bit, well, like stuttering. That is because he's leaving and re-entering the buggy constantly every few steps. That is to avoid encounters, since I'm actually not sure what happens.
Your
save
fractions get reset.
Oh,
every
your
time.
fractions get reset. Okay, yeah. So since your fractions get reset on the world map, you don't build up as much danger value. So you can go a few steps without building up any danger value.
Yeah,
And now
RJ
he will
actually
go-
did-
and
He actually
now-
discovered a backup plan. But yeah, here is the CC skip now. He's gonna
Yeah.
save for safety. You
So
have only
now
one
we're-
try.
Yeah, we're going to be going to a very specific coordinate. It's this position is very specific that we're going to, such that we can't entirely tell that we're at there with visual cues alone, which is why we've done this kind of movement that we've been doing. I think
You got it. Nice.
yeah, nice. So
Nice.
for reasons that I think I understand, but don't entirely know that I understand, if you exit and get back in the buggy at a very specific coordinate under a particular set of conditions, the breakdown trigger does not affect the buggy when you cross over it. And so the buggy fails to break down, and so we can use it to cross the river after Cosmo Canyon and simply ignore it.
So for those
Well,
people who are not, who just to pick up the people that are not even sure what this is about. Normally, in order to force the player into Cosmo Canyon, when you try to drive past Cosmo Canyon, your buggy will break down. You don't need to trigger that. You can also just go by yourself into Cosmo Canyon and finish the events there. But if you try to get past Cosmo Canyon and you hit the trigger, your buggy will break down. And you are forced into Cosmo Canyon because there is a river coming up where only the buggy can cross, but you cannot use it anymore. And this is the trigger we bypass with the Cosmo Canyon skip.
Also, RJ got a crit, so he had to heal, so that's a correct decision.
CC skip saves like 15 to 18 minutes or something around that.
What is Cosmo Canyon? It's a canyon and a Cosmo. Cosmo Canyon.
Oh, Muttski got a damage roll.
A bit unfortunate, but a grenade is doing it for him. So Muttski now deep into the rather it's the start of the actual slots grind. From this point on, he will kill every single fight, and even force a few more fights before Materia Keeper, in order to learn slots. And then, well, then the magic happens.
Yeah, then it's where the run actually begins.
That is when we win the game.
Mm-hmm.
To be fair, it feels like the run ends there when you run it, because everything is so scary until there, with lots of variety and time losses, and after Materia Keeper it's, well, slots, and then more slots.
Don't gamble, guys.
It's not good for you. Let's see how bad it is later. To
Might
rely on slots.
Over. Haha. Sorry.
So how are the others doing? RJ, of course, just passed 9. He will go for his Harpy and his flat beats. Keep in mind, RJ is down a kill, so he needs to force another fight on the world map. Colin is stuck for me.
Yeah,
He's in a cutscene as well, the flashback.
Colin's internet is very not doing well. So, yeah. Yeah, we're going to go...
In Muttski's game, this is the most RNG fight, I will say, because the twin brains can stare down Kate Sid, and
that is
it's about to happen.
Yeah, those
this is really
aliens.
unfortunate.
Those
This
aliens can cast a stare something, and it will paralyze the
down.
character. Stare down, and it will. Or is it stop? Stop or paralyze?
It's a thing that stops you.
Yeah.
It's really annoying.
It runs
Tries a
out
lot of
with
time.
time, but you need to wait it.
Especially since ATB is on wait as well. I believe it affects it as well.
Yeah.
It's annoying, bad, and no one likes it.
If you have solo Kate Sid, which is usually optimal here, it can be actually a little bit dangerous, depending on ATBs and stuff.
I think everyone on the right mind does not want to have solo Kate Sith at this point already. Like, I will always make sure to have Cloud alive still.
Yeah. I think
this
solo
point.
Kate Sid is there.
But after that
Quite
fight, Yeah, but after that fight, like ideally, in a perfect world, Cloud dies in the last fight, so that Kate Sith goes solo into the Materia Keeper fight.
Yeah, sometimes the Grezza can kill Cloud, which is annoying, but they have both characters alive here, which for marathon safety for sure.
Muttski even heals everyone up. Okay, he's taking it super safe.
Yeah, for this bit, we're going between 3 different fields in order to basically control which encounter. To have some influence over which encounters we get, to avoid bad ones, or to just get good fights, and basically to most optimally get our 40 kills. And that's why we went all the way back to the beginning there in order to get that 3 fight.
You want to have a race prediction, chat? I don't know. It's way too early to predict anything. There can still happen everything. Everything bad, everything good. There is nothing set. One single slot miss can cost you 5 to 10 minutes, depending on where.
I think the worst one is actually right at the end at say for Sephiroth. It's like what, 15 minutes time loss?
Yeah, that is really bad, yeah.
Probably, yeah.
There are a couple pretty bad ones. Like a couple really bad ones, but also a couple pretty bad ones, like failing slots on Hojo needs to get you, or like dying to Hojo needs to get you through all the cutscenes again.
I actually do want to bring something up. Habakima name in chat says that double lapis is a thing. Actually, in slots in particular, if you have a limit break on Kate coming into carry armor, double lapis isn't a thing you need to be worried about. It's really arm grab.
Right, it's because what I explained earlier, limits always have priority. And double lapis is like 2 lapis lasers in a row. And since slots is a limit and has limit priority, he can only do 1 lapis laser, and then even if you would have another lapis laser queued in, the slots would always have priority and kill him.
Assuming you actually get the lapis laser off in time, or the slots off in time.
You will always, like, if you...
Which isn't that hard to do, I guess.
Yeah.
I think Muttski has to... no, this is the last encounter before he gets slots.
Yeah. Last one incoming now. He's safe.
He's setting up.
You want to set it? You want to get it really, really safe. I'm not actually sure why he's safe. He has all 3 characters alive. There is like 0 chance he can die here, but it is scary if you have Kate Sith solo here. Like if you get bad starting ADB and all these enemies attack Kate and maybe 1 or 2 are critting you, it can get really scary.
I guess only if he like gets trined and then misses lots or something like that, but it's a very specific situation.
So yeah, we should now have our 40th kill on this fight.
So Muttski is doing his menu for slots, and then
I saw transform level up.
RJ barely surviving the Colin encounter.
Got us that little... Yep, we got slots.
Hey guys, it's time. Focus on Muttski. The first slots is coming in.
There are a few fights that are actually forgiving if you miss slots. This is one of them.
Not bad in this situation, absolutely not. And? There we go. No, too early. Oh. Confirmed too early. I had an issue actually yesterday.
First time box.
Yeah, it's always better to hit later frames than early ones.
Yeah. So the first 2 reels each have I think it was a 7-frame window to no, it's actually more. The first 2 have more, but the third reel is a little bit special. Nice, the second one hit. There we go. Game over.
Nice backup.
First one in. The third reel is a little bit special in a sense of you need to confirm. Maybe we should explain how slots works at first. Maybe one of you wants?
I can try to explain, but yeah, basically the slots always start at the same reel, so you can always know the timings of each reel. So there is no RNG involved at all, only at the last one. But There is a thing called Evil Flag, which we can manipulate to avoid it by double tapping the last reel. So everyone knows, or some of the people know, the ton strats. That's basically what we do. So we do ton, and the last reel. So we avoid Evil Flag. That's kinda in short, without going fully in depth.
Right. Normally the game would limit you heavily on the use of game over, because what slots is actually doing, for those who are not aware, it will kill all enemies in the fight, no matter what. There are only, I guess 2 enemies in the game I can think of, or maybe 3, that you cannot immediately kill with slots, technically. One would be Bizarro Sephiroth Core, but since game over will kill the body, it does not matter. Another one would be Ruby Weapon before he put his arms into the sand, because he's immune. And the third one might be the magic pots in Northern Crater.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure about those.
Yeah, those as well.
Yeah, but other than that, game over will... Ooh.
RJ missed the...
Oh, did RJ run into Cosmo Canyon?
Yeah, he saved though, so he's good. He's fine.
Alright, you can try it again. But yeah, slots will kill every enemy, no matter what, immediately. And because that is, of course, very powerful, the game makes sure that you cannot freely use that to your liking. It's doing that by ignoring your right timing on the last reel and roll over to the next option, which is a star in that case. But by confirming your input before the game rolled over, basically closing the slots window before it rolled over to the next one, the game has not the time to readjust to the new input and still gives you the game over. So it's basically just a 100% consistent timing related thing.
Also, RJ there not doing his buggy skips frequently enough and getting into a fight by letting an encounter check happen. Also,
did he
get an extra fight, RJ?
Sure. I think he fought the beach plugs. I think I saw beach plugs. I'm not 100% sure. But he will also need to go into Shinra Manor now. It's a backup, so he can increase his danger value to be the same as before.
Oh yeah, because of the soft reset.
Soft reset, yes.
Yeah, soft resetting the game preserves your step ID, but it does not preserve your danger value. Your danger value gets reset back to 0. And different fields increase your danger at different rates, and it just so happens that the Shinra Mansion is a pretty high danger rate field, whereas Mount Nebel is a pretty low danger rate field. And so in order to hit the encounter that we actually want to hit, sort of the opposite of what we usually want to do, we need to run around a bit in the Shinra Mansion to boost up our danger a bit and make sure that we hit the encounter we want to hit instead of going right underneath it.
Yeah, this makes the Mount Nebel fight very tight, like to reach Mount Nebel in time. So he will have to do really good movement here.
But RJ did not low roll, at least.
Another thing...
Might be a level ahead, since he killed extra.
Oh, he might, yeah.
The evil flag for 3 faces is 1 in 64 to actually hit the 3 face.
Yeah, and it depends on in-game time. So technically, if you would time it with your in-game time correctly, you could get natural game overs. But that would be very time intense.
Mm-hmm.
It's always a bit scary when the evil flag activates. You're
actually,
not really prepared for it.
Archer is really smart. Since he killed the extra beach plug fight, he's 2 fights up. Like he made up for 1, and was 2 up, so he can flee this fight.
Oh, that's very smart. It feels weird fleeing from fights on Mount Nebel. Feels like you're doing something wrong.
What stream are we actually listening to? Muttski? Oh yeah, right. The nice music here. One of the best tracks in the game for sure, in my opinion.
Let's see how RJ encounter goes.
Agreed.
Oh, he got really good RNG.
Oh, that was
That's what
great.
you want.
Although RJ is also looking like his setup here looks exactly how it should be, pretty much, with Kate and Cloud being alive. And no, but he also takes it safer and heals Cloud up too. Normally you would not heal Cloud and you hope that he dies, but of course it's a marathon run. It makes sense to make sure Cloud is taking a punch or be able to take a punch.
Muttski is having his break. It's at 30 seconds unskippable text. So.
It's a bit more even
Plus,
since there's an FMV after.
Yeah, exactly. Even FFV.
It's like 1 minute or something. And then right after the fight, there's another minute and a half, I think.
Yeah,
of break.
armor.
I think this game is really well with breaks. So like each hour you get like what 30 to 1 minute, 30 seconds to 1 minute a break. So it's really nice.
Yeah, we definitely lost a nice break of like what I think 2 minutes or over 2 minutes in Cosmo Canyon. But fortunately here in Rocket Town we have one.
Yeah, the problem with doing skips is that we skip breaks.
Please never find a live stream skip, thank you. That break is like the best one.
Oh yeah, that one is over 3 minutes, I think. Almost 3.5 minutes or so.
As it's currently going right now, it's not looking like it's gonna happen, but you never know.
Don't jinx it. Kuma might be on it already tomorrow.
So RJ on his last 2 fights before learning slots himself. Let's see if he gets his first try on Materia Keeper.
Colin is on Dine at the moment.
Yeah, so Dine here, he will always start with a needle gun. Then he will do another needle gun depending on if you got a first strike before he does something or not. If you get a first strike, he will then do an S-mine immediately. Otherwise, he's doing needle gun, then needle gun S-mine. And his last action would then be a needle gun with a Molotov cocktail. And he did not counter. Nice. Another 10 seconds safe. So Muttski here on Palmer, and RJ is almost a Materia Keeper. So on Palmer, we do not have a limit, so we need to wait for Kate to get one. Which can take a little bit, unfortunately, since all 3 characters are alive. Normally at this point, if you want to go for a good time, if you optimize, you definitely want to have Kate sit here be the only one being alive. But it's of course very risky because Palmer is potentially dealing over half of HP of Kate's max HP. So 1 failed slots will result into a game over. And Palmer is not very nice here to Muttski, focusing on better than Cloud, showing Muttski how it's supposed to be with them being dead.
Yeah, still keeping himself alive though, just for safety.
Nice. Muttski got his game over. And here comes RJ, getting his limit now. And first, boom. Nice.
Nice.
RJ. 2 runners are in the slots fun. And Colin will soon be too. So Muttski on his nice break here now. On the lengthy auto scroller. RJ on the way to Rocket Town. Not doing a water manipulation here. You can get a nasty pincer here, like where RJ is on the way to Rocket Town. You can get a bad pincer. You can, luckily in slots, we have the luxury of having Aqualung. So the pincer is not as annoying as he is in other categories. RJ thinking that twice if you really want to sacrifice his only high potion to fill up Kate full, but he takes it. He will buy more. So now in Rocket Town, Muttski already did it, of course, but RJ is going for his big consumables menu. He will run into the shop. He will sell a couple things, and most notably, everyone who likes who is a completionist and loves collecting everything, look away now, because you will see RJ selling all his materia, even the ones that are. Look at this. Even those.
Also, we're also setting up the guild, so for the disc 2 in middle, so we leave at specific guild number.
Right.
I suppose RJ had to do a bit of an adjustment there, possibly after getting, I guess, different AP, because I think Beach Plugs would give a lot less AP than the fights he actually took, than the fights he was supposed to take, so he might have had to do a bit of an adjustment to get a bit more gil.
Maybe I did not see exactly what he bought, but he did not get a TS bomb apparently, right? Since he went down to...
He has 2 TS bombs.
Oh, he has 2 TS bombs?
I don't know how, but he does.
Then he has way too low gil if you want to use both of them.
He's probably not going to use them, I guess, if he doesn't have the gil.
Yeah, if he like right now he's like at 5,200 gil, which is fine if you don't have any TS bombs.
Yeah, on those. Yeah, as a bit of an explanation, on the Icicles fights later in the run, usually the strat is to use slots on them, which would kill the Icicle and all 4 bats that are with the Icicle. However...
And he died, but he has Cloud of Life.
Oh, that's
the stress, though.
Yeah, that's why you keep someone alive there, right. At least if you want to be safe.
For the marathon, that was very smart. Normally optimal would be, of course, as sad that you have only Kate Sith alive here at this point to get the fast limits. But that also means if you're really that unlucky as Muttski is here, also another fight, nice, right before entering. That feels great. And you get a Choco card, and Kate Sith dies here as the only character. You're game over, just like that.
But yeah, it's really unlucky for what happened to him, because you need to get that thing.
But I guess it's annoying because Cloud is still alive.
It's really unlucky to get that encounter, plus they need to use the Death Joker thingy, plus it needs to hit, so he got all the bad RNG he could possibly get.
Yeah, I like to resurrect Barret there, so Cloud stays dead for the next cutscene, the showcase battle.
Yeah, I do not really pay attention to the splits, but from feeling, I would say RJ is definitely closing up slowly to Muttski. Not sure if anyone of you has
been about even. It's been a bit even since RJ missed CC skip like a minute.
Oh yeah, of course that hurt a bit. Colin here also going for Rama with the flap beats. I completely forgot that you can use Rama on the flap beats since usually you manipulate the Harpy and have Aqualung anyway. Oh, also a very nice thing here at Muttski. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say we're about to enter the hardest fight in the game.
Oh yeah, you wanted to say too. Yeah, right. This is great. Watch Muttski, guys. You know, here Dio wants to give Cloud the keystone, but only if he proves his worth in the arena. And this is what he gets. Oh, unfortunately. Ah, no. Of course. Ah, this is bad. Oh, Muttski. Why don't you have Barrel alive? Why do you have Cloud alive? But still, he runs away. Immediately.
Yeah, when Cloud is really funny.
Yeah, we got the no slots version.
Yeah. Normally ideal if you have both characters dead except Katesith. Cloud would be dead here, and the fight would just end immediately. Cloud would spawn dead in the arena fight.
Yeah, just lying on the floor.
Colin is getting a really bad luck at the moment. He got triple flat beats in a row.
Triple, ouch.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the game specifically makes it so that if you get a normal encounter, the next encounter is less likely to be the same encounter that you just got. In this case, it's a 50-50 chances whether you get harpies or flat beats. And after you get a flat beats, it's a 75% chance to get a heartbeat and a 25% chance to get flat beats. So getting 3 flat beats in a row is basically like losing 5 coin flips in a row. And there we got it.
Nice.
And Colin also having easily enough HP to survive that Aqualung. That's the only real concern here. Also, the way the Harpy works, the Harpy will either start, like the sequence of attacks the Harpy will do, is it will do a Poison Shower, then a normal attack, and then the Aqualung. But it is random if the Harpy starts at the Poison Shower or at the normal attack. So normally you hope that the Harpy will do a normal attack, because then you know the next attack is already the Aqualung. Otherwise, it takes a bit longer.
Colin got the Aqualung. He's gonna head for the CC skip now.
Right, Colin CC skip. Clench your fists for Colin. So again, Colin tries to have only cardinal movement here. That is because any diagonal movement would change his exact position. Like it's all about, I want to say it again, subpixels.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
And in order to maintain these very precise last few pixel values, he cannot do diagonals, and he cannot touch any of the mountains or any walls, because that would also slide him off and change his pixel alignment. But we need this exact pixel alignment.
He was really close to a wall there on the ledge.
Yeah, but this should be fine.
Yeah.
He went way too far up, but...
For reference, the buggy moves 90 units per frame, and we need to get to a position that is exactly 1 unit wide on the x-axis. So we need to be on exactly coordinate 86,016, I believe.
Nice.
And there we go.
Nice.
Very nice. Congrats, Colin.
Very good.
He did the quote-unquote backup, which is also used as a setup to go like one further up and then just exit the buggy.
Yeah, there's a couple of variations to that setup there, but it's still very precise no matter what you want to do.
Mm-hmm.
RJ got a clean fight. No trolls.
Oh, RJ got his slots in. Nice. Colin going into his slots grind now. His main grind. He did not miss any kills so far, I think. So he's nicely on track.
And yeah, to be clear, the buggy, to respond to GDI in chat, yeah, the buggy usually does break down there, and the thing that we did made it not break down and let us pass the trigger without it breaking down. And it's not so much that we bypass it, we go straight through the trigger and we go into the trigger, but we do so in a way that makes it so that the trigger activates and its script runs, but it doesn't result in the buggy being broken down.
Since we have a little bit of time now, we can also maybe talk about the old CC skip. because this way of doing it was not the first one we actually had. There was the first, like, CC Skip actually has a pretty somewhat long history. For the longest time, CC Skip was considered a TAS only strat and was also a little bit gate kept. But when it became public, it was for a while a TAS only strat because what was happening in the old strat was we were glitching out Cloud in a way with a Chocobo that would preserve Cloud states as being on the Chocobo, kinda. And then, without getting a fight, because that would reset Cloud state, without getting a fight, going all the way from the Gold Saucer to Cosmo Canyon, where when you then leave the buggy, Cloud's Chocobo state would break, but the Chocobo state, and then you go over the trigger, but the Chocobo state would basically collide with the Cosmo Canyon trigger, and it would produce some kind of paralyze dodge that lets you drive further. You can, in that version, you could not get out of your buggy anymore after that, because that would cause the buggy to break down, but it was still enough. You can still stay in the buggy until you're at Nibelheim, and there was enough. The way that worked was that you run back, like you get the buggy, you catch a Chocobo. With the Chocobo, you run into the desert next to Gold Saucer. Then you unmount the Chocobo, which puts Cloud into that glitch state, and that glitch state needs to make it without getting an encounter to Cosmo Canyon, which was basically impossible. That is such a long distance. You could be the luckiest person in the world and would still not get it. That was TAS only, literally. But then, that was also around the point where we learned more about the world manipulation and how to manipulate it further than just the initial manipulation, like going onto the world map with pixel-precise movement. And when that came around, the old CC Skip became RTA viable. And the whole chain of events worked like this. You got your buggy, you left Gold Saucer, you would park your buggy and catch a Chocobo, or you would first, at least for no slots, you would force a beach plug encounter and learn Big Guard. Then you would chain a world manipulation with a Chocobo and a Harpy fight, where you would learn Aqualung and catch a Chocobo in one go. And then with your newly caught Chocobo, you would do the sequence I just told you earlier. And that was the old CC Skip. It was a very long, very precise, because you needed to move pixel perfectly with your buggy through the whole world map up to Cosmo Canyon Skip. One pixel less or more moved, and you would have messed it up, and it would have been over. It was a really, really tough thing. Not a lot of runners actually went for it, but that was only around for, I want to say, 2 months or so, maybe 3, because then
that was around for quite a while actually. That was like,
was it actually?
I think you did one of your runs in like August of 2020, and new CC Skip was definitely February 2021.
Oh, still some, okay, yeah. But anyway, then the legendary mystical Kuma TV appeared and thought there must be a better way to do that. And he messed around with it just the way he messed around with Kamskip later, and found the version we do now, where you basically just go there having cardinal directions, and you line up exactly with the beach at first to adjust your wall position precisely, and then some precise pixels on the trigger itself, and the result is what you just saw 3 times earlier.
I guess to be clear, Kuma didn't find the entire thing. He basically showed us a clip he had of him being able to go over the trigger without being able to explain why, and it was actually the work of a couple of people, including myself and a runner named Misuto, that and I think Diesel helped as well. I don't
remember. Mizuto was the one finding the beach.
Yeah,
I think right.
I think both Mizuto and I found. I don't know which of us found that first. I think I remember having that idea or something. We definitely both helped find it. I definitely didn't find the setup to get it consistently over the trigger though.
Yeah, I think that was Kuma. Then the actual pixel on the. I remember I made the backup. Like I made the one where you go one further up, so you.
Yeah, definitely that was you.
Double thing, yeah. But Kuma found the other one where you go one pixel left and one pixel up.
I don't know if he did or not. All I know is that Misuto showed that to me.
But if you wanna do more shoutouts, of course, about CC Skip, I also want to shout out, of course, Brutal Speed, who was the one who initially found the first method with Chocobo.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and also a big shout out, of course, to Luspel and Miesbaker, who actually did the challenge that Brutal Speed put on the community a long time ago, including 2 consoles, run with 2 consoles, to actually get the skip from Brutal Speed.
Yeah, that was an interesting time. Then Luzville has a video on that if you are interested in how we and sort of how we learned about CC Skip.
Oh, also Colin here, going for his first slots.
He's having really bad luck with MK. Just doesn't want to hit Kate at all.
Looks like Cloud has to die first.
I think Material Keeper is
sending
a message.
He has to die first.
Oh my.
Oh, it missed.
And the miss. Oh my god. That's... Okay.
Oh,
okay,
there we go. Alright. Not even killing him, you know. At this point, you know. I would have had... Oh no,
that's not good.
Too early on the second one. One thing it's cool to mention, the run of slots before Cosmo came and Skip, we used to not have... Oh, sorry.
It should be fine.
Yeah, it should be fine.
Yeah, if he can heal himself, he can survive, no problem.
Okay, that looks good for a backup. Is he in front row? He takes so much damage.
Yeah, he is in front row.
That's really scary.
Not normal damage. Yeah, if he did half combo, I think he will be dead.
Nice.
Okay, he got it. Nice.
Nice
recovery.
Yeah, I was gonna mention that actually. Before we used to unequip all the Material on Kate and use him on front row. So if Material Keeper decided to crit, it was just game over. So it was a more risky threat before CC Skip.
Yeah, I guess he just forgot to put him into back row.
Also,
I don't think there is
one of the hardest screens in the game.
Oh yeah, a lot of people have issues with that one. It's also one of the longest screens in the game, I want to say.
Yeah.
I like to hold L1.
Maybe one or 2 fractions behind, but Muttski is solid on step route at this point. Now you will see him do 5 steps.
Colin's actually doing that, or apparently he wasn't doing the manip, but he was at least doing the movement for the manip, which is, I don't know, kind of weird. I didn't see if Colin went to the world map on a specific IGT, so maybe he just missed an IGT or something.
Oh, okay.
But he did the movement for that you would do for the manip without apparently doing the manip itself, so I don't know.
Maybe just expecting low encounters anyway.
You usually only get 1 encounter, if you get an encounter at all. It's just that 1 encounter could potentially be a dangerous pincer. That is usually why you do the manip.
Mm-hmm. Getting the pincer there is awful. But yeah, I like to hold L1 during the whole tempo screen, first screen. Just makes the movement easier for me.
Apparently RJ plans to do a manip for Rocket Town, but he just missed. His IGT sheet ended just before his IGT when he actually got there.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Basically, all these manips are basically independent of each other. Like, the only thing that we can do is make a sheet with all the IGTs in a certain range that will work for a certain manip. And so we do that. But that means that if you aren't within that range, you don't have a manip. And this has been less of a problem recently because we've developed automated tools to simulate the world map to generate these manips. That was definitely much more of a problem back when you could only generate manips by actually trying out different IGTs on an emulator.
What are the odds that we get RJ and Muttski racing on the same fight at the same moment is a question.
I don't know.
I don't know either. It's I guess we will see. There is definitely a chance, I would say. I cannot say how high the chance is, but it can happen.
Yeah, Muttski would have to miss his lots for that to happen, I think.
He already did one time.
I guess
not
like
punish him too much, but we'll see.
Yeah, miss and reset, save or something.
Missing slots can really get into your head a bit.
Right, I just wanted to say the same thing. Like, it's also a confident issue, at least for me, and pretty sure some people can relate. When you miss it, even in practice, like when you do some warm-up slots before you want to do a run, and suddenly you miss one or two, you're like, oh man, maybe I should not go for that run. Rip. But then in the run, it's of course worse. You miss one slot and suddenly your confidence drops. Like, oh man,
especially at the end.
Might miss two.
Yeah, the final boss rush is very unforgiving.
It's really nerve-wracking as well. One slot and it's all over.
And we also have two nice fights coming up here for Muttski very soon that can definitely cause a little bit of issue if you're unlucky, including crits and some unfortunate things.
Shoutouts to Demon's Gate.
Shoutouts to the second boss that can just kill you with initials DG in 2 runs.
He also drops rocks on you, both of them.
Yeah.
So
Muttski's taking the safety save.
Yeah, taking it safe there. Red Dragon is normally not a scary fight. Even if you miss slots, you can definitely get backups in as long as Cereth and Cloud are still alive. But
does need to feel the limit on the Red Dragon, so
yeah, better be safe than sorry. Does Muttski have a limit?
No.
No.
He needs to feel it.
Yeah. Also, I want to take a moment, of course, to do a quick shout out to the relay itself and the Final Fantasy community, if I can. That is an amazing event here, and a lot of people enjoyed it. A lot of people worked on it. Definitely big shout out to all the people involved, and thank you for enjoying this. This is the big finale, and I hope we can finish strong. Definitely team close race here.
Definitely, it's a shame It's a shame that I couldn't have watched more of it. I've been busy with college for the past while. But I'm glad I could find the time to be here now.
I didn't see if RJ got the limit.
Let me think. No, I didn't see RJ's world map. But we'll see it in the next fight.
There is a deadly pincer you can get in that forest, but we hope nobody gets. You can actually survive it, but it wastes minutes and minutes.
The pincer in the forest?
Yeah, the berserk one.
That one should be game over in slots, right? It's right.
You can survive it, but
Must be really unlikely. I mean, I'm pretty sure you can maybe if your characters focus a little bit.
Yeah, it depends. It depends on the enemy your characters are focusing.
But even in no slots, it can be a little bit of a tough call. It's definitely a huge time loss. So what happens for everyone who's wondering, in the forest, in the surrounding forest around the temple, there is an especially nasty pincer fight with I forgot how they're called, Fury or something. They have a weird name, these bugs. They can berserk characters and with their normal attacks, and they will. And at that point, since it's a pincer and you don't have any control over your characters suddenly anymore, you need to wait until your characters fought themselves out of the fight to at least clearing one side so you can flee. In no slots, you at least have a little bit more potent characters at this point. With actually, you don't anymore. With Tifa, you had, but the current one isn't much better than this. Actually, but definitely here in slots with the Cloud, Aerith, and Cloud not having any good weapons or levels for this point in the game, it's a tough.
Red Dragon is telling everyone to die. Okay, good. He didn't do the bite.
That's the game over.
Good.
Very nice. RJ, meanwhile, entering temple. And Colin getting into his Palmer fight. Let's see how Colin's fight goes. Oh, he gets taunted. So Palmer has a chance to taunt and do nothing if there is a character in the fight that is not sad. But nice. Hits his slots as well. Great. So far, everything goes very smooth. Hey, black materia. It's the BLACKMATERIA.
And Muttski soon is gonna head to the first fight, probably in every category of this game, the Demon's Gate one.
So
it can,
Demon's Gate, yeah.
It can one-shot you basically before you even get a turn off. So
yeah, it's not super likely to happen, but it
I know slot you can get a turn, but it's almost like you didn't even get it by when he one-shot somebody. So let's hope for the best.
So one of the big problems with that fight is that Demon's Gate is somewhere around mid or high 30s or so in level, which is really high for this point in the game, and especially high for our characters.
I'd like to make a correction to level 45.
Oh, 45, mid 40s. Look at that. Which is really, really high, and the crit chance of characters and enemies depend on their level in comparison, and luck of course, but also their level in comparison to the enemy or character that is attacked. And since Demon's Gate is so high in level to our characters, he actually has a really decent chance to crit, but that is perfect fight.
That was perfect
Amazing.
RNG.
Wait, was that a natural?
There was a natural too.
Yes, yes. No EO flag.
So when you look at slots and the last one, like normally you will see the last real pass on the key sit hat, and we get it because we closed the window, right? Fast enough. But when you see it actually stopping and perfectly aligning the whole face, then we know that we actually did not have to, in theory, match really fast out, and the game would actually have given us a natural game over. We call that a natural.
Or legit slots. If you wanna.
Legit is also good.
Or arguably a slots that could have been allowed no slots depending on how you interpret the rules, I think.
That's a bit of a long name though. To call it.
It's like the rules with no slots are specifically it's either been don't use slots, don't use the game over limit break with Kate slots, or don't manipulate the game over limit break with Kate slots. I actually don't think the third one was it, so I actually would be wrong there, but
luckily the root does not benefit in any way from slots, so we do not have to think too much about that.
Yeah.
But in theory, what is definitely a hard no is using game over in no slots, and for everything else we would have to discuss it when it would make sense at some point.
But there have been some interesting routes with slots that don't use game over. Slots actually has a lucky girl as well, which Japanese runner Amaran used to do. So he will learn
for Genova Life, right? Wasn't there something?
He will use it for Tifa as well. So he will do lucky girl with Kate Sith, and then each hit with Tifa will be a critical. So he still used Power Soul.
There is still the route. There is still the route that Miesbaker and I worked on. That also includes Tifa, but we did not use Lucky Girl. We basically just used Tifa as a filler character for mainly Hojo and Bizarro, so that Kate can retain his limits and slot and limit the next one earlier. She actually. It was... We never took it to a point... I did my first slots runs with that strat. Very unoptimized. But it did save a lot of time. At some point, we have to definitely look into that more. Because even unoptimized, Tifa saves 1 minute on Hojo and close to half a minute on Safer Sephiroth. She, of course, needs a little bit of care for that route. Like, she needs the curse ring, which costs a bit of time. She needs some extra menus, which cost a bit of time.
What do you mean, just steal from Ultimate Weapon?
I'm sorry?
What do you mean, just steal it from Ultimate Weapon?
Oh yeah, of course, yeah, that. Yeah, that. Right. Why not? What was the chance?
No.
2% or something, I think?
The chance is no.
Yeah. So RJ, almost at his Red Dragon fight. They don't even feel so far apart anymore. I mean, of course, there is some cutscenes in between still, but RJ almost at Red Dragon, and Muttski in the cutscene after the temple.
Yeah, he's definitely catching up. He was 11 minutes behind, now he's 9, so getting close.
Chad was asking earlier about the potential of RJ getting closer to Muttski. It's not looking bad. Still a lot of run to go.
For example, if you miss slots on Genova Life, it's like 6 to 7 minutes time loss.
It's 4.5. It's 4.5 at least.
Or if did you time it with the reset or with the
reset, with the save before Genova.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember manually killing it. It took like 6 minutes.
Oh, that, yeah. I did both already in runs. It's yeah, it's a bit over 6 minutes, I think, or roughly 6 minutes. If you just kill her with characters attacking. It's about 4.5 if you save before Genova and reset. So RJ almost at his fight now. Colin, meanwhile, before the date in the gold saucer. We also have a nice optimization here that I just think about. A community member, Diesel, he found actually a very nice little time tip here recently. In the date, I'll talk about it when we're in the play. It's in the play. So RJ
soon
here.
we're gonna start the final descent manipulation for Muttski. I believe.
Right, that is also important.
Yeah.
Of course, Red Dragon trolling a little bit again. Of course, going for Cereth first too. Come on, another one on Cereth.
It seems like he's having a similar RNG as Muttski. Red Dragon killing everyone besides Kate. Oh, there we go.
Nice. GG.
Nice game over. Yeah, nice game over.
So and here, on Colin's stream, what we used to do was we were talking like the play can go into different ways depending on what answer you give, what answers you give, and if you play the play correctly, it's actually a pretty long animation and it would cost you a lot of time. So we try to sabotage the play as much as possible to make it a quick end. What we used to do was we were talking to the knight. We were telling the knight that the king is the evil one. But now Diesel figured out that due to Cloud's movement, Colin's still going for the knight though, but what is more optimal now, by a whopping 0.6 or so seconds was it, I think. If you talk to the wizard and instead ask for the princess's measurements, which is also much better information, I would say, we can save like half a second now. So shout outs to that.
Muttski went to the Zach's house. I'm not really sure why, but
Muttski went to the Zach's house?
Yeah, he visited their parents.
Well,
had a nice chat with them.
Paying some tribute.
Kind of, I don't know. Maybe it's some kind of secret RNG manipulation.
Crisis Core Union coming out this year, end of this year. This is the foreshadowing from Muttski.
I guess speaking of RNG manipulation, we are about to be doing the final thing in the run that affects the stone value that we had talked about earlier. Just to actually go over all of them, there are exactly 3 places where a field script instruction is in the game that changes the stone value. It changes it to 33 when you initiate the squats minigame, which we actually didn't talk about before. It changes it before you press the button in the elevator, and right here, when you dig for something in the Bone Village, it will also change stone. So
aren't you getting through Doumeis Gate quickly?
So right here,
nice.
We're going...
Nice for RJ.
Oh yeah, I should have talked about Doumeis Gate a bit, or I should have let you talk about Doumeis Gate. Whatever. Muttski is about to come up on a point where we're about to do that final place where we're going to be changing stone, and so we want to set it to a value that allows us to do a manipulation at the very end of the game to save quite a bit of time.
Hello, I'm back.
Welcome back. We're doing a few minute.
Welcome back. We will probably talk about it twice more, but at the end of the game, you might remember it. There is the final descent. There are several stones, 12 stones that Cloud will jump down to the last fight. Each of those stones that Cloud jumps on can have a fight, and if he has a fight or not depends on the RNG values. And this here is the first part of the manipulation. This is the last time in the fight, as A said, that stone is getting set when you start the digging minigame. So Muttski waited for a specific in-game time on the world map to have stone be on a very specific one, so that we get a 0 encounter final descent manipulation in the end. There is another part to that later, but we will talk about that later.
Yeah,
It's
so
a very
this,
long manip overall.
yeah, this thing that we're doing is basically a thing that we're setting up now that's going to stay for a while, and it will make it so that we're able to do that manipulation at the end of the game.
It's not very complex, like it seems difficult because you start so early in the run, but the step by step it's very simple overall, like to execute the manip.
It's one of those things where the theory sounds a lot more complicated than the execution actually is.
Yeah, exactly.
It's really
You
just
do
a
need
thing-
to
yeah.
to have good movement though.
Right. You just need to know what you have to look out for, and then it will work.
All right, so
We got his limit there for
Yeah,
Genova.
yeah, getting a limit for Genova, we are putting on an item called the Water Ring on Kate, which makes it so that he is healed from water-based attacks as opposed to being damaged by them. And this is good for Genova because Genova has very powerful water-based attacks, and we would prefer not to die to them.
In fact, she has only water-based attacks.
Yes.
It is impossible to take any damage in that fight with the Water Ring on.
This, of course, means that it is impossible to gain any limit, which means that if we fail slots here, that's not good.
It's a very costly fight then, or mistake.
Yeah, as we talked earlier, it's like 4.5 to 5 minutes time loss, since you have to reset and watch the FFVs all over again.
Or you can wait until Genova doesn't have MVP left, just res your characters and then auto attack her to death, which takes also 5 minutes or something.
Oh, and here we go. Muttski is doing the skip. Another paralysis dodge.
Yeah, this is called
You got
the Shell Hut skip.
Very nice.
Oh no, he's not doing the menu.
That was close.
Oh, there we go. He found his way.
Found the E skill.
Yeah, you can open the menu and then the screen goes back and you can see where you walk. Or you can do it blindfolded like Muttski did.
Yeah, nice. So how that worked was Muttski was normally you sleep there and then you have to watch a cutscene where the characters talk about how it feels strange now and they have to look around now. Something is happening. But by the game actually does not really make a big difference between height. Like there is no real y-axis, I guess, when it comes down to items. And when it comes down to items, not really, right?
I guess. I mean, items are just a bit weird there.
Yeah.
You can grab items from a pretty big height range.
Yeah. Like if this would be no slots, you would see it here again where Muttski is going up the shell because there is the combat materia, and we usually pick that up from below too. But in Shell Hut Skip, there is a chest below, like on the lower level. But we can pick that chest from right next to the bed from above. At the same moment, we start the cutscene with the sleeping, which starts the paralysis dodge, so we can walk around in the cutscene. While that is happening, we pick up the enemy skills above there, and then when when Cloud is warped to the bottom left of the screen, where the cutscene would start with the other characters, we can quickly grab the ladder and climb down before the characters spawn. Otherwise, he would softlock and leave the screen, skipping that cutscene entirely. I actually have no idea how much time that saves, but I would say it saves probably like 20 seconds.
Yeah, if you saw on Colin's screen there, you could get a pincer with those guys that berserk you.
Yeah.
And be trapped in between a wall and another wall.
Yeah.
Luckily, it wasn't a pincer, so he could escape easily.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not only the time loss, it can also game over you if you fail to kill any of the guys, any of the beasts.
And of course, now we have, at least for some people, one of the saddest moments in video game history, right?
Don't look.
Bible thump?
if you don't like huge swords penetrating women, then look away.
Hey man, just Phoenix down her. Hello?
Yeah, we should have gotten
What do you think
revived.
What do you think how much damage he dealt? About 4,000, maybe?
The same damage that he did to the dragon in Calm.
Yeah, which is like 4,000, I think, right?
Yeah, 3,000 with
Yeah.
a crit.
It's okay, guys. She's gonna live in the remake. Just hope.
Tifa is gonna die instead, imagine.
So now the fight that, for some reason, this fight puts probably the most pressure on me in runs. Just because I know if I miss slots here, there is just not even the chance of a backup. There is nothing. There is one chance, and if you fail it, it's over. I don't know if did Muttski do any particular setup to make
I don't
this
think
safer?
so.
He
I
still
mean,
has
like, other
watering
than-
on Kate, right?
Yeah, other than having watering on Kate, I don't think so.
Yeah, there is no.
But nice, he got it. Nice. Muttski safe.
Good job. And 420 on Kate. I think if you don't pick up watering, you might get another chance. But still, it's not really.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can.
but then you just
can-
die to Colin.
Yeah, we theorized about some safe strats, like you can put the watering on another character, for example, so that Kate can be damaged by Genova if you miss, and if you're really unlucky and she starts with Aqualung, then you can even rest him and hope you get a little bit lucky. But yeah, it's a missed slots is a problem either way. Like you there is no absolute safe fast strat for this. Backup strat at least.
And RJ is also setting up for Findless and Manipulation now.
Yeah, so he has to wait until 44 because there are 4 in-game times per minute. He at 44, he will close the menu and run in. You can do this at 12, 28, 44, or 56 every minute. And he just missed his 28 and had to wait for 44.
Thankfully, they are all the same times on each minute. It's not like a variable.
Right.
Yeah, it feels it's weird because it literally just takes the value of the seconds in the current minute, not like the number of seconds since like not like the total number of seconds or anything. To me, it'd be that's kind of weird. I would think that they would take the total number of seconds and use that value, but no, they just take the total number of seconds out of the current minute.
All 3 runners run on PlayStation, yes. On the PlayStation 2. With original discs. This is the game that you played as a child. Physically.
Quite possibly the greatest game ever made.
Bold statement, but possibly true.
And now Muttski is coming into the disc swap, the first disc swap.
Right, this game has 3 discs. And we're finally on the second one.
I like how when you start with the second disc, Cloud has like a vision of Sephiroth going somewhere, which is a very plot armor thingy. Like Oh, I can see him going here. Let's follow him.
Oh yeah, this is
Very...
a little bit shoutouts to New Threat, the mod made by Sega Chief. If you want to have a new, nice, more whole experience about playing FF7 again, maybe check out the New Threat mod. It adds a lot of little cutscenes that close some of those weird gaps in the original story, and a lot more depth, I would say, without ruining the overall experience in any way.
I've been wanting to play it for a while. Might give it a shot soon. And this screen that Muttski is in right now is one of the hardest screens to not lose taps in, because you have to do like pyro movements.
It's a bit annoying, yeah.
Yeah,
the whole disc too, especially the snowy part or ice part, it's really a bit tricky to move.
Yeah, the Star of CD2 has a lot of screens where your actual movable part is not clearly visible. A little bit like in Midgame. Midgame has the same issue, that very often you can cut corners a lot tighter than it looks like.
Seems like RJ got the skip as well.
Well done.
Muttski also looking good on step root still. Solid position to get that fight. Colin slowly getting into his red dragon fight. Entered the cutscene before it.
I think after Colin finishes Demon's Gate, I'm gonna go out and grab some food.
You deserve that, I would say.
Yeah, I haven't eaten anything. I haven't eaten anything yet today. I basically just woke up.
I also woke up like half an hour, like let's say an hour. No, it's actually not true. That's not true. I almost slept nothing. I wanted to wake up like an hour before.
Oh.
But it's not a huge problem. It's just one echo and you're fine.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Out of all the pincers, this is the easiest one to deal with.
They deal quite a bit of damage, especially when they back attack. But if you don't panic, they are also weak to fire. One grenade and one Molotov is also killing them.
He also got great on Kate, which is also scary. Makes it more nervous.
Usually the average is 2 encounters, I believe, here. Oh,
yeah.
It's gonna get one. It's gonna get one.
Oh, one. Oh,
nice.
That was
nice.
Great. That was really
nice.
lucky.
This is like the hardest world map to manip.
And there dies Cereth again.
Aww.
How did he deserve that?
He's gonna survive.
I wonder. Team Cereth or Team Tifa? Gotta ask that question at some point. That's pretty mixed, huh? But I see more Tifas. But I also see some Yuffie's and Elena's and Jessie and...
Speaking of Elena, there was a paralysis dodge, a very small one that Muttski didn't go for. You can hold a text box on your screen and talk to the guard as he's passing by, but saves like what, 1 or 2 seconds?
Yeah,
that is not a paralysis dodge. That is, I actually don't know what that is. You basically stop him and talk to him. I think this is not at all speedrun tech. I think this is intentional.
But don't you need like a text box in your screen to do that?
Yeah, but
To
it's
be
a
able to
unique.
move?
It's a unique text box. If you cross that one, like what you do is you close the inner text box a little bit later, and if you happen to cross that one soldier, like when you close the text box, Cloud will move a little bit to the left, and if you happen to close it and you cross that soldier while he is running past you, you will talk to him just automatically, and they have like he has like 2 or 3 unique text boxes where he talks to you and an input, and then you can just run down. I don't think there is anything tricky about that. Like this is just, I think it's just intended.
RJ got his slot, Colin as well.
Oh yeah, nice. Okay,
The stop
good Red
early.
Dragon, great. Oh no, RJ too, awesome. Okay, 2 out of 3 past Genova. Muttski on the nice snowboarding. Did not bonk so far, right?
Yeah, hopefully no bonks from the runners.
But will he give us a style jump somewhere? Not here. No, he's not going for it. Oh. He jumps over all of them, but no jumps. The tease.
Safely slowing down.
But very solid. I do not always bonk. Slender. Oh, Muttski bonk. Muttski always bonk.
Jeanette. I hate the crystals, personally.
But awesome. Aside that one bonk, great snowboarding.
Yeah, really, really good.
So Colin going into his Demon's Gate fight. Let's hope he's as lucky as RJ and Muttski were.
Now, this part of the game is very interesting because you have multiple paths you can take. Usually in those lots, for example.
Oh, he missed slots. Oh no.
No, unfortunate.
Oh,
that will be a death for Colin.
Yeah,
He
that's
saved
not
before,
good.
though. I'm sure, right?
Yeah, he did.
Unless it misses.
He gets a second try.
That's
Trump.
unfortunate.
He was
Yeah,
a little bit
unfortunate.
late there on the first reel.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get some food. I'll be right back.
Enjoy your food.
Enjoy.
See you in just a bit. Like 15 or so minutes, maybe.
But as I was saying, usually in those lots you would have to take a different path in the snow section to grab added cuts. And in these lots we don't need that, so we can take a more straightforward path.
Right. That was I was actually when I was relearning slots. I was actually surprised about the current glacier route, because I like back then I remember the common strat was going left around.
Yeah, that was also strat back then. True, very true. I
But
don't
apparently
know.
it got retimed, and now we're going in a mix of left and right a bit.
Yeah, I don't know which one is like less taps overall. I'm not entirely sure.
I think left side is faster, but you take more steps or something like that.
And that's possible.
then-
Yeah.
And Muttski is going very safe in this world map section.
All right, Colin going in for his slots now, and gets it solidly. Nice one.
Well done. And that's why we save, folks. Because this one is very volatile.
what you should eat, pizza. Pizza is always good.
Agreed on pizza.
Always a burner.
Just don't.
Is Muttski
don't
lost
eat
on the
pineapple
snowfield?
pizza.
Are we really going on the pineapple pizza now?
Is that possible that Muttski is lost on the snowfield?
Oh no, is he really? I saw he was like stopping when the camera was turning to not get confused.
Oh, I think.
At least he knows that he has to go north from that point. So he's back on
that
track
cave
here.
is a good visual PQ.
Usually you don't want to see it.
He should be fine now. Yeah, that should be it. Nice.
Cool.
Right.
Yeah, the way we
Taking a
usually
safety safe here in the Holzhof hut.
Oh, that's a good idea. Didn't realize it. They were gonna save here.
Yeah,
usually we use
don't
like
risk.
the line. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Unfortunately, you cannot save on the world map. Like, even though the screen, like the snowfield screen, counts kind of as a world map, you actually cannot save there.
Would come in handy for sure.
So RJ is close to entering Icicle in, right? Muttski's climbing up the glacier.
Yeah, RJ is soon gonna do the snowboarding. RJ is closing in time-wise. He's already close to 8 minutes different. So,
Right. Guys, what do you think? Chat, how often will RJ bonk? Let's make a little game. 1, 2, 3, 10. Oh, the 0.
I think it's gonna be 2 crystals at least.
Some people think RJ bonks a lot. Well, let's see about that.
not many believers.
I saw 4s and 5s. Oh boy. Less than Zheal. I mean that for sure, right?
And just to explain the section that Muttski was in, for those who don't know the game very well, there's like a temperature on your screen, which is your body temperature. If it drops on to 26, you're instantly teleported back to the huts before the whole mountain section. So you don't want to see that at all. Usually there's only one of the 3 mountain climbs that you actually need to stop to heat up. The other 2 you can just go if you go fast enough.
Right. The first one is really tight, though. The third one
Yeah.
is really lenient, and the second one you have to warm up.
Also,
think it's
Muttski is
2
about to
bro-
learn Magic
degrees.
Breath. Oh, he got lucky. This is actually what you want.
That was
this is
perfect.
RNG.
Right. He also got a limit before the fight.
Really nice.
Yeah, you basically have 2 chances for this. He's gonna encounter another Stilva very soon.
So even though we have Aqualung, we still need Magic Breath because we need some character setups later with Sid, and also having Sid as another killer later for some random fights is really good to have. So we still need Magic Breath. So RJ did not bonk so far, right? Very solid. Taking it a bit safe.
And now on Muttski's screen, he's moving while the rock is rolling. Because while that's happening, the game doesn't increase your danger value while any FMV is playing. I'm not sure if that's entirely correct, but it works
yeah,
there.
yeah. You could even you need to. The good thing about that is when you speak to the rock and when the rock starts rolling, the screen becomes non-hostile. So if you would wait up there until the whole animation ends, the screen would turn again into a hostile screen, and you would lose a lot of steps. But if you leave the screen while the animation is still going on, you can actually save a lot of steps there, which is expected
Yes.
you to do that in the run. It's also not
Yeah,
hard.
it's accounted on the step route for sure.
Right. Still no bonks on RJ. Looking good.
Seems clean so far.
So Muttski is now on the screen where he actually has to warm up, and he will probably do so on the last platform.
Yeah, overall the screens are a bit tricky because you can grab the ledges to start climbing from various different positions. Like you can save some steps by grabbing early ledges.
Oh no, the very last. He bumped
the
twice
crystals.
still.
That's unfortunate.
Well, the crystals get you, even a really bad one.
Think,
He was still 1 second faster than Muttski with
yeah,
those.
I was going to say it's basically the same time.
Could you count that as a commentator's curse? Because I did say 2 crystals.
You can take that one.
Maybe RJ just heard it and likes you. And thought, like, let's go for it.
Thank you, RJ. Appreciate it.
So Muttski here coming into the icicle fight. This is another a little bit of a scary segment because you need to do these bats here. So it's always an icicle and 4 bats. These 4 bats, not only are they pretty fast, they also hit pretty hard. He has Cloud of Life here as a safety threat. Normally you would have paid only. What makes this so scary is that you need to farm a limit on all these fights. And then hit your slots because you probably not get a second chance because they will probably kill you before you get another chance.
Yeah, the backup is usually if you miss slots, run away and do the fight again.
Right. And this is also the point where back then on the world map after Gold Saucer, where we fought the Flap Beats, if we get a TS bomb there, which is a gravity attack, it is basically like laser, like the enemy skills. What it does is it reduces the enemy's HP, that is not immune to it at least, by half, by 50% of the current HP. But the icicles here, they are weak to gravity. So they double the gravity damage. So, and since it reduces half of their HP and it deals double damage, it kills them immediately. So if you have a TS bomb, this would be the point where you use the TS bomb. That's faster than doing a game over, especially since you can just farm a limit, then use the TS bomb, and then use your limit immediately in the third fight. So you usually would game over the first fight, then farm a limit on the second fight, throw the TS bomb, and then limit the third fight immediately. The bad part, or like the negative point about that is that you miss a lot of money. We need a certain amount of money later in Fort Condor for the minigame. And the bats here, when you kill them with game over, they give a lot of money. But when you throw a TS bomb, the bats just fly away and they do not count as being killed, so you lack that money. So you need to account for that in the Rocket Town menu for the shopping if you have a TS bomb or not.
Yeah, and Muttski is having Cloud survive just in case, safety reasons. Usually you will do this whole section with Kate sit solo.
Right, and Colin here going for his stone manipulation for the final descent manipulation. He will close the menu at 56. Nice, looked good. And Muttski, that was the third fight, right? Successful?
Yeah, this is the last one.
Nice. What Final Fantasy games have they played so far? All of them. This is the last one. All of them, including some side games.
We don't have to find the last icicle, because that one is for the chest on the left, top left. Once he is exiting the cave, you're gonna see.
I actually don't know what's in that chest on the bottom. On top, you get a Mega Elixir, which is the final elixir. But I don't know what's on the bottom chest.
Okay, now Muttski needs to fill the limits. This is a bit annoying when you have two characters because it's a 50-50 all the time.
Yeah, also he's taking it a bit safer. If you
Yeah.
want to take it a bit riskier, you just go for the instant fill on the Black Dragon on the next fight. But doing it on the Penguins is definitely a lot safer since they deal a lot less damage, so it's a lot more controlled.
Seems like RJ also got perfect RNG with Magic Breath first turn.
Nice, very nice.
Doesn't have the limit, he needs to use Akolong and then Magic Breath.
So now
Or
we have
double up
Schizo
longer.
coming up. Another fight that is immediately over if you miss slots. Luckily, there is a save point right before the fight. So a game over on Schizo if you save before it does not at all cost you a lot of time. Nice. Colin got his limit for Genova Life. Everything looks very nice. Here you can see on RJ's screen where he runs blindly through the screen while the stone is still rolling.
Oh, seems like Muttski's not gonna get the dragon.
Oh,
He's a
Muttski. Oh,
bit
did he
behind.
force the fight? Or was he
Oh
behind?
no, he's behind.
Oh, he's behind. Okay.
But it's still fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Should be fine.
It's unfortunate because he has some... Oh, he's actually quite a bit behind, yeah. And he has to burn some more steps because he will surely save before Schizo, which costs you definitely 2 or 3 step IDs too.
Oh, they're taking the same, yeah.
And here on Colin's screen, you can see again the Shell Hut skip. And Colin actually did the strat where you can menu. The other 2 runners did it blind with a dark screen. But you can open and close your menu, and that will return the screen into its normal colored state. So Colin is going towards Genova Life, while Muttski is going for Schizo. Looks good to me.
Nice. Very done.
There we go. Nice. GG Muttski. Not a single slot miss so far, except the first one. And of course, a very nice strat here. Schizo, when Schizo is 2 enemies actually, right? The 2 dragon heads, left head and right head. And whenever a head dies, they will counter with a Dragon Fang attack before they die, which deals massive lightning damage to the whole party. But Kate Sith here is set up so that he has the Bolt Armlet equipped, which absorbs lightning damage.
Yeah, bolt armlet is one of the key
Yeah.
equipment we need to have.
Definitely. It's also very useful later still for some setups on the last boss rush and Hojo.
Colin is heading to Arid. Hopefully she doesn't die the 3rd time. Will be really unfortunate for her to die again.
Okay, so RJ... Oh, Aerith. So RJ is going into his Icicle fights. Coming in with a limit already. Very nice. Imagine being so lucky that you get a limit on the way to Icicle still after the Stilva. That's pretty nice.
I think RJ has 2 TS bombs, but he said in the chat he's not gonna use them.
Yeah, he cannot really. He might be able to, if he sells some stuff, he could probably go for 1 TS bomb. But he can definitely not use both of them. He does not have enough money. I mean, I guess he could pick up something and do some shenanigans like the Poison Ring after Genova Death, but I guess he does not want to do some on-the-fly backups for some TS bombs. not worth it for a marathon run. Rather show off those slot skills, right? Nice, looked good on RJ's side. Nice. And Cereth died a third time.
That's really unfortunate.
I guess we'll see.
Unlucky.
If Colin would actually miss his slots here, we might even see her die a fourth time. Potentially.
I don't think the chat will take it. 4 times killing this poor girl.
Team Cereth in shambles. Okay, Colin going into his fight. Meanwhile, Muttski getting closer to Genova death. Nice. That was a natural too, right?
Yeah.
It
That's
stopped?
legit.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Nice. None of the runners missed their slots on Genova. No big time losses there. Great.
Sorry, I had to BRB. I was thinking, do you ever mention about Tranks and Hypers?
No,
The run?
can you explain it?
Yeah, so FF7 has 2 type of stats. One gives you sadness. There's an item Tranquilizer that gives you sadness. And there's an item Hyper that gives you Fury. When you're in sadness, you take less damage, but you also take more hits to actually fill your limit break. Or you need more damage. And Hyper decreases your accuracy. And I don't think it makes you take more damage, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. It's just accuracy.
But yeah, it's just accuracy and increases your limit rate. You gain limit faster. And that's crucial for some of these fights, like the Icicles fights. If you don't have Hyper, the bats are going to kill you before you get a limit, usually. So it's a very crucial status for this run.
Right, so limits have a certain value, basically, like a certain fill value. And limits fill depending on character HP lost in percent. That means the more HP a character has, the less HP in percent he will lose from an attack, and the less the limit will fill. And the higher the limit level is, like there are 4 limit levels, 1, 2, 3, 4, the more HP a character actually has to lose in order to fill up a limit. For slots, for Kate Sith, he needs to lose 50%, I think, of his max HP. A bit more, 60, was it 66%? I'm not sure. He needs to lose about that percent to get his limit bar filled. But when he's in Fury, that amount gets halved. Or basically he gets double limit growth from Fury. So he only needs to lose about 33%, I think it was, of his HP, something like that, in order to fill his whole limit. So depending on what we need in the game, we switch between Sadness and Fury. If you want to have Kate, a sad character takes 33% less damage, but takes double the amount of damage to fill a limit up. And depending what we need, if we need Kate to survive a little bit longer, he gets Sadness, and if we need Fury for a limit, then we will take that. Muttski entering into his Genova fight. Looked good to me too. He unfortunately gets a red light combo here. May we see the triple? No.
Okay, you didn't get the worst RNG, but yeah.
Yeah, usually we equip the Dragon Armlet here to survive the triple.
Absolutely.
If we were solo Kate.
As of that fight, we equipped the Dragon Armlet, which halves fire, ice, and lightning damage. On top of having great defense and magic defense. having some evasion even a little bit, and having 6 combined material slots, it's arguably one of the best armors in the game, especially at the point where you get it after Red Dragon.
RJ also getting clean slot.
Amazing on Schizo.
Nice. One last thing to mention about hypers and tranks. At some points, you want to build neutral, because not about the damage, but you don't want to miss magic breaths and aqualungs on simple fights. Because I think hyper makes you 75% accurate only. If I'm not mistaken.
You miss either was 25 or 33%, but I think it was 25. Yeah.
Oh, Muttski got the encounter early, which you're not really supposed to get. You're supposed to get it way later.
Yeah, he's pretty far behind. He was already behind before Schizo, and then
but
had to take the extra step.
He did the backup, which is putting sadness on Kate Sid. Otherwise, that enemy, if he uses the magical attack, it basically one-shots Kate Sid without sadness. So
yeah, that encounter is scary.
Yeah, especially if you're solo Kate Sid, it can be an instant game over.
The man knows his backups.
Yeah.
I think from this point on, from now on, many encounters are going to be dangerous. Like in Underwater Reactor, there's a couple of encounters that can kill you, especially pincers, but...
Colin is also a little bit behind. Further behind than Muttski was at this point. He might also run into... He will probably not run into actual issues, but he definitely needs to account for the same safety strats that Muttski did.
I didn't see if RJ is ahead or behind.
RJ is also not too solid on step route, but he also had to take the extra steps to save before Schizo. But all 3 still on step route, and all 3 so far no issues with it. And they're definitely not too far behind to have any issues later.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing to highlight how difficult it is to actually stay on step route, like on a no reset run like this, because any big mistake you make on movement, the step route's gone. So they have a lot of practice and a lot of good execution on.
And even small mistakes, you have to always think about that when you're on a hostile screen, like when you're on a screen where you can get an encounter, except the world map. Every single bit of movement you do, no matter in what direction, no matter if it's walked or run, will advance the step route. So every little mistake you do will put you behind on range on the step route, just ever so slightly. And you cannot get it back. It is lost forever, and you need to be very comfortable and very confident in your movement to maintain a step route all the way through to the end.
Yeah, it's really very important to keep it, not just because you will get extra encounter, but also the formations are really important. If you don't have the step route, you can get pincers, back attacks, which can also result in game over.
Yeah, especially in this category that you have like usually 1 or 2 characters alive.
Okay, so RJ got his limit for Genova Death. Now he will go for the same menu. He will put the Dragon Armlet very soon on Kate. He only has Kate alive, right?
Yeah, he was rolling the whole icicle with solo Kate, so
right.
RJ
is going in. Nice. Definitely heal up again, just to be safe.
Yeah, if you get triple red light, it's also a game over.
Yeah.
And the limit doesn't take priority in that case.
Right, since it's a combo attack, it's still one attack technically. There's the menu. There's the Dragon Armlet. Unequipping enemy skills for Sid later already. And looking good. And Colin is going into his snowboarding. Let's see.
See
If he's the only one who will not bonk. Muttski bonked one time. RJ bonked twice.
is he gonna be the hero again?
I believe. And Muttski's on a very large dialogue section now. It's a big lore dump.
Right,
so
there's
it's
a lot
of dialogues.
Yeah, this is a good, 20 to 30 minutes of basically cutscenes. Followed by basically a cutscene town, like Junon is not much better. Into Medial, where you just run into another cutscene. Basically, this is a lot of cutscenes here in a row.
Yeah, the game stops for a good while.
Yeah, just in general, Disc 2 is very cutscene heavy compared to Disc 1.
Yeah, at least after this point, yeah. Like it's sometimes crazy when you remember that after Genova Death, the next actual action comes in at Train. You know, when you go back to Coral.
Yeah, it's like 5 cities away.
Oh, and there is a big bonk from Colin.
Oh, he did the
on the huge snow moogle.
He did a flip and bonked into the Moogle.
The good thing about Disc 2 is that after the whole dialogue and cutscene section, you get the high wind, which allows you to fly around the map. So that makes the gameplay much more fast-paced, I guess. Like more open world. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, the game is doing backtracking really well, I think. Oh, there is another bonk. If he bonks one more time, we have 1, 2, 3. But of course, I hope he will not. To still get a nice time here. Yeah, I think FF7 is doing backtracking really well, where until after the reunion, the game pretty much gives you new areas all the time, exploring the world, sending the character all around the world, and then you get the high wind, and that's when all the backtracking happens. You revisit areas like Junon then, Rocket Town, and so on, to follow the big story events, right? So at that point, you know already how the world works, where the area, like, oh, that was a big one. Oof.
Oh, on the side too.
Slipped on the wall. We already know how the world works, how it is all made, where the places are, how things function, and it feels a lot more familiar when you come backtracking and that they made it backtracking, but they made it not only easy but also interesting for the player. It's a good effect that after the reunion you get the high wind and you get into a world you already know. Suddenly you are on top. This is the point where, at least personally, I always felt like that you get control back. You know, like until after the reunion, maybe until after you get Cloud back after the live stream, it always felt like you're just a little step behind Sephiroth. You know, you're just hunting, you're following. But from that point on, after you get the high wind, after you get Cloud back, you're actually on the attacking side. You actually go for something. You go into the water reactor. You go Fort Condor. You try to grab those big materia. I always like that.
You start to like preemptively stop like Shinra's plans instead of just following the mayhem.
Right.
Yeah. I think it's a big thing, not gameplay-wise, but I was looking a little bit at the Final Fantasy, like, how can I explain? How they made Final Fantasy? What were they? What did they want to do? Basically, they wanted to make it more like a movie. Feel like a movie. That's why it's very linear, very story-driven. So, like the philosophy behind some Final Fantasies.
Yeah, I mean, Final Fantasies are definitely known for being very story-driven. So.
Mm-hmm.
Generally, I think what we like JRPGs, right? Epic stories. Oh, Colin also getting lost a little bit here on the ice field.
Think
or did he go for the straight up?
I think he's going for a
Muttski.
straight up. Does that even work?
Counter?
It works. You can go straight up in one go, but it will, like, with high certainty get you an encounter, which is then slower than cutting.
Mm.
Also, I don't know if you mentioned this, but this screen that Colin is on, it's also treated as a world map screen, so it's not the step count is not affected there.
Yeah, but unfortunately you cannot save on that screen. So we need to go into the Holzhof hut here, like Colin does, and then save here.
Yeah, usually you use the lines, the pixel lines on the field to guide yourself on that world map. But on the PS2, it's kind of hard to see, even like depending on what screen you're using, your monitor.
Depending on what you play on. If you play on a high quality CRT like a PVM, you can definitely see it easily. But if you run on something with a not as sharp, then it can be hard to see, especially when it has bad colors. Also, nice to note here, it is a very long cutscene, of course, but Muttski and RJ are at least in the same cutscene event.
Yeah, RJ is definitely closing the gap. He's already below 7 minutes. So.
Getting interesting. Muttski sweating.
Really
One mistake and it's over. Maybe.
RJ has to be flawless to catch up.
Yeah, RJ is doing a great job so far. All three do. The runs have been not kind to them very often, but they did it. Commentators trying to throw Muttski off his game. That's not true. We just try to make things a bit more interesting, you know? Team close race. Still best team.
It can be a close race, but Tonberry needs to win.
Not biased, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys mentioned, but we grabbed ribbon here. Colin just grabbed ribbon. It's
Good
not
point.
a required item, but it's very, very convenient
It's
for a lot of later fights.
I would say it's so convenient that it's almost required. Like the amount of good RNG for some attacks you would have to hope for is pretty high, if you know what I mean.
I agree.
Like it's very likely that you will need the ribbon at least 1 or 2 times in the run.
Yeah, you can say it's faster to grab it because you're not gonna be paralyzed. Safer is not gonna paralyze you with his sword if it comes down to that.
Yeah, for example, but also little things like the smoke attacks from the soldiers in Rocket Town, for example, that can sleep Kate Sith if he doesn't have the ribbon, or the confusion on second phase Hojo.
Oh yeah, that one hurts a lot.
Quite a few things. Look at Muttski crying in chat. You're doing fine.
Yeah, just from hitting elevator manip, RJ saved like 1.5 minutes over the other 2 runners or something like that. With a good elevator and hitting manip and everything, doing a good Midgar.
Yeah. I mean, I would say so far RJ's run has been the best for sure, but he also is the only one who's going for all the up-to-date strats and actually runs the most up-to-date unoptimized route.
Yeah, all of these guys have actually recently really upped their game. They PB'd. I think they all PB'd recently, if I'm not wrong. So They have all been doing a really good job.
I'm not sure where Muttski and Colin's PBs are right now, but RJ got a 33, I think, 633, not long ago.
I saw he popped me, so I didn't see the run, but very well done regardless.
It was a very clean run. I think Muttski has a 39, if I'm not mistaken, and Colin has a low 40. 40 something.
All good times.
Mm-hmm.
I also got a PB last night, yeah.
Oh, you did. Congrats.
Thank you.
What time did you get?
28:46.
Oh, wow.
Really
Nice run.
That's really well done.
But yeah,
I love how the
Muttski is-
runners are updating each other on chats. They're very cute.
Even though they're all three in the runner's hideout voice chat, but all three muted. Even though that room is meant for the runners to talk to each other.
But then chat wouldn't see, so wouldn't be
This
as
is
fun.
true. No, I don't get me wrong. I love that they're chatting, including everyone. Colin going into his icicle fights. Also with Cade only.
Also, Muttski is soon gonna perform FMV skip, tune on FMV skip.
Alright, FMV skip. Does anyone want to explain it?
Sure, yeah. There is one FMV coming up. However, there is an invisible cloud that we can move during the preparation for the FMV. So before it happens, we can pretty much pass through a door trigger and continue the game before the cutscene triggers. You can move and skip the cutscene completely.
Yeah, there's always an invisible cloud if there's ever a cutscene going on like that, or a cutscene in a field map, that is. Usually, the game prevents you from being able to move it. They forgot to.
Welcome back, Ace.
Yeah, I've been back for a bit. I just didn't find a good time to start talking. I got food.
Nice. What did you get?
Like a mac and cheese thing.
Awesome.
Oh, that's pretty good. I had a good burger.
Do you prefer your mac and cheese spicy or more natural?
Less spicy,
Cheesy
personally.
flavor. So more cheese flavor, kind of, I guess.
Yeah.
Or more noodle flavor.
Man, noodle flavor is a
I'm
thing for sure.
I'm a huge pepper guy. I love everything well peppered.
Also, Muttski is in a forced encounter, which you can escape from. I'm guessing this is also a kind of mistake on developers' part. You can just
I
escape from the
guess.
fight and the soldiers just disappear.
Yeah, it's hard to
it's
say.
funny.
Maybe they just there's always a potential that they just left it in as a little bit of a surprise, you know.
I guess like
Or
just
they
in
just
case
forgot
you
it.
didn't. Yeah, they could have forgotten. But just in case you didn't level up Barrett or Kate at all. So.
It definitely does not make a lot of sense that they physically attack you in the cutscene, right? Running towards you, and then you can just run away from them, and then they're gone, right? That definitely speaks for forgetting it. Colin having solid icicles in the meantime. RJ stuck in the long cutscene. Oh, and I think I also take the opportunity to go to the toilet and take a short break if that's okay for you.
Go ahead.
Be right
Sure,
back.
sure.
Very shortly, Muttski is gonna perform the skip.
Yeah, it's a very straightforward skip. As soon as the green with the guards appear, he's gonna start holding down and run. And then at a certain...
I can't remember how much time it saves. It's like minute and a half or something.
Yeah, I think so. I think I've missed it once and it was a minute and a half. Something close to that. But then at a certain point, he's gonna hold a down and left together. That's gonna be the skip. So he's holding down now. And as soon as the door fades away, he's gonna hold down left. And that's the skip. You were not supposed to be Barrett running around here. You were supposed to watch a cutscene. So you guys can see it's a skip because as soon as he enters the next door, he's gonna be teleported to where he should be, which is trying to open Tifa's door. So that's clearly not how it was supposed to go.
But yeah, it's really simple skip to perform.
Mm-hmm.
With a particularly nice Turks music track to go along with this very tense scene.
Yeah, that's a very nice touch as well. With the skip.
Muttski is a bit behind the step count, so... I hope he knows all the backups, so he doesn't end up getting a pincer in underwater reactor.
I mean, he might as well put on ATB weight and trank everyone just in case, but I think he knows what he's doing. I think he's not gonna get it. I mean, if he knows if he's gonna get it, I guess.
Oh, for Colin, Casey died. Oh, this is really bad.
Oh, that's really unfortunate.
That's really bad because KCT is gonna lose the limit as well.
Is he off steps?
He probably will be now. He needs to fill the limit. I think he just needs to force another encounter. Probably even outside of this.
Oh yeah, if the next encounter is like Kuhile or whatever that enemy is, I don't think you could get a limit from that.
They counter-attack, you need to attack them and then they counter-attack you. But
yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe he is just gonna go into the fight and pray Kate gets hit. He equips the Water Ring, but I don't think the Water Ring changes.
I don't think this is gonna work for him. He needs to fill the limit outside of boss fight.
He needs to get hit like once, and not twice with Kate. No.
But yeah, I think the head is gonna get 2 attacks off, not 1. Even with
yeah, but he has all three characters alive, so it's fine.
Oh, okay, yeah. I guess that's what he's going for.
Mm-hmm.
I'm back. Hi, guys.
Hi.
Hello, welcome back.
Coffee. Feels good.
As soon as you left, Colin got really bad luck and really...
that's not good.
Oh, that's the worst.
That's I need to revive someone.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe revive somebody. I don't know.
Oh, did he go into the fight without a limit?
He lost
that's
the
bad.
limit on a dragon
Oh
fight.
boy.
Yeah. He died with. I think he thought the Water Ring would save him on the second hit, because he equipped Water Ring.
Oh, it's not water; it's ice.
Yeah.
What's even the difference, right? Ice is cold water. Why is
it should work. Baby rage.
Yeah, the thing to do there would have been to revive someone, I'm pretty sure.
He still runs again in with no limit?
It's that or lose steps.
Aren't steps already lost? Like
I don't know.
Oh, this is a medium disaster for Colin.
I guess a good backup would be to grab fire armlets, so Kate would always take 1 hit only.
He wouldn't be able to survive 2 bolt counters.
Oh, true. Never mind. I forgot about that.
Oh, he hopes that Kate gets attacked with one attack, and then
Yes.
this might actually work here.
And hopefully he
It's
does not get attacked
Okay.
with the next.
Rage.
Oh, that works.
There we go.
Lucky.
Nice.
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 That was
Okay.
supposed to be the first scenario, but didn't happen.
I do think his steps are now lost.
He also has to remember to re-equip Ribbon. If he... I think he saved after Wuthering. And now FMVs keep coming up for RJ. Very soon.
Oh yeah, did you explain it with the movement?
Yeah.
Nice. Did you listen, chat? Do you know how cutscene skip here works? Hope everyone... There will be a test later.
Please say yes, chat.
10-point test. Also, Muttski likes to get slapped here.
Wow, Muttski not even going for the slap win, just going for optimization.
So that minigame that Muttski just did with the slaps, it's actually a little bit of a mean one. You don't even need to mash them. You can actually just hold down the button. And you can frame perfectly slap with Tifa, but the game is putting random delays on Tifa. You cannot do anything against that. And Tifa needs the same amount of slaps to win against Scarlet as Scarlet needs to win against Tifa. And it does not matter who wins. But what matters is that every slap that the non-winner gets in between the winner slaps is costing time, right? So we just let Scarlet win. In theory, if you get perfect RNG, you could just slap with Tifa, and if she wins, if Scarlet is not getting a slap in between, that would be fine. But that's not very likely. So we just let Scarlet win and save the time. Can I explain again what the cutscene skip? Can you explain it again when Colin is there?
Okay, it seems like Colin's steps are still fine, I think. That's good.
The current steps should be fine, he's just very behind now.
I don't think he's even behind.
After he had to save. Before, like he was already a bit behind and he had to save before Schizo. I think he was roughly where RJ was.
I think RJ was a little bit ahead, but yeah, pretty close.
RJ also didn't get the encounter at the end of after Genova death, so he's good.
And now for Muttski, it's very, very important that he does not talk to Sid. That's something that happens when you're learning.
I think talking to Sid is like 1 minute time loss.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a minute, but it's a lot. Yeah. It's almost like another mini cutscene when you talk to Sid. Even though all you need to do is talk to the pilot, then you can run off.
Yeah, it's just kind of intuitive because you're talking to Red, and if you hold up, you're bonking into Sid. So if you're mashing, you're gonna talk to him by accident.
That was close. He bonked into him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you can count the wiggles. Sid will wiggle left, right 4 times, and on the 4th wiggle, that's the last one. Then you can just run.
Oh, that's interesting. I've never used the visual cue. Also, I don't think we explained the wind screens, did we?
I did not.
There are 3 wind screens overall, and if you bonk into the wind, you get an encounter, an escapable encounter, a very dangerous one.
Mm.
So each screen has like a specific setup to avoid. I guess that's pretty much it.
And you know how the fight is dangerous? You know it's dangerous because it's a recolor of another enemy. So you know it's high level now.
It's kind of like a mini boss.
Right. Okay, so Muttski setting up the last fights with that shop here, buying 3 HP pluses. That is for one fight only in the run, the very last one.
And also he lives at a specific guild, so he can
Right.
end
wants to
fourth
leave
wonder really fast.
Exactly. He wants to leave between 4,000 and 4,400, like between 4,000 and 399 gil, because in order to play the Fort Condor minigame for the huge materia, you need to have at least 4,000 gil. Otherwise, you are not allowed to play, and he will tell you to get more gil. And you want to have not more than 4,400 because the cheapest unit in the minigame costs exactly 400 gil. And the most expensive one costs 1,000. And we want to buy the most expensive one for 1,000 4 times. And so that once we bought these 4, that we have less than 400, so we don't have enough money to buy another unit. In that case, the game will count this round as lost and gives you the fight instead of the minigame immediately.
Notably, the one for 400 is a soldier that you cannot destroy. Whereas all the ones for 1,000 are like structures that you're able to destroy. So
Right.
that's how you're able to. Even if you run out of money, if you still have structures or soldiers, the game won't instantly lose.
And Muttski, luckily, this is the last lengthy cutscene before finally some action happens again, like actual action. Meanwhile, Colin going into the Genova death fight right before his long cutscene break. And RJ almost at the high wind. Just a couple minutes off Muttski at this point.
Also, the most ideal scenario for Genova Death is that she only uses silence, and that's it. I think that's the fastest option.
That would be perfect. Or just one red light is also fine, I guess. Here, Colin on Genova Death, and yes, boom, looks good.
Nice.
Was a bit early, but probably fine. Nice.
You guys can see how consistent these runners are at hitting slots. Even though it's a very tight or precise trick, like you can get consistent.
Yeah, it's of course a little bit unfortunate. I mean, we usually like the really usually features no slots, right? So of course it's nice to have slots in between. But the nice thing about no slots is of course that there is a lot more to talk about battle strats. It has both, of course, pros and cons. Like the slots gives us more time to talk about the strats and the history of the game a little bit and everything around. While no slots has the more interesting and in-depth fights. It's both nice.
I guess no slots also has the best chance for comeback in like bad RNG versus good RNG.
Right.
Best chance of catching up. While with slots is just you either hit or miss. So.
Yeah, slots can be really consistent or very, very, I guess, roller coaster in a way, depending on the runner.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, I had to clear my throat. It's either game over or game over.
Yeah.
Exactly. Either way, you get the game over, right?
Yeah, I don't know why they didn't call it Joker Doom in this game. You have Joker Doom, but it's actual game over then.
Yeah, it's
making
called Death Joker.
That's Joker, yeah, sorry.
That is Joker, yeah.
I mean, I've heard the hypothesis that they flipped the names by accident. Or maybe not.
I
by
wouldn't be
accident, I don't
surprised.
know. Like in Japanese, the thing we call game over is all over. Is called all over, I believe. I don't know what the thing we call Death Joker is though.
I mean, like going from Final Fantasy VI, where the game has with Setzer the same mechanic, I think the game over for the enemy is called Death Joker, and the head bar one is Joker's Death. So going from that, from Final Fantasy VI, it's wrongly named in Final Fantasy VII, since in Final Fantasy VII it's Death Joker, which is the self-kill which is the game over in Final Fantasy VI. Bit complicated, but you get it.
Complicated is lost lore.
Yeah, so the self-kill is, in Japanese, Joker Death, and the enemy kill is all over. So yes, the self-kill is Joker Death in Japanese and Death Joker in English.
Yeah, so like in... in Japanese it's the same in Final Fantasy VI and Final Fantasy VII. So in the Final Fantasy VII translation they flipped it.
Yep.
That's a very anime thing to say. It's all over, and then just kill the enemy. Would have been more
guess,
fun,
right? Didn't think about it, but maybe that's a little bit anime, yeah. Especially Cloud's line is like, it's over, right?
True.
He even clarifies that in the remake right at the start, right? When he enters the reactor and the soldiers say, it's over. And Cloud says, that's my line. Very cool.
Very, very badass.
Right.
Oh, speaking of the remake, I forgot to mention, I want to see the Scarlet Tifa fight in the remake. I hope it's like a very over-the-top
I believe you
fight.
want to see Scarlet.
They're probably gonna make it a boss fight or something. Also, Muttski is taking a view.
Oh, did he jump up? Nice. Okay, so Muttski is going for that minigame now that we talked about. He will buy 4 Tri-Stoners, which puts him into low enough gil and destroy them. He will buy them and destroy them since it's structure. Which puts him into he buys all of them first and then destroys all of them.
Oh, I'm not a fan of that threat.
No, it's also not optimal, but it's fine. Definitely has some style.
I guess it's a little bit safer.
So now we gotta fight the captain, lieutenant, or sergeant, I forgot, Greenhorn, like some kind of military ox ogre thing there. And this
I think he targets himself.
This is where it's no, it will all be fine. Wait, what? No, what? What?
Oh man, that's really unfortunate.
Wow, I guess RJ is catching up here now. What was that?
Zombie seed though? Nah, no zombie seed.
Well, I guess
I'm sorry,
it still
Zheal.
worked out somehow.
I'm really bad at acting. I'm really sorry.
Yeah, so we kill ourselves there because we actually don't want to have the huge materia. That's the cool thing about this game. You don't have to win these events about the huge materia. Every single huge materia is optional. Like, you need to go for all of them, but you don't actually need to collect them. They are, of course, important to get the natural master materia later and Bahamut Zero. So if you want to go for a completion, then you want to collect them, but story-wise you actually don't need them.
Yeah, and one of the old threats was to actually use Death Joker instead of Aqualung to kill yourself, so that was a bit of a swag. Because it's not really like the third reel is like after the face, it's the bar is really close, so you can actually easily get it. Just hit the third reel a bit later and you got it. And you don't really have to worry about Evil Flag, it's always gonna hit bar.
Yeah, and that was, for example, also a nice addition of the Tifa strat that we rooted back then a little bit. You could just... I forgot how it was, but it basically enabled you to not have Kate in that fight. So you could have a limit with Kate already and preserve the limit for the train later. Because he loses his limit, obviously, when he kills himself, right?
Oh, I think you use like Dragon Fang on yourself, right? Or something like that.
Maybe. I forgot. I would need to watch my old run doing that route. It's kind of funny, like when I started to pick up slots now again, I noticed that I was definitely losing a lot of time on some splits with the currently ran route compared to the old Tifa route. Makes me wonder if optimized the Tifa route is maybe viable even. It was not really back then, but well, things evolved a little bit since then. So how do we look like? RJ also on his way almost to Fort Condor. Muttski closing in on that train. Being really, really far behind at this point. Like this encounter, if you're very good on step route, you get that one not even here. You get that one in June on later. But you want to have it at least before the soldiers. But he got it even on this screen here. So at the very least, like his step route is not dead or anything. It just very much guarantees that he will get at least one extra encounter at the end of the step route in Northern Crater.
Also, this is also one of the fights we can get preemptive.
Right, but Slots has no setup for that. It's another fight where you...
It has one setup, but you really need to be on step count and be ahead. It's possible to get it in slots as well. Just needs to be really ahead.
Really? Is that before or after the fight?
I believe it's after the fight.
That's funny. I thought I looked at it and there is nothing. But maybe.
Yeah, I don't think World Record got it either, so...
He also saved before this... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's just a bit tight and that's it. But it is possible.
He also saved before the string because this is going to be a sequence of fights that we're going to be using slots. You don't necessarily die if you miss slots, but if the enemies throw you a little bit, there's a couple enemies that are a little bit dangerous.
Yeah, it's definitely dangerous. Like, you don't necessarily die, but it's not unlikely. Since they hit pretty hard.
Yeah.
And your question, chat, did all three players start at different times? Yes, this is a seamless relay through all most Final Fantasy games. And some spin-offs too. This is the finale of the whole relay. Final Fantasy VII is the last game. But the runners started at different times because of the games that came before them, of course. And the different routes and different strats and different RNG that happened, right? It's still insanely, like, it speaks for all the great runners in the Final Fantasy community that even after 72 and a half hours, they're just a few minutes apart of each other.
Yeah, you would expect to have more things go wrong by now, so just show how good the runners are overall.
Final Fantasy III came before this, yes. It's not in order. There is nothing coming after this. This is the big finale of the relay. Whatever team is clocking in here in Final Fantasy VII at the end wins the whole relay. This is the finale, the last game.
Not to put any pressure on the runners.
This is the Final Fantasy.
Oh my god.
Oh, Muttski would never be under pressure, right, Muttski? Not here on train. Having a very slight lead only. Every mistake could do it. But he's not making a mistake. Muttski too good.
This was really good ITV. He's getting the good RNG.
Nice, yeah, that was great.
Also,
he even
reading
takes it
other
very
slots.
safe with another character alive.
Yeah. Usually after 4th Condor you don't heal Seed or Red, you just keep them at 1 HP so they die by the time you reach the train.
Right, you even want them to die. So Kate Sith is getting all the hits, so he's getting as fast as
For
possible.
example, the way RJ is doing is how we usually do it.
Yeah. Or RJ even hits himself. Interesting.
Yeah, just to make sure.
He's trying everything to catch up.
Oh, that's unlucky.
Nice. And Muttski is off the train, slots-wise. That was the last one.
He's gonna
GG for
perform
another
another
nice...
skip.
I'm sorry?
Soon he's gonna perform another skip. The
Right,
Coral skip.
right.
It works basically the same way as Jesse's skip, where we trigger the cutscene and talk to the NPC at the same time, and then we can again freely move.
Right. So what is coming up we call Coral Skip. Normally you would, after you crash into Coral or not, like in this case we actually don't want to crash into it, because that's faster. There is a cutscene with the townsfolk of Coral. They thank you and they give you the Ultima materia, right? And then you sleep in the inn, and then you can move again, right? That cutscene takes you about 30 seconds or 20-30 seconds. It's not a huge, long cutscene, but you can actually skip it with, as I said, a paralysis dodge by triggering the cutscene and talking to a person standing right next to it at the same time. So you can trigger the cutscene, then leave the screen, and re-enter the screen. The game already triggered the cutscene, basically hitting that flag that the cutscene was already triggered, and when you re-enter the screen, the game basically assumes you finished it. Fun fact: you can still grab the ultimate materia, even skipping it. You can grab it from the same boy that would give it to you normally in a tent. So your Muttski will line up. One more step left. Takes his time. Nice. And now we'll close his menu, and when closing his menu, he will walk up and left and hold confirm. And now he can freely move around, and you will see him move to the bottom left there, leaving the screen while actually the cutscene was going on. Then he will just run back into the screen, and suddenly the cutscene's over, and that was Coral Skip.
Very well done.
GG,
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky, just because Sid runs right automatically, even though you're holding left. So you gotta know what you're doing, otherwise you have a chance to soft lock as well.
Yeah, the cutscene is pulling Sid onto this position first, before you can actually walk away. You also, it's not a tight window or anything, but you cannot be too sloppy, because the people that are coming up to you, they will block your path, and when that happens, you basically soft lock. But I've actually never seen anyone actually soft lock there. Like
Yeah, it's a pretty easy skip overall if you know what you're doing.
So RJ getting into his train fights. Meanwhile, Muttski going into Ultimate Weapon. So Ultimate Weapon is a really interesting one. Anyone want to explain? Ultimate Weapon?
He comes down, does some things, and then flies away.
Yeah.
Yeah, not
short.
So the thing with Ultimate Weapon is, it's actually the real fight. It's not just some event scripted fight. It's actually the Ultimate Weapon that he would also fight later. And he also has already his HP pool. And the way Ultimate Weapon works is, he will fly away once he either got a certain amount of turns in, or if he loses, I think, 20% of his health or so. In this case here, it's a scripted fight. He will always start with a Quake 2, then he will do a normal attack, and then finish off with an Ultima Beam, which deals massive damage to the whole party, and then he will fly away. That's how the fight ends. But since this is already the real fight, we can just cast the game over here, which kills him. he cannot die here though. Like everyone who knows the game well knows that ultimate weapon can only really die at Cosmo Canyon later. So death here in this fight basically means that he flies away. But he, and fun fact, so that's how we beat the fight fast. But fun fact, he's now of course very low HP. I think he gets healed up a little bit again since he cannot be, well, dead. But if you would after the events now go to Cosmo Canyon, you would find ultimate weapon there. Since I think under 20,000 HP, he will always go to Cosmo Canyon, and since he basically almost died here, pretty much, he has below 20,000 HP, and technically you could, after doing this, go to Cosmo Canyon and finish him off.
I think he's glitched here, because I think you have... if I remember correctly, there was an old PC 80% run without debug room, and we would get the ultimate weapon, and I think you have to like throw a potion at him and then throw a grenade to be able
Not
to kill
quite.
him.
That only happens if you never fight the first ultimate weapon fight and his HP is just
okay.
never initialized at all. That means his HP is 0, but in order to be able to kill him, in order to be able to kill ultimate weapon or any enemy, its HP has to go from non-zero to 0, or a positive number to 0, which means you have to throw a potion on it and then grenade it. And I believe you're referring to Zero Kainos, was it? No, it was Puexel's AGDQ or SGDQ 2015 PC New Game Plus run.
No, there was one no debug room run too. I don't remember who ran it. Let me actually double check. But I thought his lots had the same effect.
Might have been Kainos in 2017 at ESA or something.
Let me double check real quick.
Also, worth noting, RJ almost died. He missed slots on first encounter and had to do backup. He was 200 HP left, but he managed to do it, so good backup.
Nice.
Oh damn, I didn't see that. Nice, good backup.
But yeah, slots might do the same. Slots might actually do the same thing now that I think about it. But if the game works like I think it does, then it should give Ultimate Weapon 20,000 HP.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
It was Creative Ally on RPG Limit Break 2017. That was the run.
All right. Yeah, Eli at RPG Limit Break 2017. All right, thanks.
Nice. RJ hitting his last slots successfully though.
I think each
Meanwhile,
runner has
Muttski-
failed one slot so far.
Yeah, RJ just did, right? Muttski, his first one, and Colin... Oh, Colin on Schizo, of course. No, not on Schizo.
Colin missed, I cannot remember where.
But he did miss somewhere. But yeah, I think everyone wants.
Yeah, everyone failed one.
Oh, he missed it on Demon's Gate, right? He had to...
Oh yeah, that's correct.
Right. Luckily not a super costly miss. Low long cutscenes before the fight.
Yeah, all misses were pretty much on the less time costly bosses or enemies rather.
And so Muttski now in the infamous livestream cutscene that everyone would at the same time like to skip in the run and not like to skip in the run.
Let's see if RJ gets the skip.
Right, RJ for Coral skip. Nice. Also gets it. Also you saw RJ getting rid of the Fury on Kaseth. Going back to normal state, not sadness. Because we only get rid of the... Like, we would still like to build up limit. It's already set up for later for the underwater reactor. We would still like to go for limit, so ideally we would still be in Fury. But in the underwater reactor we have some scripted fights that we have to kill with Magic Breath. And as explained earlier, Fury has a chance to miss even with magic attacks. So we go at least normal, so we have the consistent kills and still have a good chance of learning a limit, because we of course need a limit eventually for carry armor.
Also, it's worth noting, RJ is reviving Sid. It's not because he needs extra character for
Good
something,
point.
but it's because magic in this game, if you only have a single character alive, it basically does more damage. But if you have
Double damage, right?
if you have one or two other characters alive, the damage gets spread out. So Kate Sid can survive. Otherwise, if only Kate Sid is alive with full HP, it's I think even with Sadness, I don't think
Right.
he's
It's
gonna
funny
survive.
though, because I think one character and two character alive, or like basically 2 and 3 characters alive, does not make a difference anymore though.
Yeah,
Like it's double damage for if only one character is alive, and basically half damage for every character that is alive when there are more characters alive. I believe. Because I had a scenario where all 3 characters were alive on Ultimate Weapon, and the Quake still almost killed Kate. Like normal, with only Sid alive.
but yeah, that's the main reason why we keep somebody else alive. So just for this Quake. Is he 1,200 damage? It's quite a lot. Okay, he got game over.
Nice. RJ hit his slots on Ultimate Weapon 2. Nice. Meanwhile, Colin is finishing up Junon, almost getting his high wind. So there's a bit of a downtime. What can you talk about? We need something nice.
I don't know. Story?
There is a story. Everyone knows the story.
What's the story of this game?
There is a nice like advice sheet that the organizers of the event here did to like when there is some quietness happening, right? Like for example, if commentary is especially quiet and you're really stuck, here are some additional conversational pointers. Remember to introduce yourself after the game switch over. For long games, it can be worth doing this multiple times. Take the opportunity to promote speedrunning and your game's community. Talk about how to get involved, any guides or tutorials, new run. Oh, that's a good one. Everyone join the FF7 Discord. We have lots of great runners, more and more, and it's a great community. We have great guides by now from multiple people. We have, thanks to Ace mostly, we have a very organized Discord with the speedrun history that is constantly updated and a holes being filled. We have a nice resource section where you can find all the secrets of the speedrunning. I want to say that we uncovered over the years. We have some nice guides that people are constantly working on updating and stuff. It's never been a better time starting with FF7 speedruns than now. Lots of good things.
Yeah, it's also worth noting this game, especially the speedrun, has been evolving for the past, say, 15 years from SDA forums until now. So multiple people were involved from finding the strat skips across multiple categories. So
yeah.
Definitely a big community.
Also great community, of course. Like overall, it's super nice people. Everyone's cheering for each other, posting their PBs. You cannot have better people around you for a speedrun.
One thing I really like about our community is that people are really passionate about Final Fantasy VII. So they really want others to learn and run, do stuff, like help to optimize tricks and things like that.
So yeah, if someone wants to get if someone can put it in chat, if someone wants to get a link to that Discord, or if not, then you can check out our speedrun.com page and it's linked there.
Oh, there is a link. Nice. So yeah, check it out. Even as a non-runner, just as a Final Fantasy interested person, you can definitely join the Discord and just listen and discuss with the people about the game and the strats and the runs.
And there are a ton of categories to learn as well. You can play like small categories like PC 80% is 1.5 hours pretty much.
Right.
Console, HD console with the boosters, the speed up booster is like 3.5 hours. 2.5 to 3 hours. And then there's longer categories. There's even longer than any percent. There's all bosses. There is 100%. So there's a bunch of categories that to everyone's I guess flavor. I don't know. For everyone's liking.
Right.
Plus, if you're ever bored, you can always try to find this live stream skip. So next time we don't have to improv.
Maybe you are the next Kuma.
Yeah.
And still we're in cutscene. We definitely have some time for a few more donations, right? 2 or 3. Oh wait, wrong stream. There is also, for example, shout out any other event or big race coming up for your game. Not sure if there is any. For example, tournaments, GDQ, or RPG Limit Break itself. Oh yeah, sure. There is RPG Limit Break actually coming up, right? In October? Is it? October?
I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, it's coming up soon.
On this channel here, so definitely leave this channel here a follow and a sub and donations and everything. Like, keep your donations for the event, of course. It's the big main RPG Limit Break charity event that is, I don't want to lie, I think it's October. So watch out for that one.
Checking a schedule, it appears to be from October 16th through the 22nd.
I'm sorry, what? Again?
I checked a schedule that's linked on the bottom of in the description. It appears to be from October 16th to the 22nd.
Ah, yeah, there you go. October 16th to 22nd. Perfect. Check it out. Lots of great RPGs. There should also be a schedule already released, right? Yeah, you can scroll down on the stream and find the schedule and everything already. You can also find the past VODs. I just see here on links below from the other RPG Limit Breaks. And it will benefit again Nami.
Also make sure to follow the runners, all great streamers. So if you want to see more of...
And the commentators. Don't forget the commentators. Follow them too.
There's another possible event in the near future. It's not confirmed. It's not planned yet. But a few runners wanted to do a PC 80% tournament. So that's something that might happen in the future. If you guys like tournaments, we want to do one.
Still everyone in the cutscene. Oh my god. What else do we have? Talk about a history of the game and the speedrunning route. What were the latest improvements? Elevator menu, com skip. Talked about that. And what was the run like 5 or 10 years ago? How many people ran the game? And are they still running? Are they still active? Whew.
Not really. I think Muttski is definitely...
There's still quite a few people active still. I mean, unfortunately, a lot of the very old runners are not super active in the community anymore, and they're not super actively running anymore, or like pushing. But they're still running on their streams. And the run 5 to 10 years ago, oof, that was... How long is Guardskip now? How old is Guardskip now? 4 years?
I think it's over 5 years old now.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, July 2017.
Is Pubex still active? Not for...
No, July 2018. 4 years.
4 years.
Yeah, 2017 was Playground Skip.
Yeah, Guardskip was definitely... Guardskip was... maybe I'm a little bit biased because that was basically the time when I joined the game, but I feel like when guard skip was found, that was a huge improvement. Not only for, of course, the run making faster, like guard skip saves 20 minutes, but the new step routes that we worked on and the general route optimization got a lot more serious. The step route became a lot more optimized and tighter. The strats got improved. People went more and more away from very easy strats, like on Demon, like Fury Ring on Tifa, on Demon's Gate, in no slots, for example. I gotta say, on slots, on this category here, there was not a whole, like, there's not a lot of potential, of course, for improvement since the fights are slots. But of course, the route benefited a lot from the skips as well. More so than gotta say, for slots, CC skip was like CC skip saved more time for slots than it did for no slots. Since we in no slots we learned Death Sentence in Cosmo Canyon, which we have to learn now later after the temple, but we already used it in the temple. So those fights got quite a little bit slower. They're not that much slower anymore now after a lot of improvements, but still quite a bit. While slots did benefit a lot from CC skip, but calm skip actually hit slots a bit harder than no slots. While it was for no slots basically just a flat time save, the new step route for slots is quite a bit worse than it was before that. So it lost a little bit of time on the grind.
Yeah, as you saw, we have to deal with twin brains.
Yeah.
It can stop you, and yeah, not the best thing ever, but it is what it is. Really, we were Luzbel routed a lot of different step counts, and like whichever path you took, it wasn't good. So like this is the best we got so far.
Yeah, I didn't look too much into it, but I tried a few things, and they all did not look very well.
Yeah, what's left to optimize on slots is just like not grabbing Water Ring, and that's a very bad decision because 25% of your runs are just gonna die on Gin of Life.
Yeah, you don't have to
if you hit
Water Ring.
slots.
You can skip. You can also skip Ribbon, but it
Yeah,
says
but Ribbon is such a
around
small path.
Yeah, but the optimization of that is it would save you probably, if not even probably, like the last encounter is actually pretty far, like pretty early to the last screen. Like there is still a lot of distance between the last encounter and the final descent. So even if you would save the distance on the current step route from Water Ring and Ribbon together, you would probably not even save an encounter at the end. So there is really not much time save except really just not going up there to the chest.
Speaking of things to talk about and the history of this game, hello Dave.
Oh yeah, Dave Stereo in chat is also one of the classic runners. It's not running anymore, but definitely a person that people like to remember.
Yeah, I'm sure Dave's tutorial helped a lot of people, including me, to learn the game. So, thank you for that.
Yeah, Muttski is finishing his cutscene.
When Colin gets some action with Fort Condor, nice.
Also nice to mention that since we found a lot of big... Oh no, he talked to the guy. That's unfortunate.
How does one learn a 5-hour plus speedrun? One step at a time, I would say.
But someone mentioned in
chat,
the
most important one.
About the NMS category. That was, since we found a lot of new skips, people wanted to play the game like intended, quote unquote. So the NMS category was created. You can't do like the big skips like Calm skip, Cosmo Canyon skip, Guard skip. It's a more traditional route category.
Yeah, and there are a lot of difficult and risky things that runners do in runs, but if you're picking up the game for the first time, there's a lot of ways to make runs safer, or you don't, or like you might not have to worry about steps, for example. And yeah, it's good to learn. It's good to learn to walk before you learn to run, or in this game specifically, to learn to run before you learn to walk.
Very good point.
But yeah, as I said already earlier, like there is no gates, like there is nothing that blocks you from learning the game at this point. There are a lot of very helpful people and a lot of very helpful resources at this point in the Discord. So all that is really needed is you being willing to learn the game. You can find information about pretty much everything on Discord, and what you cannot find, people will be super happy to answer you in Discord. So if you're willing to, feel free.
The only thing that really gatekeeps people from doing runs is like finding 7 hours in their day
absolutely.
to actually run. And so that's another opportunity to advertise the PC any percent run, which is like 1.5 hours.
Yeah, it's a nice entrance category. A lot of people start with a PC any person. It gives you basically, I think PC any person is great for that because it is very optimized by now. Has very tough strats too, like because Midgard is a tough place with elevator manip and everything. You can even use a PC unique method of manipulating the whole game called SCM, System Clock Manipulation. If you want to dive really deep into that category, what I mean is that starting with PC, you have a huge variety of difficulty you can go for your first PC runs. It's a very short run with only 1.5 hours or like 2 hours maybe for your first runs. You can take it either very safe and slow or very optimized and fast. Like there is a lot of there is a lot of room for optimization and improvement for you. So it's a very good entrance category.
Yeah, just to sort of bring it up because I've sort of been involved with it. SCM, which is System Clock Manipulation, is a rabbit hole of potential that hasn't entirely been fulfilled in the PC categories because it's difficult to work with. It's both difficult to work with and it's not the most popular thing because it involves literally changing your computer's clock so that you seed RNG in a particular way. But it's potentially very powerful if somebody wants to, say, put into the time to figure out seeds, for example.
Yeah, in short, System Clock Manipulation works in that way that on PC, like while on console, battle RNG is frame dependent. On PC, it only depends on the RNG you're entering a battle, and then the battle will always work out the same, or will go the exact same way, including crits, hits, misses, ADBs, everything, as long as you're always doing the same thing. And that is what SCM is. You change your system clock, your Windows clock, to a specific time, like a specific date and a specific time, and then you start the game on that specific time, and that will set the starting RNG of the game, of the PC version. And if then you root it ahead, and you know what will happen, you only need to follow basically a train track, and you can always get the same outcomes. Basically, if you take it to the extreme, you could technically run the whole game in one long streak. It's not quite that easy, of course, but there is a lot of potential there.
Oh, that's a good hit for Muttski. It got a crit.
Right, we actually got action. Muttski in the underwater reactor. It's a little bit behind Staproot, but working out well. Meanwhile, RJ at the end of the cutscene the end of the live stream cutscene, and Colin coming up to that train segment. So these two screens here on the way to the actual reactor part, they are a little bit scary if you messed up step route, since he got a ghost trip here. If you messed up step route in some way, there is a good chance that you get a pincer here, a pretty dangerous pincer too. If you know how to handle it, it's not a game over, but it can be easily game over if you're not ready for it.
Oh yeah, fun fact, this elevator is internal field ID number 420.
Of course you would remember that.
Yeah, we're reaching a point where stop route no longer matters that much. Like, if you're good on step route here, you get less encounters on these 3 screens, but you'll not die anymore. Like, you don't have any other pincers that can end your run, so it's just about less encounters at this point.
Yeah, and the screens are pretty straightforward. You just either hold one direction.
Yeah.
Yeah, the step route here is very easy. Also, since we skipped the return to Midgard later, these are also the last screens in CD2 with step route. Once you enter to carry armor, the next screen that has encounters in the run is actually already Northern Crater. So Muttski will take a safety save here, most likely. If he's not going for the later save. The thing is, if you very much expect or to die to carry armor, you can take it even a step further and do these fights, and maybe even watch the cutscenes before carry armor, before you go back and save. Then when you die to carry armor, you don't have to fight these fights and watch the cutscenes anymore.
I think that's what he's going for.
Do you think so? Because it's very, very unlikely that if he does not mess up slots that he will die.
I think Muttski did not save. I at least think I saw him run right past.
He's actually asking if he saved or not. So.
But it's okay. No, don't run back yet. Why would you run back now? You just do the other fight if you're already there, and then run back. At least take it.
Yeah, it's good because if you get arm grabbed, it's just over. I don't think there's a way to free-gate.
Potentially.
Yeah, or if he misses lots as well. But he's not gonna miss, right? I trust Muttski.
Are we sure Muttski saved? Maybe you should go back and save again. I missed it. These screens are not hostile, no.
These screens aren't hostile, but the one the save point is on was hostile.
Right. And the next one is again.
He lost a few steps there.
Yeah, the next one is hostile as well.
So I'm assuming he's probably gonna get extra encounter in disc 3.
Oh, actually, that highlights something I was gonna say earlier, that pretty much every mistake you do on step count is doubled, because if you run the wrong direction, you have to run back to the correct position. So every mistake on the step route is pretty much double loss of steps.
Right, if you run back.
Yeah.
Colin nicely locking him slots on the third fight. Only one more to go for his train.
Yeah, this is the encounter that he's not supposed to get.
Yeah, this one is
to get this in disc 3.
Exactly, yeah. But he did the steps, the two. Very nice.
That might actually not be enough in this case, because actually no, that should still be enough.
The steps, you mean? It must be because the next step ID the next encounter is super close.
Okay,
yeah, actually, it's like two steps more, and you run into it.
Steps might not have been necessary at all then. I don't know,
think it's a.
I'm getting too
really-
deep into it. It doesn't matter.
I think it doesn't matter on what screen you are. This is a very close one. You will always get it if you don't walk it. Sometimes it only takes you like one step, or like here 2 steps in Northern Crater, but I think you would always get it otherwise. But there is a nice long window after. That's good.
Yeah, that's nice. That's particularly nice for final descent manipulation, actually.
Yeah. So
I think Colin got a clean train.
yeah.
So
Just wanted to say the same thing, and RJ is going down the reactor hunting Muttski, and Muttski is going for the machine.
And is singing.
he has a special song for carry armor.
Yeah, the most hated boss in the game, I guess. Or maybe DG holds that title.
That looked very good to me.
Okay, no arm grab.
Not even the Lapis.
Very nice.
Who got that attack? Cloud? He might not even have to do... Oh no, he might want to heal Sid. He might still want to fight the next fight before he manues. Ideally.
Colin is about to do the skip.
Nice.
He got it. Nice.
Got it nicely. Oh, RJ got the pincer here I was talking about earlier.
Oh,
But I'm pretty sure RJ knows how to handle this. This is basically just a magic bracket.
yeah, he's on weight ATB.
Yeah.
Still very dangerous if they kill Kate right away.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, throws an S bomb too and can run away now. Looking good. Even got some little
really good
threat
backup.
state.
Really good backup.
I wonder why he got the pincer. Where did he mess up step root? I didn't see it.
Not
Not
sure.
really sure. Not sure either.
He was ahead from Muttski on Schizo, like on Northern Crater.
Colin just skipped a cutscene in Coral where the townsfolk is thanking you for saving their town and giving you the huge materia and Ultima. What happened to RJ? Nothing. RJ is doing very well, and is closing that gap really good on Muttski. Hey, that pincer went very well for Muttski there.
Yeah,
that
you
can be really nasty.
He still needs to fill the limit, but yeah. Yeah, you need to fill it here, otherwise it's kinda tricky to get it otherwise in Rocket Town. You'll need to fill it on the route, which is not really ideal.
Yeah, if you're just missing a little bit, that's fine because it's not unlikely they will just throw a grenade or so. But yeah, the Rocket Town fights have a nasty tendency of using their smoke attack, which deals no damage. I'm taking a short toll break. Be right back.
Muttski's
I'm
about
gonna
to
pour
do a
myself some coffee.
submarine.
I'll be back.
game basically asks you twice to take the tutorial, and you have to tell the game to not do that. But this minigame is really simple. Just need to shoot the submarine a few times, and that's it. Now we got the submarine, and now it's time to get the key of the ancients. And for RJ, it's time for carry armor. It's to double check that Kate City is fully healed.
Oh, nice. The next carry armor. Great. It's carry armor, carry armor. Also, Colin is starting his live stream cutscene now. Muttski is picking up the key of the ancients. Struggling a bit finding the hole, but got it solid.
By the way, it's actually 1 out of 9, not 1 out of 8. Actually, speaking of chances, I guess we can talk about carry armor a bit. Assuming that either of the arms gets a turn, it has, like, both of the arms have a 1 in 16 chance to do a grab, which didn't happen here. That's good. Carry armor has a 1 in 3 chance to do a laser as a sneak attack opening the fight, and on carry armor's first turn, it has a 1 in 4 chance to do a normal laser on its turn.
Basically, no slots giving you a 1 in 8 chance that your run is dust.
1 in 12, but yeah.
A 1 in 12.
I mean, 1 in 12 for your run to die due to double lapis. It could still die there due to other things, but so maybe the actual chance is more like 1 in 8, but double lapis is the main immediate concern that you usually have.
Feels way more frequent than 1 in 12. Feels way more frequent than 1 in 8 too. The Rocket Town here for Muttski is just a couple of fights. Nothing really too important. It will just magic breath them away with either Kate or Sid. The only thing to look out for here is a little bit of MP management. It's 3 fights, and magic breath costs 75 MP. But he used a tent before, so he should have enough MP for everything. You still want to make sure that both have enough MP for the third fight, ideally.
Bad RNG on Muttski's part, both got grenades off.
Yeah, but at least he got his limit.
Yeah. RJ is gaining some bad RNG, they don't want to attack Kate Seat.
Okay, I'm back. I have coffee now.
They really don't want to attack Kate Seat. Okay, there we go. One more hit. Taking a safety high potion.
This is, for example, the reason why I like to run with cover still. It just makes this split here and Hojo a lot better. On top of giving you a better chance of Cloud dying before Materia Keeper.
Whoa, 2 Shinra betas.
2 Shinra betas, oh wow.
Someone said in chat, glitchless with slots.
This is not
Technically-
glitchless.
Yeah, technically using slots like skipping the evil flag is a glitch. So
That is a
using
glitch,
slots to abuse game over is already a glitch in itself.
Yeah. No, this is the actual any person category on PlayStation. People call it slots, like the category, because well we use slots. But in official speedrun terminology, it's any person. This is PlayStation any person.
Nice fight for Muttski.
Nice fight from Muttski, yeah. Also nice minigame for RJ here. It's kind of funny, this submarine minigame. Like so many minigames in the game, as kids it felt so much harder. When you didn't know the... I very much think that the game like accounts for you not knowing the inputs right at the start, so the red submarine has enough time to swim away from you. But in the speedrun, knowing the inputs and knowing exactly what you do, you can finish the fight in 10 to 11 seconds. The minigame. Nothing special to it. Feels good.
You should have seen J-Rod's first iOS speedrun. That minigame was a mess.
I can imagine.
Any person, no slots, but with slots.
Also on my screen, this is where we will pick another huge materia, but we're gonna skip all of that. Just
Oh,
go
you can,
straight.
right, yeah. Oh, also, any person, no slots would also work. Hey, chat, question for you. You can pick up the huge materia here, right? And you need a code. What's the code? Who knows? One, two, three, four, five. Oh, Fackway is the first one. That took a while. Fackway is the first one giving the right answer, I think. Circle, square, XX is the code.
Oh, is it always the same?
It's always the same.
Didn't know that.
Now, what's the code to enter the safe?
When the Shinra mentioned. Guys, who knows that?
I only remember the last one. I think is the last one 97 or
Oh,
is that...
Don't give spoilers.
Chat.
I actually remember another
Yes,
number.
Microflare got it.
Microflare got it right. Nice. Or is the master also got it almost?
Should have said wrong number to J8 people.
Ryan, that's also a nice hint, like what Slow Guy Jones just wrote in chat. If you actually guess the rocket code here, first try, Sid will tell you that you must have known the code, otherwise it's impossible for you to get it. Basically calling you out for looking it up.
Also, it's funny that the game kind of forces you to go grab the huge materia, but you just ignore it. Even pushes you back a little bit, or pulls you back.
The game reminds you that there is something important to pick up, but I really love the fact that the game is actually not forcing you to take it.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the game is just like basically, hey, here, you should maybe consider going there, but whatever you like.
I guess if we want to consider this random FF7 trivia, if we want to continue this random FF7 trivia thing, for bonus points, what is the piano?
Oh.
Ooh, that's a nice one.
You mean the piano in the Shinra Mansion or the piano in Tifa's house?
The piano in Tifa's house, I mean.
Oh, okay. I know that one. I don't know the one in the Shinra Mansion actually.
I don't know.
By head.
Yeah, I'm guessing 100% runners know this by heart.
It's the Final Fantasy theme. It's a Tifa's theme, right? No 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 no.
And now we have a nice conclusion of the Seed side quest of wanting to go to space. So that's a very, very, very cute scene.
RJ got bad RNG. He got the triple root attack.
Dash also got it with the minimum number of button presses.
Nice. RJ finishing up Rocket Town here very nicely. Getting really interesting now. We're getting closer to Diamond Weapon now for both RJ and Muttski. Colin is in a few minutes done with his livestream cutscene and is going to the underwater reactor for his carry armor fight. Muttski still ahead by a few minutes at least. Yeah, about 6 minutes, right? Behind Muttski. And they will definitely save before Diamond Weapon still. If Diamond Weapon is not going so well and leads to a game over, that one is not a very costly death. But the one after, Hojo, that one is a little bit more. And of course the biggest potential time loss comes right at the end. If you would somehow fail the slots on the last boss, you lose a massive amount of time. Like 15 minutes or something.
Yeah, it's easily over 10 minutes. It's where everything can change. You need to do basically 3 slots in a row without any saving in between. And there is basically no backup if you miss it.
There is for Bizarro. You lose like a minute. I think you need to wait for the next window.
Yeah, I think you have to improvise. I think you also have to revive somebody or something.
No, I think it's I forgot what it was. Isn't he going for another bolt later? Like you can fill up limit and then wait for something is healing him up.
He does the stigma thing, which
yeah, right.
I believe inflicts the slow as well, so your ATB feels slower.
Yeah, but you already have like you get a limit, of course, like or you have it from the stigma at the very least. Then you can X potion yourself or so. And then
Yeah,
you can, and then you can, because Stigma cannot kill you, it only reduces you to low HP. Then you can throw an X potion to yourself, and then there is, I think he's going for another bold 3 then at some point, and that's where you can then limit.
Yeah,
you lose like a
basically
minute or so.
Yeah, you basically restart the cycle.
Right, yeah.
I want to know the backup if he misses the attack. Not if he misses slots.
Same thing as if you miss slots. You lose the minute, you just wait for the next cycle.
No, if he misses the attack, you can like throw an elixir right as he's starting Stigma, and then you have enough time to slots before his ice attack.
It depends on his order, though. If he's doing the attack first, then it will not work. But if he's starting with the Bizarro energy, then it would work. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It might actually be good to go. Like, there are probably some people that are new here. It might actually be good to go over what slots is and how it works again. Because, like, for example, people like Brittany in chat, I'm not sure if they're joking or if they don't understand how slots works. But it's not exactly random.
Or maybe we're gonna, before that, maybe we wanna still talk about the final descent manipulation part here in Cosmo.
Yeah, that's probably good.
Is approaching.
That's probably a good idea. You want me to go over it?
Yeah, sure.
So, at the very top, so this is our first time in Cosmo Canyon, so, for example, Muttski has to talk to this poster that he didn't get a chance to talk to before, but at the very top of this, at the very top of Cosmo Canyon is the field outside the observatory, and that field has a bit of a weird quirk, which allows us to jump to a very specific point in RNG. All the way back at Bone Village, we set up our stone values such that we'd have a list of RNG values that's very special, and we can basically use a couple of visual cues, and I think Muttski got lucky there. We can use a couple of visual cues. Yeah, Muttski got an instant 3-spin. We can use...
Maybe a little bit, like, there is too much to explain, so you probably did not understand what Muttski did there. But listen to Ace here, he will explain it, and then watch RJ, who's approaching that, and then you can watch him doing it.
Yeah, I'll try to explain what's going to happen. So, we want to set our RNG value to a specific known value, and to do that, that field at the top of Cosmo Canyon is a little bit glitched in that it keeps calling RNG until it hits one of 4 specific values, and then it stops for a bit, and then it basically pauses for a bit. And we can basically let RNG advance to one of those 4 specific values, and once it's there, we know it's there. And we can tell that it's there because that RNG is used by the weather vane on top of the observatory. It'll do an animation based on which value it got, and with that we can tell, based on the fact that it didn't do an animation after a certain amount of time, that we were at a particular value that we wanted to be at. I guess that might make sense. The point is, we basically were able to use that field to quickly jump forward to a specific point in the RNG cycle. And now we know exactly where we are now we know exactly what our RNG value is. In fact, it's list value 154, stone value 49, in case you wanted to know.
Right, so what do you want to watch out for? When RJ is approaching, is he will run up the ladder into the screen, then he will run as close as possible to the door before entering, and then he will watch the weather vane stopping, and once the weather vane stops, you can watch the satellite dish on the top right of the screen, and it will do their turns. And you wanna have a window. What you wanna see is that the satellite dish is spinning at least 2.5 cycles without the weather vane moving, and then you know you're on the right value. So that's what you have to look out for.
Also, you really need a good movement in this Forgotten Capital part. It also matters for final descent manipulation.
Right, and that is because since we know the RNG values we're on now, because of the earlier stone manipulation on Bone Village and this list manipulation now in the observatory, but List will still advance on some screens. Particularly this screen here. This the overviewing screen here where the chest is and everything. List will move there. So you need to have very specific movement, very good movement, so you're not advancing List too far. But if you have good movement, this is the last tricky part about the manipulation. If you got everything before that right, and you got good movement here, you should be good to go. List is also advancing throughout Northern Crater, but the window we're actually on there then is really lenient, so even though like you should still have decent movement throughout the Northern Crater, but little mistakes or little unoptimal steps are not a big deal anymore.
The music is really good too.
Yeah, this is a nice track. Very mysterious.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the list value keeps rolling during this cutscene where he's placing the key.
I wish the game would go a little bit more into the whole Cetra or like ancients topic. It's this typical mysterious advanced ancient civilization that a lot of RPGs have. Maybe the remake is giving us a little bit more insight into that.
Hopefully.
We of course know from novels and lore-wise, we of course know more about what happened back then with Jenova, but the game itself is not telling you a whole lot.
I feel like it has like a clear connection to the summons. They just decided not to include that in the story, like not to make that canon. But I feel like it's...
Now that I say that, I feel like I read at some point that there was plans in connecting summons with the Cetra, yeah?
Mm-hmm. I've read somewhere that Knights of the Round are the summons that sealed Jenova, which makes a lot of sense.
That is a debunked rumor, though.
Oh, really?
At least I think on the wiki, I think I read that, like an article on the wiki, where it stated that it was officially debunked, that with basically the statement that people are overthinking these kind of things a little bit too much.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
I mean, obviously,
I like that theory.
I mean, yeah, why would you think
like
that?
it
It's obviously the 13 Moogle children that are made in the Moghouse game.
Oh, you're right. That makes a lot more sense.
RJ is doing the manip as well.
Oh yeah, I should have looked at that.
Yeah. Oh, he got.
It looks like
hope
RJ also got lucky, I think.
But
So,
we will see it on Colin. We will not miss it. I hope everyone in chat paid attention on RJ, seeing that.
I saw that RJ didn't get the encounters until Cosmo Canyon and Muttski did, so there is a time save for RJ.
Yeah.
Nice.
So I think both Muttski and RJ got good luck there. Basically, their current RNG was such that their current RNG value was such that they didn't need to wait at all. They didn't need to wait through any weather vane cycles in order for them to get to the RNG value they wanted to get to. That happens about one in 3 times, I think.
Oh, is that common? That's actually nice.
Yeah, it's like that's about a 1 in 3 chance for that to happen.
It's really punishing if you get like the worst RNG, which is like 2 1 cycles, I think. 1 2 cycle, and then you get the right one, right? Which costs you almost like 30 seconds. It's really bad.
Yeah. And Ben Hamin, this RNG value is going to be responsible for saving a good amount of time at the very end of the run. You can't really say how much time it saves because it's eliminating RNG.
Oh, Colin got a really bad pincer here in the underwater reactor. That one is a...
Oh, this is dangerous too.
It's not a good one.
Oh, that's not
These
good.
guys are... Luckily, they did not start casting so far. They can, I think, do nasty
He's
stuff.
on ATB weight as well, which is good. Not
Yeah,
on active.
Yeah, Dash Retro, it's 1 in 3 because they're not distributed evenly. It's just that there happen to be a lot more values within that particular window between those 2 values on Stone 49.
And he got off the pincer, but...
tricky.
He got off the pincer, but Kate, of course, lost his limit progression, unfortunately. But
Yeah.
he's fine.
Oh yeah, slots. I suppose we're going to be using slots in a bit, pretty soon. So slots isn't exactly random in this game. At least the first time that you use slots in a battle, and this will actually be relevant soon with the Hojo fight, but the first time you use slots in a battle, all the wheels start off at the same place, such that you can time when you're going to hit each of the buttons, like each of the slots, or when you're going to hit the button for each of the slots, rather, so you can time hitting the Cait Sith head on each of them. That still isn't enough because the game has a mechanic we call the black flag, I believe, or the evil flag.
Evil flag, yeah.
Evil flag, I mean.
Yeah, the evil flag mechanic.
But black flag is good too. Gives some piratey.
Yeah, I don't know. The evil flag mechanic is where a random amount of the time, in this case, 63 out of 64 of the time, on the last reel, the game will intentionally skip over the Cait Sith head, even though you hit it correctly, and go to the next one. We can avoid that by really quickly double tapping the button to both hit the Cait Sith head and then close out the window, and then it doesn't go all the way over to the next. It doesn't go to the next thing in time, and it hits Cait Sith heads, and we get game over. Thomas, I'm sort of thinking. Yeah, sorry.
It's 100% consistent. There is no RNG really involved, so if you miss it, it's 100% on you.
Yeah, but it's tight, and it's of course a little bit of daily form dependent, and it's not. It's hard to be absolutely consistent on it. Like, it's no shame missing some slots here and there.
Yeah, definitely. Especially since you do it over 20 times in a run, so.
You do want the game over, at least the slots game over, not the one where you go game over, but the one where the enemy's going game over. That would be good. Why is Muttski bullying Diamond Weapon?
Oh, you haven't heard about Diamond Weapon a minute?
Of course I have.
The classic taunt.
I was just testing you.
Yeah, obviously.
Isn't he gonna free the Chocobo? The calm Chocobo? Poor boy.
Yeah.
Well, good for RJ if he doesn't.
Making free.
Some bad luck.
But yeah, the Chocobo stays from disc 1 when we did calm skip, so you can go pick it up if you want to. Also, diamond weapon skip is possible, but you also softload the game if you try doing it, so...
Well, you reverse diamond weapon skip with despawning him, basically?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, there is a couple ways to actually softlock your game around diamond weapon. For example, the diamond weapon cutscene triggers when you talk to the High Wind, when you try to enter the High Wind after the cutscenes in the Ancient City. When you talk to the High Wind, Cloud will take a little step backwards away from the High Wind, and if this little step hits the trigger for the Ancient City, Cloud will enter the Ancient City, but the event for Diamond Weapon already triggered. So what the game is doing is it turned that flag on, or basically off, to trigger Diamond Weapon. When you leave Ancient City, you can enter the High Wind normally, but Diamond Weapon can never be triggered anymore, and your game is in an unfinishable state from that point on. Another bad thing is here, Muttski just saved. If Muttski would save too close to Diamond Weapon, that was fine though, and he would have to reload, and Diamond Weapon is basically hitting you while you were opening the menu and you saved, and when you reload that save, Diamond Weapon will also be gone.
Yeah, it's just finishable.
Yeah. And you're also soft locked.
Oh, perfect RNG.
Nice one on Muttski there.
Really good fights. Yeah, this fight is hard to game over because you have all 3 characters alive.
Yeah. You have a lot of chances here, technically. He's also not dealing a lot of damage. You can always just heal up and try again. But that was, of course, perfect. Like, the characters will do get all the. Wait. No, the characters do not get a refill after Rocket Town. You can have. No, but usually you have Sid alive, right? Usually you have only Sid and Kate alive.
Usually.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first attack it's random. Usually it's 50-50, or in this
Right.
case it was 1 in 3. But the stomp he does afterwards, he always targets the character with highest HP, which is always Kate Sid. So.
Oh, I actually didn't know that. That's good to know.
Yeah.
Kate Sif is a chunky boy.
Yeah, he's always the only one really getting experience most of the game.
Pretty much.
And here, this is what I was talking about earlier. RJ is leaving on the world map, talking to the High Wind now. And now, look, Cloud is taking a little step backwards. And if this little step, if he would have parked the High Wind too close to the Ancient City, and Cloud would have walked back into the Ancient City, he would have softlocked. That's why he parked extra far away from the trigger there. Oh, Colin is going for...
Yeah.
Colin is going for yeah. But nice, got him too. No problems there.
Well done.
Good.
It would be a cool skip, actually, if it worked to just re-enter City of the Ancients and just skip Diamond Weapon completely.
That would be nice, yeah.
Be really cool.
But alas,
Someone
you're
figure out
punished.
arbitrary game mode. Someone figure out arbitrary game mode settings so we can do something like that.
Oh, then Ace can go after his name
Maybe.
really heavily.
Please don't.
I mean,
We
arbitrary
already have,
arbitrary game mode value set, like arbitrary game moment values would already be more than enough for, say, live stream skip, basically everything you could possibly want.
Yeah, it would break the game a lot, for sure.
Yeah, like that's the thing. Anything that you could think of that would do live stream skip would probably be so powerful. It would probably have to be so powerful that it would be able to be used in a lot more places than just live stream skip.
And it's kind of a concern I have with the next skips. Because we found the calm skip, which uses the world map. The next big skip's probably gonna break the game in half or something. Like, really depends on what is found, but
Yeah, it's like
could make the run much shorter.
Yeah, arguably you could sort of try to maybe be able to use calm skip for like the mechanic behind calm skip for something a lot more. Speaking of calm skip, we're freeing the Choco. RJ is
RJ's.
Yep.
See ya, buddy.
But yeah, a lot of people were afraid that calm skip would lead to a lot more skips and game breaks. But turns out there is not a lot of applicable cases. Otherwise, like you can do some nice shenanigans, but nothing that would be worth doing in any way in a run. You can jump islands here and there, but nothing that would let you skip anything or save you time in any way. It's just fun stuff. Like for example, here in theory, you can clip into the ocean here, calm skip style, and trigger Diamond Weapon quite a bit earlier. And it would work, since after the fight you get teleported to the High Wind above the place where the High Wind was parked. So there would not be a problem. The problem is though that in order to do the calm skip stuff, you need to be able to unmount the Chocobo. But a wild Chocobo at this point will run away, and there is no trigger anymore that lets you naturally have the wild Chocobo stay like in front of Mithril Mine. That trigger is gone, for example. So what you would have to do is you would have to enter Chocobo stable, the Chocobo farm, and buy stables, so you can catch a wild Chocobo and store the wild Chocobo in your stables, and re-enter the stables and grab your now not wild Chocobo anymore, your personal Chocobo, and then do the calm skip, which all takes so much time that it's absolutely not worth it. But in theory, there is stuff like that, but it's not. It's not doing anything for us.
Yeah, and it wouldn't even be worth it to do in 100% where you already have Chocobos to use. just because, pretty much just because you have other stuff that you would be doing during that time anyway.
Yeah, so on RJ's side, he's fighting Diamond Weapon, also getting very good RNG here. On Muttski's side, though, we have the second biggest skip in the game, and also the last big skip we do in the game. So what Muttski will do here, after the last text box of Reef, which is this one, he will hold right down and run, which will cause an invisible cloud here, trigger the cutscene with Hojo. Well, normally what would happen is Reef is calling Hojo over phone, and Hojo would talk with Reef, and then it would just skip back. But every cutscene in the game is actually the field. How the game is handling this is it loads the field, but locks Cloud, or the current leading character, into place invisible, and then just executes whatever script that cutscene has right now on that field. But it is still the actual field. In this case, we have a split-second time where the game is not locking Cloud in place, which we can use, triggering this cutscene here with Hojo. And the game then thinks that we're already on that screen regularly and just starts the Hojo fight, which skips the whole Return of Midgard section. The bad part is that the game is so confused by that it misses all music. In this case, there is even a little bit of bugged music, because he started the fight while one of those electric currents were happening, so the fight has a little bit of a weird glitched out music.
Oh yeah, I guess that happened this time. That doesn't usually happen with the spark patterns you get from FD Minip.
Yeah.
I actually should have been paying attention to the spark patterns. I didn't see them.
Not.
Make sure he's on stone 49 and everything.
So, and for the Hojo fight, anyone want to talk about the Hojo fight? I explained this.
Actually, I'm not. Someone else should talk about how slots works here.
Here, Goran.
Yeah, basically, we usually, when we start a fight, the real start at the same time. Well, Hojo is kind of different in this way because second and third form, the slots continue from where we left off. So he's gonna need to buffer the slots in order to get it. In theory, you could actually time it second and third phase with a specific timing, but it's a really, really hard thing to do. So it's not really advised, because if you miss it, you can probably wipe. So Muttski's gonna buffer it and take it safely.
Oh, but it's okay. He took it safe.
Oh, never mind. He's gonna miss
it. He's going for the Moogle dance, or whatever it's called.
For the heal, yeah.
Technically, he does not have to buffer that. I mean, if you want to guarantee it, he has to buffer it, but the chance that the game is actually helping you, because there is not only... Oh my god. The chance that there is actually not only a evil flag, but there is also a helping hand flag, I want to say, where the game sometimes actually helps you getting the full slots.
He got lucky. He didn't do the double attack, so
yeah, it was great here.
He lives.
That looks a lot better. Nice, and nice. There we go.
But yeah,
One
you could
more
technically,
to go.
Yeah, you could technically learn the timing for second and third phase.
Yeah, I worked on that a little bit, but and I got it down on emulator, but I never tried to transfer it to console so far.
I think only Emanon tried to do it like years and years ago, and he managed to do it in a run.
So yeah, this run is absolutely not over just because we're getting close to the end game. The end of the run is, especially in slots, pretty tense.
And the last slots for Muttski here, or Hojo. Oh, too early. The toy box.
I think that was literally a frame too early.
Yeah, probably. But it's okay. These fights are luckily, like especially the third phase. The second phase can be a little bit. Oh, the miss. That will not fill him up with the miss, right? Or is it enough? Oh, it is
Should
enough.
be enough. The last hit does the most.
Yeah, the last hit is heavy. All right. There we go. Nice one, Muttski. Got him in.
Good job. Good job.
But look at RJ, so close. If he gets 3 fast slots here, it's got to be really close.
Yeah, he can easily gain like 1 or 2 minutes now. Muttski also got bad RNG at the start with little enemies targeting Kate Sit. So
Although Colin
things
here
can
going
change.
for his root fight. Let's hope that one goes fine for him. Both Muttski and RJ on the same screen. One before, one after the fight.
Also, this is one of the side effects of the skip. We are stuck with this victory team for a while.
Yeah. RJ Sparks look good. Oh, is Colin... No, it's fine. Ooh, that was a bit close. But he got it.
Colin got also the bad RNG with Rude. The triple...
Great spark,
triple... Yeah.
A grand spark, I think. Okay, RJ. Colin finishing up Rocket Town really solid. Was nice. And now RJ needs to farm a limit here. He hopes that the enemies attack Kate Sith, which they of course do not. There is one. He only needs 2 hits.
Yeah, I guess he's having similar RNG.
Alright, and now Kate Sith was in front row. The strat here is to put Kate into back row after he got the limit, and then Magic Breath with Sid, the own party, so that Cloud and Sid die. So that Kate can game over then, while Magic Breath happening, while the animation for Magic Breath is happening, Kate is putting in the game over, because of limit priority will happen right after. And since Kate has the Bold Armlet on, he will be healed full from that Magic Breath. Preparing it perfectly for the second phase here, so that Kate is the only target and gets the limit immediately. Also getting great RNG here for RJ, only doing the single attack. RJ going for the first buffer.
Yeah, you kind of have to visually confirm it if he does the 1 or 2nd attack, so you know if you have to heal, just in case.
You can either do 1 or 2. You have to, after he does 1, you have to look out if he's doing a second one, if you want to take it safe. If you want to take it risky, you don't need to heal up, because the first combo from the third phase will not kill you. But of course for the marathon, it would be nice to heal up. But in this case, RJ got really lucky and got also the game over in very nice. Perfect fight so far.
Yeah, so far it looks really good. One more phase. This is basically the hardest fight in Slots Run.
And RJ going for his last slots here on Hojo. Can he actually lock in the time save over Muttski too? And he can. That was really good.
Really
Great
good
fight.
It's getting interesting. This is a huge time save for Team Choco.
So it really depends now if someone is messing up or not. There's not much bad RNG that can happen anymore. It can be a little bit like it. Something bad can happen, like if you're not careful, Sid can in theory miss himself with a Magic Breath on Genova Synthesis. That would mean he's alive for Bizarro, which is pretty bad, so you gotta watch out for that one. That is something that can still happen. On Bizarro, the first attack on Kate can miss, where we actually want to have the limit. And the same thing can actually happen on Safer Sephiroth, where the Shadow Flare that we want to have the limit of can also miss. But there are backups for that. It's not run over, but it's scary if that happens.
Also, something that might be a game changer is also if they both got Final Descent manip correctly.
Good
that
point,
can really be a game changer.
As Ace said earlier, it is a little bit like Muttski's manipulation is maybe a little bit sketch since he got the glitched out sound on Hojo, because normally if your mashing is normal, you should not get into a spark range where you should get a glitched out sound in a fight, but we'll see.
John Rossum's had a spark pattern list, and it looks like it might be on the late edge, but should still be within the correct window, especially if Muttski is fast.
All right.
Like I think it was 6 after 400, and I think you can be up to 7 after 400 and be fine.
Oh yeah, he's gonna get one extra encounter because of the movement troubles.
Oh yeah, one extra encounter before FD.
I mean, I don't know if I want to go for a back on the fly, but I think if you do 3 steps after the last fight, after the normally Master Tonberry fight, you skip the next one. Gives you extra distance.
Might be interesting to try.
As a backup.
I don't know though.
Also, look at Tifa's mouth here on RJ's screen. Vampire Tifa. Is it maybe a little bit too late now? But I'll see it again on Colin later. And Muttski here, the first runner for Team Tonberry, entering CD3, going for those last minutes of the run, and not only the run, but also the whole relay. Even the dogs are excited, guys.
Even the dog is celebrating.
Dog is also team close face.
Dog super hype. I hope you too. And one unfortunate thing, maybe runners should have agreed to bring back the music for Final Descent, but of course this is fast. One bad thing about the Radar Midgame skip is that the music is still bugged out, and we will have unfortunately a silent Northern Crater, and last fights too. There will be no more regular music. The only other music that we will hear at this point is the victory fanfare after Genova Synthesis. Otherwise, it will be uncomfortably quiet a little bit.
Yeah, you get ASMR from Cloud running and jumping.
There is a way to bring back the music. You can actually just save your game on the disk change and then reset your console and then load that save, which will bring back the music and put the game into a normal state again. But that costs you about a minute, so it's definitely not worth in a marathon run. If it's agreed on, you could have gone for it. And I think actually, if I remember right, when I ran no slots for the FF relay, like 2 relays ago or so, I think we did it. But honestly, I think everyone just forgot about this.
Yeah, I think back when you ran it, I don't think Final Descent manipulation was.
Oh, it was
as easy. Oh, it was.
It was just a different one. It was the one with the sheet where you track the sparks. Well, Muttski actually going for a slots farm here. That's interesting. I
Yeah,
never
no, I don't
I never
know.
thought it's
Yeah.
so hard to farm slots on Jenova herself.
Yeah, I don't think this is a really good encounter. The dragon was much better.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, I would never farm it here. Personally, I would just get it on Jenova if I don't have it.
Yeah, something
not
interesting the
extremely
runners can do
dangerous.
now is magic breath their own party to have only Kate Sith alive. You're gonna be doing that later.
Yeah, you want to definitely have Sid alive. You want to get rid of both Cloud and Sid, but only on the Jenova fight for Bizarro. And it would be nice to have a cover here.
Yeah.
There we
He
go.
needs one more hit.
And RJ is also going into his CD3 now here. Right on Muttski's heels.
Soon they're gonna perform, I would say, one of the oldest skips in the game, which is the Say Crystal skip.
Oh, right.
If somebody wants to explain.
Sure, I do it. So when you grab the last vein here, like look at Muttski's screen. What he's doing. He will climb down this pillar, and then when he grabs the next pillar, he will open his menu, and now choose the safe crystal, which will cause a paralysis dodge with the pillar. And now the next text box that will happen will glitch out. He will close the safe crystal, and now he can walk in the cutscene. He still has to lock in the characters, otherwise all characters will come with him into the next screen, which is not good. So he still needs to make his decision who goes where, left and right. But once he got locked them all in, he takes Kate Sith and Sid with him down, and then sends everyone down again, and that was it basically. It skips that cutscene where everyone is walking left and right depending on where you sent them, because the game is already sending them internally once you did the input. You don't need to watch the cutscene, but you still need to do the inputs.
Yeah, it's one of the oldest paralysis dodge that were discovered back in the day.
Yeah, so in this one would be on normal Staproot and Master Tonberry. It's a golem now.
Yeah, the Optimus Prime.
And he will most likely, normally that would be the last encounter in the Staproot, but he's quite a bit behind. So we'll probably get another one.
Luckily, I don't think you can get any pincers or any pet encounters here, so...
No, there are no pincers in the Northern Crater, at least not the screens. Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
That one will be, at least not in the screens we go through. But he got a nice German monster.
Ooh, that's a crit.
This guy is scary.
See, that would have been a good place to get the limit.
Yeah, German monster because it's called Elemain. They translated it really bad. Like normally it's an Ariman, right? But they translated it as Elemain.
Also, yeah, he's using the save crystal again. We can reuse it, kinda, so we can save again.
Well,
Yeah, we never actually... Sorry.
No, talk.
Yeah, we never actually placed down the save crystal when we did our glitch with it.
Right, when we did the paralysis dodge for the save crystal glitch, we did not place the crystal, but we said no. So we just used the crystal, we just used the text box that was popping up basically to get the skip, but we still have the save crystal and can use it here for a nice last safety save. But this is the point of no return. Once you triggered this cutscene here, there is no going back. So this is the last opportunity to save for you. Also, fun fact: if you do the save crystal glitch, you bug out the pillar to climb up, so you're locked down here too. Normally you can leave. Like, even if you're at the very bottom, right before Final Descent, you can still leave the Northern Crater by climbing all the way up again. But the Save Crystal Glitches is denying you.
Let's see if he
That-
got it. The 0 encounter. So far, so good.
Yeah. So now
Anyone
here
want to
there's
sing the Final Descent music?
the do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Dun, 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 dun. It's a normal Genova theme here normally.
Also, I believe on certain consoles, this screen is very laggy.
Nice, he got it. No encounters for Muttski.
Perfect
Nice, well done.
manipulation. Really well done.
Here, and RJ is
for,
struggling with his best friend, the Master Tonberry. Very hard
It's
to escape.
Muttski
Chilling.
encounter.
Also, Master Tonberry, like he has that mastery star even above. Like, he actually mastered the Tonberry class.
On PS1, yes. Goran was
Well,
gonna
that's
mention
unfortunate.
PS1
Oh,
is a
That's-
Ooh.
Not great.
no, that is, but it's okay.
Yeah, can still.
Yeah, he's on ATB weight, so it's fine. He should be on weight. Yeah, he is.
I like how
Yeah.
Muttski confirmed that he does not die there before doing the input. But if he misses that one, that would be bad.
He can survive one more hit, but
Maybe, yeah. Nice. But
Oh,
he
you
got
got it. Cool.
the
Nice.
initial hit did 1,100.
cost him some time, but still perfectly on track. No issues. He can. There's one more menu before Bizarro, so he can heal up. But
RJ
you
is right
definitely
behind
see the
him.
nervousness on Muttski there, I guess. I'm sorry.
Hitting. That's what we talked about earlier. Like, it's really nerve-wracking, even if you did it 1 million times. It's when the nerves hit, it's a totally different story.
Yep. There's always the option to buffer the inputs like you did on the second one. Usually you have to do it when you miss the first slots. You can do it in the first slots too, but it's just lower. And RJ is right behind him, so if he messes up the next two fights, this could be a comeback. Not to jinx it.
It was really
Let's see
close.
if RJ gets his Final Descent Manip here. So far, so good, right? $10, $11. Wow, he got the last fight. He was too far behind. Just a little bit.
That's unfortunate.
He was on the right values. He was just
I got
a
a
little
limit.
bit too sloppy.
Oh,
Oh, you got the
Yeah,
limit.
nice limit farm.
I
Rewarded.
unlucky
even.
situation.
I guess that was planned then.
Calculated. Muttski's double checking everything because after
Yeah.
this there is no.
There is no coming back. Kate is in front row. That works out well. He needs to be in front row to actually get the limit from the next attack. He's full life. There is really nothing else. Barrier materia is, of course, like we haven't actually talked about that one. It was not so important, but back then in Rocket Town, after Materia Keeper, all the way back, we bought a barrier materia and we kept it on Kate throughout the whole run, just for the very last fight. We wanted to level it up at least once, and we did, to get access to Magic Barrier.
RJ got everything perfectly.
Nice, nice.
Also, there is a bit of RNG with Bizarro. He can start with Bizarro energy or not.
Right, right. And here now, Muttski is waiting a little bit for the Bolt 3 here, because the Bolt 3, because he has the Bolt Armlet, will heal Kate up and prepare him for
Nice.
the last fight, and he got his slots now, because you wanna enter safer Sephiroth with full HP.
One more
Because
slot
the
left
next-
for Muttski.
Right, because the next opportunity to get a slot for the last fight is the Shadow Flare, So say for Sephiroth here, like both of the last two bosses are scripted in their turn order. Say for Sephiroth here, for example, will always start with a wall, and his next attack will always be a Shadow Flare. That Shadow Flare deals massive damage though. It would, like, even with the HP plus materia that we have by now, it would not be enough to survive it, not even close. You will see, and that's why we need the magic barrier to halve the incoming magic damage. You will see how close Cait Sith will survive the Shadow Flare, even though with magic barrier. And there is just one more slot to go.
It's a very well calculated run.
It's also really nerve-wracking, the final boss with silence and you don't hear anything and you just have to do slots.
That is pretty intense, yeah.
Silence with like 200 HP, staring Sephiroth.
Yeah. If anyone's here, can we get audio switched over to Muttski? Because currently audio is on is not on Muttski, I'm pretty sure.
And there is the Shadow Flare, dealing about 3,800 or so. Yeah. And the last slot. And there we go. That was it for Team Tonberry.
Congrats. You saw him taking his time.
It is Muttski for Team Tonberry making first place. Big congrats.
This is actually Tonberry's first victory in all of the years, so congrats.
Nice. Amazing.
Tonberry finally did it. But RJ is also closing it. He got Bizarro.
Don't forget RJ got his setup here perfectly too. So close behind. RJ did such a great job catching up. He did
really good run. Really well done.
He's really close to his PB as well, even with the pincers and everything.
And yeah, now the music is gonna go back to normal.
And now we're on RJ.
Yeah, RJ. Final slot.
Meanwhile, Colin is waiting for a diamond weapon. There is the magic barrier. The Shadow Flare. And RJ got it too. Amazing. GG RJ.
Very well done.
GG, well done.
Congrats to Choco on second place.
Meanwhile,
also, it's worth noting that Shadow Flare can miss. In that case, you have to use a barrier or defend.
Right.
And the normal attack can also miss after that.
Or switch rows.
You hope. Yeah. You hope that doesn't happen, but there is a small chance of that happening.
Shadow Flare can also crit, right? And kill you right away.
Cannot crit.
No? Okay.
But the normal attack can crit.
Yes.
Like if Shadow Flare misses, and you can only do one action before the normal attack. You can either do a barrier, which is slowest, but you can also just switch rows, which halves your damage, or defend, which also halves your damage. Whatever you do, you only have one action and it only can half your damage, but when safer crits, then you are still dead. Will we get an Omni Slash though for Muttski as the winner? Or is he going for
Yes, we're gonna find out.
For the Omni Slash. The district.
I want it to be clear that this Omni Slash is dedicated to Cereth because he absolutely hates when people do it.
Me too.
Fair enough.
There we go. GG.
GG.
Congratulations.
Finally, Muttski. Amazing.
Also, last year I think it was the similar situation when Team Tonberry fell behind at the start and then they made a huge comeback, but they didn't manage to close it at the end. It was really close. This year, they managed to do it. So
Colin being a bit
congrats to
unlucky here in the
everyone.
diamond weapon fight, but got it now.
GG Muttski.
GG Colin.
Man, I had
To
a
have-
really rough start on this one.
Yeah, the
74
camp skip
hours
struggles
of
were pretty
speedrun.
real.
Get this close. Pretty impressive.
You were like Muttski. You thought you didn't clip, right? After your initial setup on camp skip.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, but you did. You just clipped
Oh, okay.
slightly down into the
gotcha,
swamp,
gotcha.
area.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah. That's why I went back and was just like, oh, I guess I'll just.
Yeah. But still worked out.
Yeah, it's fine. It's all good. After we got to the part where, I started farming kills for the limit break and, doing the boss fights from that point on, it was mostly pretty good except for those 2 misses on Hojo. Otherwise, it was pretty clean. Obviously, I played it really safe the whole way. I didn't want to be that guy that...
You really did, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't want to be the guy that lost 15 minutes in the last, 3 hours of the final game. So I played, absurdly safe the whole way.
And RJ also going for the Omni Slash, of course. How
This Omni Slash is
original
brought to you by
RJ.
Wawas.
Do we know the times you guys got?
I don't want to talk about it. Let's just say that my PB from before the calm skip was better than this run.
From feeling, I would say they got roughly like a 45 or something, maybe.
My live split's a 638-16.
I was gonna say that yours is
38.
probably pretty good.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
a
this
lot better
is
than I
good.
thought.
That's decent.
Yeah, I was ahead of my PB after calm skip because that's where my PB was really bad.
Yeah,
I'm missing that Genova birth preemptive because I screwed up and ran backwards in Shinra.
I was ahead of my PB after Guard Scorpion and then never again. Thanks for commentating for us, guys. I'm excited to play this back and see. I'm sure there were some good laughs to be had at a number of parts in our run. So
It was a
Thanks for
fun
doing
time,
that.
absolutely.
Yeah, especially
was
your
pretty
run.
fun, yeah.
Your run took some interesting routes, visiting Zach's house and watching the view.
Yeah, I was not looking at my TV and I was just holding down and down left, and apparently I didn't go down left enough, so I missed that ledge where it bonks you to go straight out, and I ran right into the house and
That's disappointing. I thought you were sending a message here.
No, I don't. I
Wait.
that was I wish that was on purpose.
But look at this, only 2 minutes apart.
Man,
Barely over 2
haven't
minutes
4
apart,
hours.
first and second. After
I did-
74 hours, that is really insane.
I did let myself and my team
Impressive.
down. I don't know if you saw, but I did a divergent step route at the end of after Genova death and started doing something that's kind of atypical of the normal route. And it only adds 1 encounter, but the final encounter is a Tonberry encounter. But then I threw it away in Disc 3. I forgot to walk my last steps I needed to walk. So
The final
we got-
encounter should normally be a Tonberry encounter anyway.
I got you the
Yeah.
Tonberry in my last encounter.
Yeah, I saw your Tonberry.
Even though you messed it up somewhere, RJ, we did not
Yeah,
catch
I got
where you lost
3
the formations.
bomb bridge and 3 bombs on the bridge
yeah.
in
Oh,
Mount,
you got weird,
North,
okay.
or in Mount Coral. I was like half a step away from the next screen, so that's why the pincer ended up happening.
But did
Glad
you
you were
get an
prepared
extra
for
encounter
it,
in
though.
Northern Crater? I did not see that, RJ.
No, I
I
got
got-
only the 4 total.
You got only the okay.
Yeah, and I got lucky.
I
I mean,
know.
I failed FD minute, got the 1 encounter, but it gave me the limit, so that worked out.
Yeah, that was nice,
That is
right?
nice.
I mean, calculated, I would say. Right?
Yeah, exactly. I have it in my last run, my practice run too, the exact same. Iron Giant limit right at the end.
Well, if you're so consistent, you should
practiced
just
for
go for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, if any of you watching are interested in running this game or running the no slots category in this game, which is a little more popular, they're both really cool and a lot of fun. And there's a lot of mechanics and tech that people have worked to kind of improve and optimize with this game. And it can be a little intimidating, but the community is really awesome and great. People in the FF7 Discord are all really super helpful. So definitely recommend checking it out if this is a game that you're interested in, regardless if it's this version or the PC version or one of the newer console ports. They're all around and all great. Yeah.
Colin is about to do Hojo.
Right, Hojo's still a scary fight. Arguably, at least for me, Hojo is one of the more scarier fights in the run. Not because you can go game over, but the chance to at least lose quite some time is always there.
Yeah.
It's become considerably scarier without the cover materials too. Because it used to be like if you missed one, like it was super easy to recover. But now because we do it solo, it's considerably riskier.
Yeah,
I still run the wall, but
healed up enough.
I don't know why everyone is giving up on cover. I still use cover.
Yeah, I could grab it since I grabbed the ether for elevator minute, but I just never
how many
did
covers
it, so.
you pick up. If you only pick one, it's not really worth it.
Yeah,
it is worth it though.
It's like one, I don't know.
Like just for like having the cover.
For underwater reactor,
for Rocket Town, it's really great.
Yeah,
down on the water reactor for carry armor, it's nice. For Hojo, it's nice in the first phase. For
if you're doing safety strats,
nice.
to
I think it's with
like
one
with the characters alive instead of just solo Kate, then obviously it would be more beneficial too. Like for marathon.
Also, the cover can help with the Snots grind too, giving the cover out there covers Kate's it, makes the fight not only safer, but also makes it much more likely that Cloud is actually dead if you want to go for PD, of course. The Cloud is dead by the time you get slot.
I haven't watched Colin's Sparks, but I think he messed up the movement in the Forgotten Capital, so I don't think he's going to get the 0 encounter.
It's unfortunate.
Final
Do you know
descent.
what happened for you, RJ? Why you were behind? Slightly?
Probably just the mashing, because I was just single thumb mashing. And being slots, you have to be like even faster than those slots a little because of Kate.
It's a little bit tighter, yeah.
With the animations instead of the phone call.
Yep. It's a little bit longer that you spend on that bit, yeah.
But nice. Colin got a nice first phase here on the Hojo.
Good RNG.
But also, I guess I did bonk, like maybe 1 or 2 times in the descent, Northern Cave. Like first screen, after save crystal, I always like get stuck in this one spot lately. When I go like down left, I have to like go left more. But if I go down left, just I like get stuck on this one piece.
I started taking it wider than I think I should, because I've learned that I waste less time just going more like on the left than I do whenever I get stuck on the ledge. It's not easy. It's really easy to get, hung up on something, especially coming out of encounters and stuff, if it's not exactly where you're used to getting them.
Yeah, I had a couple movement mistakes. Like Temple, I ran backwards and fell behind a bit, but then kind of caught up a little. Then, Genova, Birth, Preemptive, and Shinra, I ran backwards, unfortunately. I was going to get it too, but I tried a YOLO, because like, you can, if you start on like 0, 32, or 64 fractions on the cargo ship screen, you can like just run straight left and add R1 later than you normally would, and you can save, like you can end up on the earlier step ID that way on the cargo ship.
Nice.
So I tried that, but didn't work out.
Colin's got a second one.
Yeah.
A little bit scary, of course, with low HP. If he does not heal up after the combo, he only has one chance, probably.
He'll. I think he used Magic Breath on this round, so I imagine he'll do it on this.
He's probably gonna heal.
Can Magic Breath? No, it won't miss, right? Because it heals you. Like if you healed with that, with Hypered Kate.
No, I don't.
Still hit always, right?
I don't think
it always hits.
Because it's a heal thing or whatever, so it's like 255%.
I don't know if he has X potions or anything left.
Yeah, I don't know.
Use that as well. But yeah, he's healing. Good decision.
And with that second one was slick. Very fast. Nice. Got it. GG Colin for that fight.
Yeah, no missed
Going
slots.
strong into
really good.
CD3. Colin's run overall is probably a little bit weaker than yours.
I think
Like
if you didn't have the deaths, I think it's definitely better. I think the deaths are where he lost time. But
yeah,
other
he
than that,
definitely.
his
right.
run was considerably better.
He played really well.
Yeah, if it wasn't for Doumeis game and Schizo, I think the run is actually really good.
So now this is the last opportunity in the next screen to look at Tifa's nice vampire teeth. Don't miss that.
Naturally, you'd be remiss if you didn't talk about it.
What up?
Hey, Colin.
Yeah.
Hello.
Do we have sound on Colin or on the credits right now?
On
the
appears-
credits, I'm pretty sure.
Because if we have it on Colin, then there is not much sound at all, right? I know we have it on the credits. No. Definitely cannot miss that nice Final Fantasy theme.
Yeah, unfortunately, unlike 7 and 8 and 10, or 8 and 9 and 10 rather, this game doesn't have any lyrics in the credits song. Kind of sad.
No blackjack, feels bad.
Yeah, I know. People think FF7's great. Like, dude, it's missing so many key components of the post game.
You're a little bit unfair. It's the first one, right? You want to judge FF7 like on later game standards? That's not fair.
Man, you know what? That's reasonable.
I remember somebody saying FF7 is bad because it only has 3 discs compared to 8 and 9.
Great argument.
Fun fact about that, the game is actually in all discs, in all games. Like the whole game in FF7, 8 and 9, the whole game is on all discs. What makes the game actually a multi-disc game are just the videos, like the FMVs.
FMVs, yeah.
They are so huge, they make 90% of the disc space. The game
Well, you
itself
say
is
huge.
really
It's
small.
huge relative to the medium that it's on, right?
Yeah, of course. Like,
Huge at a time.
Dude, this ending FMV is actually only like 20 megs big.
Funnily enough, I think international version has 4 discs, I believe.
It does, but the 4th disc is like it's like the perfect game guide or something. I've never actually fired it up, even though I have it when I ran INT.
Yeah, it has a bunch of stuff. I think like within the game, like models and other.
Yeah,
like, you
yeah.
can look at a bunch of the items and the things, and there's like descriptions about stuff.
I like how RJ sounds like he's under the covers already.
That's just my crappy headset mic.
It's already taken
Man,
it out.
I could be under the covers already. I slept a solid 3 hours today. Then I woke up and I couldn't go back to bed anymore. And then commentary.
Nice, that's like similar to what I ended
You
up
were just too
doing, I think.
excited for this, so you couldn't sleep.
No, actually not. I don't know. I just woke up and...
You're not excited for this? Just joking.
No, I was... No, yeah, sure. Whatever you say.
I'm seriously. I think I'm gonna run this back just so I can feel better.
Oh, I know that feeling. It's like this. Oh man, this run was not optimal. I want to do it again.
Yeah, I think that's where I'm at. Gonna
It's
order
like-
some pizza.
It's kind of
Yeah.
funny. I don't know if you guys can relate, but there is no more motivation to do a run after a run sometimes. Like if I would have the time, if like tiredness and stuff like that would not be a thing, very often I'm never more motivated than actually doing an FF7 run after finishing an FF7 run. Just thinking about it, what went wrong, just running it back.
Yep.
Honestly though, just from not game overing, you guys did a great job. Like game over, like not messing up completely one of the fights. It's already like a good run in itself.
Hey, speak for yourself, buddy.
Oh,
I
no,
think
really, nobody really had the super bad deaths where you lose.
Yeah, that was
20 minutes
really-
or something.
Yeah, that's really respectful. No one had a huge time loss.
I think I only screwed up slots on the first train fight.
Yeah, that looks scary.
Because, that
Oh,
stupid
yeah,
minigame.
that was
You have to do the
fun.
slots right after that stupid minigame. Like,
Yeah.
I hate that minigame so much.
Yeah.
That's my PV also. My PV
yeah.
screwed up the first 2 fights on train and also Genova Death, I think it was.
It's a
And-
hard segment. The train segment is like, it might not look that hard to someone that hasn't done it, but dude, the train segment's definitely one of the hardest parts of the entire.
It's one of the scariest parts, you know.
Yeah, for sure.
Especially because it's so unsure, right? It does not have to kill you, but they do so high
Mhm.
damage when they spam
Yeah,
the, what is it
go to
called?
the
Smog alert? or
Smog
something?
alert, yep.
Yeah.
I go to the back row
that
for that
deals too much
second
damage.
fight, so you don't take like 500 per shot or whatever. Because they can even like, do double of that, can't they, in one turn? Like double Smog alert 2 times?
They can do double smog, but I don't think they
Maybe.
can do it on the same character twice.
Maybe not. I'm not sure. Colin starting the descent. Well, like
Nice.
the disc 3 initial
Getting
The initial
he's,
descent, yeah.
descent.
he's actually best of you 3 on step route, I think. He's still pretty behind, but he's still furthest from you guys. Muttski was the worst. He walked too late. You need... Okay, that is an extra encounter. This one has no range. You need to walk this immediately.
Yeah, I remember messing that up as well. Oh, he got the skip. The chest skip.
Yeah, there is a little skip there. It's... I don't know. It saves 1 second or so. If you open the chest at the same time when the platform crumbles down, falls down, you pick up the save crystal while the animation happens, so you actually save the animation time. Oh, also, Muttski, that limit farm here in the crater, I don't think it's in any way scary to just get your limit on Genova, right?
Yeah, I thought about that. Usually I do it on what's the second to last encounter? Whatever the second to last encounter. But once I screwed up my last set of steps and I didn't know what the formations were gonna be, when I got the 2 death claws, I was like, I'll do it here. Because I didn't know what I was
Take
gonna
it.
get. Yeah, I probably should. I thought about doing it on Genova, but
Yeah, you gave me an opening.
if I was
to
on
come
if I was
back a
trying
bit
to
more.
like PB, I think I would have just done that. Like I would have, I wouldn't have wasted sitting in a single encounter.
And as you stay front row though that whole time, right? Too, so it is a bit like I go to back row, and I've messed around like trying to farm it before and took way too long. So I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna get it either just at Genova's fine, or in this case, I got it right in the last final descent zone.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. I saw you took. Didn't you? You got like a dragon tail hit, which probably got you.
It hit Sid instead though. Yeah, it hit Sid.
Oh, got you.
Yeah.
Wait, I got an idea. Colin, if you would be. Oh wait, Colin doesn't hear us. He's muted.
Yeah.
But if we maybe I can reach him. I just got the idea. Maybe he wanna save and reload the game for music in the final fight.
Music.
It'll mess up his final descent though. If he had it.
I think he messed it up already because of the movement.
He's off. Yeah.
Okay.
So again, Colin is doing a safe crystal skip here, one more time. He still needs to input left and right where the characters should go. Otherwise, if you would leave too early, you would drag all characters with you, which is not very good. Oh, but he messed up somewhat. He messed up left and right. He sent everyone he want to go right, left, and sent Kate and Sid right.
Probably going to the right too.
Oh, he sent himself right.
Yeah.
Oh no.
His pincers that way. Uh-oh.
I have done this before, and let me tell you, it is a doozy.
Oh, that is mean. Now
no
Colin has to
Kate
go to
either.
the right side. Yeah. Luckily, right side also has no pincers, so it's not scary. It's just costing quite a bit of time. Also, you cannot forget that you cannot forget to reset up Kate with the barrier, and Sid with the enemy skills, since they get stripped everything.
Fight. No slots now. This is a nice screen though, visually.
Right side is nice, yeah. I don't know who was it, RJ?
Yeah, I was testing it, but I
right
had
side,
some
right,
little. I was off on some of the field length on some of them.
Yeah. Because
So it
right
didn't
side is
end up
nice
working
because
out.
it has a what
It's
was
like
the benefit
faster
again?
to go through. A
Oh
bit,
right, it's right.
But it's
the
long.
cutscene
Like
is
its
faster.
steps are worse. Like it takes more steps, but
Yeah.
you get like some other time saves. You can like skip the whole dialogue on the crystal glitch because you can
Yeah, but
like
it-
just send. You don't have to send anyone anyway because it'll. If you go right, it just keeps your whole party to the right. But yeah, there's like more steps, and you get like at least one more encounter.
But
Basically,
it
in every
definitely taught
route.
us to pay attention to that for future step routes potentially, because maybe there is a step route that has enough distance open there at some point, you know, to actually make it right side. Oh, I think Colin does not know his way through here. Maybe.
Oh no, is he going down to get?
there is. There is a
Oh.
Death Choker pincer. I forgot about that one. It's not really scary. Oh, it is more scary apparently than I thought.
It is kind of scary without, say.
Oh, he
Kate
has
Sith
no. Oh, he has nothing. Oh no.
Or being on A to be active.
That's.
Yeah, that's scary.
Where was his last save? Ooh, this is heartbreaking. Before Hojo.
Thanks. Oh.
That
Oh,
is heartbreaking.
That's
That
unfortunate.
is very unfortunate. Yeah. Being there, done that. That's a rough one.
Midgame area. So either it's Diamond Weapon or Hojo.
Think Hojo.
back to CD2. It's fine. At least it gives him the chance to show how it's done. Like a proper CD3. We get full audio now? I don't know. Colin did not answer in Discord, and he's muted in the audio channel. He might focus on his run. Oh, Colin is typing, maybe? Alright, we're back on Hojo. Let's just act as if nothing happened. Colin's still finishing strong here. Just confirmed it.
Man, that was a great diamond weapon kill in Midgard raid skip, right?
Back into Hojo. He got a very nice first phase last time. Let's hope he can let's hope we can repeat that. So again, just for those who missed it, Team Tonberry won not only the FF7 race, but also the whole event. Congrats to Team Tonberry for Muttski. Big congrats. RJ, both got a sub 640 finish time, which is really sick time for slots. Especially for how many safety strats and saves and everything they did. That was very, very impressive. RJ closed in just 1 minute behind. Just over 2 minutes. Just over 2 minutes behind Muttski on second place. And right now we're watching Colin here finishing his run. Unfortunately, he had some issues earlier that cost him quite some time. Also, unfortunately, there were some, if I remember, some huge step root problems in FF5 for Metako, which cost Team Mog also a lot of time. Not the best marathon, very unfortunate for Team Mog overall. But if I remember right, Mog was always a strong contender in past relays, right?
I think somebody has the results.
So I guess this time they're taking one for the team.
This is the first time Tonberry's ever won, so this is the inaugural victory for Tonberry.
I was secretly cheering for Team Tonberry since I was last year part of it. So
I'm officially Team Close Race, obviously, but who wants a Moogle or a Chocobo if you can have a Tonberry? Come on, best Final Fantasy monster. No competition.
Just saying, when I was heading down the final descent, RJ was showing off the Tonberry in battle. Alright.
Right, and he was stuck quite a long time in that battle. I want to say,
he walked around a bit.
Tonberry was a little bit sabotaging there.
Those encounters can take ages. They just
master Tonberries are really hard to escape. Yeah.
Nice, one more phase.
My Hojo went like Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just saying my Hojo went perfectly. I got like a 19-second gold even with the safety save too.
Wow.
Yeah, your Hojo fight was really sick.
Yeah, it was really good. I was in the cutscenes after, so I was able to watch the entire
I saw
thing.
you getting trolled
that was
by
like
the confuse like twice or so. Second phase wasting your time.
That was the one nice thing about being like with the couple minute gap is that I would do a fight and then I'd be in some cutscenes and I could watch your fight like immediately after. It was really convenient.
And what you saw was that RJ did everything just way better than you did, and you were sweating
Exactly,
heavily, right?
The whole time I was just like, oh my gosh, man! I wish I had RJ's iron heart, nerves of steel, ice in his veins.
Yeah, I think I've only done like, I don't know, 12 runs total of slots, and I don't know how many I
GG
finished.
Colin for his
half
nice
of them.
Hojo fight again.
Yep,
Yeah, nice
GG.
Colin.
Good stuff.
Closing in on CD3 again.
But
He
I
already
haven't.
confirmed he will give us music, chat. We will have
Epic.
music. He will save at the end of CD2 on this Twitch. Then he will reset the console and give us music on the way down.
Also, there's another side effect with restarting is that he's gonna have a fixed number of encounters for Final Descent.
Oh, he can. Yeah,
Believe-
yeah.
I believe you get one.
I'm not sure what it is naturally, but you can manipulate it down to 1. Was it 1? If
Yeah,
you
you,
do,
you could manip it down to like 1 or 2.
Yeah.
yeah, I think
Like
it was
waiting 20 something seconds.
no, I think it was 11. If my
was it?
memory is not leaving me,
Yeah.
I think it was waiting 11 on the
Yeah, I remember
left side.
people doing
second
that, but I
screen.
never tried it myself ever.
I did it a couple
with
times for
mine.
marathons and event runs back then with the old manipulation still when resetting the music, but it's been so long. So, Muttski,
Yo.
what went through your head when you missed your very first slots on Materia Keeper?
Oh, I mean, I knew I was off by like a frame or 2, so I was like, it didn't really bug me, and I didn't miss again and I think until I don't know what was my next miss. It
Nova.
definitely clicked.
Genova Synthesis, though.
No, I missed on Hojo.
No, Hojo.
No, I
yeah,
didn't.
Hojo.
No, I didn't miss on Hojo. I didn't miss a natural one on Hojo. I only missed them back up. So yeah, I guess I didn't miss again until Genova Synthesis, right?
Yeah, you did really well.
Yeah, I mean, I if I had missed it way worse, then I probably would have gotten nervous. But I was honestly more nervous doing the backup for that one than I was for any of the subsequent ones. I think.
How did you generally, RJ and Muttski, how did you feel about plots throughout the runs? Were you kind of in the zone, or did you feel like, oh man, I might miss more?
I was pretty confident in most of them. There's a couple times where I had to like take a deep breath just before doing them, just to make sure I'm like calm about it. But
Yeah, before Safer, I definitely held the ATB and just took a couple big breaths.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say that too. That pause
Yeah,
was
beat the
long
lead.
for Muttski.
What's your
RJ
dad?
too.
I didn't take as long. Oh yeah, I don't know. It didn't feel like I took that long on Safer to do it, but I was ready.
No, Muttski took way longer than
you.
you did, yeah. But
So
Muttski,
I was sitting there and I was just like, listen, I'm either gonna be the clincher, or I'm gonna let everyone on Team Tonberry down.
Down at the end.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow.
And if I heard
Imagine
you
had a
failed
huge
it,
chip
then
on
I
your
would have been
shoulders.
like, that I would have
And-
been
and
super
I-
stressed too, because
Well, I
I was
think
like, oh, I have a chance now to take the lead and then fail it, and then all of a sudden
Well,
Colin
I-
sweeps in and Mog wins.
I think it was exacerbated by the fact that my miss was on Genova Synthesis. It, like, you know, right before that.
Yeah,
so like
right, yeah,
that,
yeah.
Miss, that
Confidence
miss was
drop.
kind of lingering. Yeah, exactly. So I think that combination of those two, even though I nailed the Bizarro one, I was still kind of nervous about the team aspect of it because I obviously didn't want to throw that late into the marathon.
Yeah,
so I was a
luckily
little nervous, not gonna lie.
Yeah, luckily none of you two needed any special backups. Like the 3 fights in the end worked out well as planned, right?
Yeah, like everything kind of clicked as far
Hopefully
as what
for Colin
the
too.
AI did. Yeah. The only one that really sucks is Bizarro is horrible. Like you just have to sit through so many turns.
Yeah, it takes you a lot. It costs you a minute or so.
Yeah,
to
it's
get to
really
the next
slow.
cycle.
And it's really easy to mess it up too. Like even when you know what you're doing, just because there's so much going on, and you have to deal with geostigma, and then you got to deal with, like I said, sitting through all the.
Yeah, I was hoping I never practiced that. I haven't had it happen in a run yet, so I was hoping that was not going to happen to me.
I will say, if you want to continue running this game, I highly recommend
to
learning
learn
it.
the backup. Yeah.
Dude.
I know safer's easier because you just defend and then
you can just
survive the physical. What if he misses the physical? Then it's going to be what? Pale
Yeah,
horse?
then you.
Then
yeah,
what,
he does
you have
pale
a ribbon
horse.
at least, so you won't get frogged. But
then you just
I
get
don't know if it
hyped
gives
for supernova.
the old route didn't pick ribbon, so you had to pretty much revive and hope it targets as the other character.
Okay. I forget if Pale Horse does damage still even with ribbon, right? I think. Yeah.
Yes.
I wonder if it's enough to even give a limit. I don't think it's that much damage, especially if M barrier's still up. Like 1,000.
I mean, it's one of those scenarios that you don't really plan it's gonna happen ever.
Yeah, it'd be double miss from Safer on both his first 2 attacks.
So, Colin is finishing up CD2 here finally. And we will have hopefully a strong entry into CD3 here with music, maybe? I was afraid for a second when he moved the cursor there. Okay, he's not resetting. Too bad. Oh, wait, he does. He just waited.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can you, once you save, you can just shut it off and then put in disc 3 as you turn it back on.
A soft reset is not enough though, is it?
No, I mean like just shut off. Or is he...
Wait, it is enough.
Is it?
Apparently.
I think it is.
I didn't know, I always hard reset.
I think with hard reset, the final descent manipulation, then you get 1. With soft, I don't know if it works the same way.
But nice. Now we can go down the northern crater listening to the nice tunes. And then having the great tracks on the last bosses too. And hopefully nothing bad happens this time. Oh, speaking of something bad happens. Hey, Muttski. That Shinra Guard minigame?
Did you
What
see
happened?
what happened?
No.
Did you see what happened?
I saw you.
I went
saw
to
the
send.
fight.
I went to start running with Cloud, and whenever I went to press in circle to run, I pressed it kind of on the bottom of the button. So I pressed circle and X, and my confirm button's X. So I talked to Barrett. So a text box popped up. So I I never had that happen. So I just canceled it and just ran real fast, like without thinking about it, putting me behind. So then as soon as I started running, I got caught.
I saw the better text box. I
didn't
didn't
even
even know you could talk to.
Yeah, yeah.
I didn't know. I didn't even know that was a thing.
I guess we all learned this day.
Yeah, that's what happened there. That was a new one.
It was karma for Muttski saying
Shut up.
I was gonna run into the guards, I think he said before the race.
Yeah, I did in fact say that one of them was gonna throw elevator and the other one was gonna get door.
So I had to do the one statue and then run all the way across, which is fine. But I also was like a little sketched out.
Oh, speaking of elevator, of course, big congrats to being the only runner, RJ, doing a nice, successful elevator menu.
That's what annoyed me. I had to do 14 menus because I missed a two. I had 2 frames right before that was 0 menu. 2 0 menus right before it. Yeah, it worked, but I at least made the right calls on those. But yeah, I missed a 2 frame 0 menu window, like on that floor, and had to do 14, so I got punished hard for missing the double 0.
And Muttski definitely needs to update some strats. We noticed. Some things are still really old school, like the come skip method you do.
Oh yeah, that's really old.
Colin probably, I think Colin did not walk enough there.
Yeah, that if you're behind, like you're supposed to walk about like 6.5 there, I think. But if you're behind, I did like 7.5 this run.
I think you need to do 7.5. But what I do is I walk the last 2 platforms. That works, you know, like when you.
Yeah, but if you're too far behind, you can't even wait that long though. If you get the encounter,
if
you run into
far
it
behind, you can't make
or
it
walk
there.
into it. Yeah. Yeah, I've done like 7.5 this run. I did like 8 before, and both those worked when I was behind. And when I did the 8, I barely got an extra encounter. But this run, I did 7.5 there and didn't get the extra encounter at the end either. So, because of the danger values being different on those, like.
All right, this time Colin got it figured out. This is how you do it. Awesome. Look at the man. Oh
no.
Oh,
he sends it up.
I mean, that's not a huge problem. He just needs to give him the enemy skills back. Maybe he even does it on purpose to have a chance to get a limit on Kate, like a higher chance.
Before immediately back rowing Kate.
Maybe not.
I mean, at this point, actually, he doesn't need much of a limit, so back row wouldn't matter.
Was that the limit bar or the XP bar that was almost full?
Oh, never mind. I thought I saw.
One was empty, I think.
Oh, Colin actually has a cover material. I didn't even notice it.
Yeah, he was using it the whole run.
And that should have also been the last encounter, right? Right. Works out. Guess Colin will go for a safety save here too. So we made it to another checkpoint. Not much there still can things go wrong, but at least no falling back anymore into CD2. Unfortunately, since his values got a little bit messed up now, and he was off a little bit anyway, he will not like Muttski and RJ get the 0 fun. Okay, RJ also didn't get it, but I think Colin will get probably a few more. So he needs to be.
It shouldn't be too bad.
It shouldn't be too bad, I think. But he did a soft reset. I'm not sure how this works out.
He'll just get something in stone 49, and I'm pretty sure it's like max 8.
Oh yeah, that max 8 sounds good. Like, or not. I think he can't be that far off. I would say he's probably getting. I would say he's getting 2. I want to say he's getting maybe 9 and 12 or so.
Get this banger.
No, he got 4. 1 on 4. Nice. Last time we heard Genova. The jams.
See.
Oh, and he got his limit. Nice.
3-4-11.
411?
You got the limit. Nice.
Actually, probably not. It almost definitely isn't, actually. Wait.
On 9?
What? 5,
4 and
6,
9.
7, 8, 9, 10.
Another Iron Man.
Uh, 4, 9, 11, 12, maybe.
Oh, 4. That'd be unfortunate. We don't have any restore anymore.
Yeah, it looks like 4, 9, 11, 12.
Did magic got unequipped?
9.
I mean, it's not only unequipped, it's a...
Alamange and then
restore.
a dragon zombie.
So he was still on stone 47, but just very far behind, I guess, right?
Yeah, like, he had to go through the entirety of the first few screens. In particular, the CC screen again.
Oh yeah, of course. Like, yeah, makes sense.
He had to go through Sparks, CC, and that's it. But yeah,
Right.
but that's still a lot.
All right. He made it to the bottom.
Yeah, hope he knows that he doesn't have enemy skill.
I hope so. I mean, he can Magic Breath with Kate Sith himself. It's not horrible.
Yeah.
Cloud front row?
I'm not really sure.
Let's go, Colin. This is it. 3 more slots. Another nice track. Only bangers from here on out. Well, goodbye, Cloud in front row. 1.3k.
He's gonna need another Molotov. Okay, that works.
Chinor makes sure that.
All calculated.
Oh, nice. Who needs Magic Breath, huh? Chat, wrong Final Fantasy. But, nice.
Enemy skills are all overrated, so...
Alright, so the next fight, we of course want to grab into our party again Kate, of course, and Sid, because we want to have our dead characters. So Kate is getting the first attack, the physical attack that Bizarro will do, guaranteed on Kate. Then there will be a short menu where we just heal up Kate and put him into front row. So the first attack is actually giving him a limit, and then we should be good to go.
Yeah, hopefully all the attacks are gonna hit and no slots are gonna be missed.
Listen, there's one person that deserves clean RNG from the bosses right now. It is definitely Colin.
I know, right?
Did he actually equip the HP Plus already? I did not see it. Otherwise, he would have to do this now.
Needs to do it now if he didn't.
Looks like not. Needs to be above
Yeah, he's
4,000.
I don't do mine until this menu here myself.
Yeah, that makes sense. I do it. I just do it. I forgot to do it in one run, so now forever, as soon as I get my limit, I put them on. That's like my cue to do.
Nice.
My practice run last night, I forgot to change row, but I realized, like, as it gives you this second chance to pick your party again before Bizarro, so I was able to go back and re-pick the party and do the menu properly.
Colin a little bit nervous here.
Double
You wanted to make sure the
he's
berry
doing
is
that.
equipped.
That's what I
just making sure everything is there.
Better safe than sorry, I would say.
Yep.
Yeah, might as well.
Absolutely. Maybe not have happened to you yet, RJ, but if you run the game long enough, I promise, at some point, you'll get to Saber Sephiroth and be like,
yeah.
I guess you're gonna pray for the Shadow Flare miss.
So far, I don't think I've died at the final boss rush yet in any runs, so that's one thing I got going so far.
Yeah,
I had one recently where I forgot to put on the HP pluses, and Shadow Flare missed, and I defended, and then the attack killed me by like 300 or something.
I think I saw that, or checked the VOD on that run, yeah.
Yeah, I was not very lucky. On my first run now, returning to slots, I had the Shadow Flare miss on me, and I forgot what to do. So I did do nothing, and I thought the attack will give me the limit. But the moment it hit me, it clicked in my hand. I was like, I had to defend, and then I died.
I saw
That's
that.
what I did in the. I ran this in the first time they did it, slots in the relay, and that is exactly what I did. I didn't miss a single slot the whole run and get it to safer. He missed Shadow Flare, and then I just didn't defend and got killed. So I totally get that.
Last slots, last one.
Setup looks good. Everything looks nice. He has barrier equipped. He is for life.
Also,
The only
calling
thing-
that good RNG on Bizarro. No Bizarro energy at the start, so
Yeah, that's always great.
I love the chat energy right now.
we get to
They're
hear
ready.
the
Let's go,
best
chat.
song
Give
in
Colin the
whole franchise.
for the last slots. This is the end. The end of the run and the end of the relay. And it
Sephiroth
is
versus
our
Pizzi.
boy Colin finishing up here. Man, even I'm nervous and I'm not even running.
Nice.
There is it. Game over.
I wonder if you can actually
Literally.
time. If you
Game
can actually
over.
time the slots with the
GG.
music.
GG.
444 HP.
Nice, GG, Colin.
24 HP too much. Sad.
Huge congrats.
GG, well done.
Yeah, thank you.
Big, big props for finishing up so strongly. With music. That was a great finish.
Yeah, aside from game overs, the run is actually not that bad. It's like you did really good. So
I definitely made some silly mistakes not paying attention like I should have been. But other than that, it could have been a lot worse for sure. I was a little upset about bottom swell, but that's is what it is.
happens. Not your fault.
You're fine, Colin. Should have seen the other two. They were horrible.
I was watching the other two.
One was visiting Zach's house.
Yeah.
He just wanted to know what Zach's parents had to say, and I get it, you know?
Honestly, I thought the runs went pretty good overall for...
Yeah, all your runs went pretty well. You got some bad luck, but you did some pretty bold stuff too, like going into Schizo, hoping you get the right attacks. That was
Yeah, I kind of had a feeling that was not going to bode well for me, but I didn't really know what to do because of
either that or giving up step root, basically, right?
Yeah, so
it worked out. I think in the end you probably still got out faster with what you did comparing to leaving Steppery at that point?
Yeah, I mean, especially just at that point in the game, being off steps is pretty toxic. Like, underwater reactor can be horrible. The arrow, the wind wings or whatever, the Drake things, those guys can be pretty bad, especially if you only have Kate Sif alive. I just try to play most things safe. Unless if I knew, like, alright, I just saved. And I actually forgot to save on Ultimate Weapon, so I saved that Hojo, which I'm pretty happy for in the end, because I made that mistake in Northern Crater, and I immediately was like, oh no, what did I just do?
Yeah, left is right and right is left.
Yeah,
It was unfortunate.
Never seen that part of the game before in my life. So.
First playthrough, you heard it here.
I've done the accidental
What a natural.
sending people up on the second screen before, and it's horrible. Because you get, like, Mike Wazowski pincer.
Yeah, I haven't,
Yeah,
I did do that too. I wasn't... Because, like, I was literally thinking about that, but it was only Sid, so it's not really that big a deal. And only one encounter afterwards for the fans. It was pretty decent, actually. Considering the information.
Omnislash.
Another Omnislash. How original.
I wasn't going to, but...
GG. Big congrats, everyone. Great
GG,
run.
well done.
GG all.
Well done,
everybody.
GG. GG
Thanks.
Team Tonberry on the win.
Awesome to be a part of this.
Oh, thank you for the comms as well. I was listening in a few times, and you guys seem to be killing it, so...
Thank you for running. It was great runs, you guys.
Great event. Oh yeah.
So how do we wrap this up? I don't think we want to wrap this up, right? MLSTRM?
Yeah,
Cereth?
That's my
You
win.
probably want, right?
the boss is around.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you very much,
GGO.
FF7 crew. Great way to close out the event. Great run.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, no problem. Well, that sure wasn't ending, wasn't it?
But he was
moving on.
ending strong, gotta
Yeah.
admit that.
Oh yeah, and you know, 2 minutes between the first two teams is insanely close.
That was crazy.
Absolutely insane. Rather than just kind of wrapping things up immediately this year, we are going to have a little bit of a cooldown. We've got a bunch of people who'd like to say some things about the event. I think also my fellow organisers, Chris and Cereth, are here as well. You guys want anything to add?
Yeah, that was an incredible event. I mean, that is the closest finish we've had between the first two teams. I mean, a single mistake here and there on like any game would have changed the outcome. Just crazy.
Yeah, we were up there, many of us sitting in the general call. Wait, 25 of us with unmuted mics not saying a thing, just on the edge of our seats, waiting to see whether Kev hit the final slots or not.
Yeah, it was awesome. Thanks so much to all of the runners and commentators. It's been a crazy year. Some like amazing runs, lots of like records and PBs broken like all over the place. People are really putting a lot of practice for this. It's been really cool to see. So thank you so much for taking part.
Yeah, massive thank you to everyone.
As before as well, I want to give a quick thanks to the RPG Limit Break crew and all of the mods that have been very active in the chat and helping keep the chat clean and friendly. It's been a really good experience to watch and to sort of just take part in the sort of community in the chat and Twitch. I want to thank Koishin again for doing a lot of translating work to make it easier for us to communicate with Japanese runners. It's been very, very useful. Translating loads of documents and stuff behind the scenes. And that's about it for thanks that comes to my mind, unless the other two think of anything.
I'd just like to thank the general speedrunning Final Fantasy community. It's been great to be part of this, my first relay as an organizer. No matter what game I've seemingly tried to learn over the years, whether that be 6, 9, 10, like 8, World of Final Fantasy. Everybody's been super welcoming. It's a great community, and it's great to be part of it. I think that's all I have to say.
Awesome. Okay, so yeah, now we're just gonna. There's a few people that want to say some words about their games and speedrunning and stuff. So we're gonna kick it off with Amart here, who has a few words to say. Take it away.
Hey everyone, Amart here. I was on comms for FF9. Want to say thanks to everyone for watching. It was a really good time. I have some words here from Wisteria, who was the runner for Team Choco. So just going to read these for him. Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you. This is Wisteria in charge of Team Choco FF9. Thank you for watching our run for such a long time. Have you had a good time? I'm Japanese and not very good at English, so I'd like to take this opportunity to speak in writing. I've been speedrunning FF9 since around 2013. I've seen it when I was eating whale zombies, I've seen it when Tantarian route spawns, and I've seen Steth route spawned. Every event starts with questioning the stereotypes of the past, new discoveries are made, and they are absorbed into the current route. I think speedrun's fun lies in this aspect as well. FF9 has been said to be already boiled down for more than 8 years, but more and more new discoveries are made each year. The next person to show you that new frontier may be you in front of the screen you just watched these speedruns. Nationality, race, and way of thinking are irrelevant. The language barrier is also handled by Google in this way. We runners always welcome you to join us. Those are just from Wisteria, and yeah, it was great to have everyone. We, as an FF9 community, are just always grateful to have anyone come and join. We do have a Discord. There are so many different routes that you can utilize to get good times. The run is, I know there's a lot of it gets a rep for having lots of RNG, but it truly is an incredible community and incredible run. So please come check us out. We'd love to have you. Everyone's so willing to help out, and yeah, I hope to interact with a few of you in the not so distant future. And also, we do run community races every 3 to 4 months, so if you're interested, we will be running one in a couple months, so come check that out. And thank you again for having us, RPG Limit Break.
Alright, thank you very much, Omar, for your words. I believe next up we have Bodcap.
Hello everyone. Yeah, I'm Bodcap. I was one of the runners this year for Final Fantasy VIII for Team Mog. I feel I've been stitched up a little bit having to follow that amazing message by Wisteria, but here goes anyway. So yeah, Final Fantasy VIII was a really good run this year during the relay. It was 3 great runs. Me and Soph were really close, all doing 3 different routes. Waves got a little bit sort of trolled by RNG at the start, but was really close to the rest of us throughout the run. But it was a really, really great experience for us during FF8. So I guess first, big, massive thanks to the organisers and make the whole process really smooth. It was an amazing event to be a part of. The whole experience was, yeah, it was fantastic. Huge thank you to the commentary team for every game really. Everyone seemed to be absolutely amazing, no matter which game I was watching. But great, especially I listened to the whole thing, and yeah, they absolutely smashed it. So making the whole thing entertaining was really, really good job by everyone. If anyone is interested in getting involved in Final Fantasy VIII speedrunning, it's a really easy process. If you go to speedrun.com/FF8, there is a link to the Discord, the Final Fantasy VIII speedrunning Discord. Everyone there is super lovely. We'll be really happy to help you out with whatever you want to do regarding speedrunning Final Fantasy VIII. There is a set of notes made by Awesome Waves called EasyCM, which is a super beginner friendly but still really competitive set of notes for running the game. So if anyone wants to give it a go, see what it's all about, then I highly recommend giving that a look. But yeah, the whole experience in the FFVIII Day this year has been absolutely amazing from start to finish. So yeah, a huge thank you to literally everyone involved, basically. So yeah, thanks to you all, and I'll see you all again next year.
Thank you very much, Podcast. He unfortunately left off the bit where we all know he's going to go and listen to ABBA now. Next, we have Brainbugged, who was one of the World of Final Fantasy runners.
Hello, I'm Brainbugged. I'm the World of Final Fantasy runner for Team Choco. If you haven't watched the run, you should definitely check it out. It has great commentary. It was a nice race, some ups and downs. Yeah, I've been speedrunning for about 2 years now, I think. Started with 10.2 after I rerouted the game, and I learned World of Final Fantasy for last relay because they needed some runners. It's a really nice little game to speedrun. Not really hard. We have really good notes for it. So if you want to learn it, you should definitely check it out. If you're not put off by the chibi or the anime style, it's a really nice game. Also, it's a really good casual game. So yeah, if you like it, join the Final Fantasy speedrun community. We definitely help you with that. And thanks for having me.
Okay, thank you very much, Brainbugged. Everybody so far very much echoing my thoughts of just how much of a lovely community they are. Next we have Captive the Dorks.
Hey everyone, Captain the Dorks. I ran Final Fantasy I Pix Remaster for Team Mog. I got involved in the speedrunning community about 9 months ago with Final Fantasy IX, and started running Final Fantasy I about 4 months ago. So it was a real treat to be able to be chosen for this relay to run. That was awesome. Hopefully we can get some M's in chat for management, because I know they worked really hard on this, and they especially made it super smooth for me as a runner. So yeah. Big thank you to Trenton and Ashlax for commentating this. They did a great job. It was just fun to listen on how all of our runs were going. And of course, good game to Thundercloud and Hadariku. They both had great showings, and in the end it came down to Chaos, as it should. Personally, a little disappointed that Chaos decided to troll me so hard, but I think Chaos did a good job of showcasing how luck-based that final fight is. And a big shout out to Thundercloud for just overall beating this category to a pulp. He's been running this category for at least the past year, has done a great job in finding optimizations and cutting just multiple minutes off the world record time. For anyone interested in learning this route, there's a wonderful set of guides up on the speedrun.com board for Final Fantasy I, as well as a link to the Discord for a shared Final Fantasy I and Final Fantasy II Discord, where you can just talk with people that have been running those and get a lot more good information. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Captain. And coming on next, we have Mr. Final Fantasy VI, Dine Nuatari himself.
I started speedrunning about 6 years ago, and a lot of the communities when I started were small. The FF6 community, it's kind of like 20 sleeping wizards waiting just to answer questions. The community is starting to like die out, but there's still a lot of people just willing to help. If you're interested in learning the run, ff6speedruns.com will bring you to our Discord. There's a bunch of notes, there's step route maps if you're looking to look into it. More resources are constantly just popping up. I'd like to thank Sabin, Takaze, Kiru, and Lion for commentary, Nightshade, and I guess B-Dude for the trash talk during the 6th run. Seeing us be so close to each other, like just game time wise, 3 hours in was very, 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 very shocking, because the first hour and a half is very rough and we all kind of got trolled equally. And just thank you, chat, for the memes during the runs. It made us all smile in the voice chats. And thank you to the community event for putting this on. It's always a blast meeting new people and just seeing how friendly everyone is.
All right. Thank you very much, Dine. Next up, we have Foxy Jira.
Yeah. So thanks everyone for watching the relay. I speedran Final Fantasy II Pixel Remaster, and I think I'm actually the first from Team Tonberry to talk. So let's go Team Tonberry. It's a big year for us. It's my first time participating in the relay. I only started speedrunning Final Fantasy II about 4 or 5 months ago. After giving it a fun first playthrough, and it's a great game. I think a lot of people trash talk too, just because of its mechanics and how it works, and there's just so much randomness. But it's a really fun game. We have the same Discord as the FF1 community. It's really easy to hop in. The run is actually extremely simple. Delm, who is one of the other runners on Team Mog, has a guide that's up, and it's extremely easy to follow. It may seem daunting with how much RNG I dealt with in my run otherwise, but I think it's really fun to just pick up, try it a few times, and get that kind of quick dopamine hit of seeing your times go down greatly over time. So yeah, feel free to join us either via, like I said, the FF1 or FF2 speedrun.com pages to get on the Discord. And yeah, thanks so much for having me, guys. Really appreciate it. Hope to help or participate next year. So see you all then.
Okay, thank you very much, Foxy, for your words. I believe next we have Karaoke.
Hello, I'm Karaoke. I was one of the runners for the first game in the marathon, Chocobo GP. And yeah, I got to show off in my run specifically what happens when RNG hecks you over a little bit, so because that game's very RNG heavy, even though it's just a racing game, one of those spin-offs of the series. I started running that game when it came out based on, I also run Chocobo Racing, the original PS1 game, and kind of somehow a little community built around that game and then around the second game. So yeah, shout-outs to everybody who has played one of the 2 Chocobo Racing games out there. There's both a robust, English and Japanese community that's really come together, as shown with our racers, Groggy Dog, who ran it at SGDQ, and Shiogami, who's run it at various Japanese events as well. And yeah, it was a lot of fun. This was my first time doing FF Relay, and it was a lot of fun kind of having a chance to participate for once, even though I don't run any mainline Final Fantasy games. So thanks for giving our little game a chance here.
And we'd love to have you back someday. Thank you very much for your words. I believe next we have Killer Orcus.
Hey, I'm Killer Orcas. I ran Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles, the best Final Fantasy ever to have existed. Because it is the best game ever, you should also give it a try. We have the game's out on modern consoles as well as GameCube. So it's a great game to get into casually. It's a great single player experience. It's a great multiplayer experience. One of the few Final Fantasy games that you can actually play with friends. So it's a great community that we have, even in the speedrunning community, even outside the speedrunning community. There's still an active remastered Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles remastered scene out there. The Reddit Discord is actually still active. We're active as well if you want to go to speedrun.com/FFCC or speedrun.com/FFCCRE for remaster. We're there as well, and we're ready to answer all and every single question that you may have. If you're interested in the world history, we actually have a video in regards to the Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles world history. It highlights every single glitch, every single runner that's ever been important in the scene. So it's a great game to get into casually. I hope you guys play it. I hope you guys come back next year for the next Final Fantasy Relay Series Relay Race, and I hope to be back for next year.
Thank you very much, Killer Orcus. I very much hope we do have you back in next year as well. Next, we have Koinu.
Hey guys, Koinu93 here. I was on Team Choco for Final Fantasy X No Sphere Grid. And I just wanted to say for my part in this, I've been speedrunning for about 6 years on and off, but I originally kind of started with action games and realized they really weren't for me, and that RPG speedrunning was kind of the way to go. And my first relay experience was actually, there were only 2 runners for a game for the first 3-person relay, and they needed a 3rd person for Type 0, and I figured, you know what? Why not? So I decided to try and learn the game, throw my hat in the ring, and they let me play, and it was a blast. I had a really good time. And I ended up running that game again, but I haven't run in a couple of years now. And Crimson Inferno, if you all remember him from commentary on the 10 run, came into chat last relay and was like, "Hey, Coiny, you should learn No Sphere Grid." I was like, you know what? Why not? So I started learning No Sphere Grid about last year on and off. And some people hear No Sphere Grid and they're like, that's crazy. How do you beat the game like that? It's actually the community behind the 10 speedruns are amazing. There are fantastic notes and people in the Discord that we have in the community to explain things every step of the way. And I decided to really crack down on it for this relay, and had a fantastic time. It's a little bit surreal to be allowed in for a main series game, even if it's even though it's a side thing. So my word for everyone is, it doesn't matter if you've never speedran before, or whatever kind of experience you have. If you like a game, give it a shot. There, especially in the Final Fantasy community, are people to help you out. Viewers, runners, everything. They're there for you, and put your hat in the ring. You never know what'll happen. And thank you for the management for letting me have this experience. I had a great time. Some other names, Gray Fox, one of my co-runners, he does a lot of the tools for the crazy RNG stuff. Don't let crazy tools put you off of speedrunning. Just grab a set of notes and go. And thank you again for having me this year, and hopefully we'll catch all of you viewers in the next one.
Thank you very much, Coiny, for your words. Next up, we have NT1 Evolution.
Hey everyone, my name is NT. I was the Choco runner for Dirge of Cerberus. First thing I'm going to say, Dirge of Cerberus is obviously the black sheep of Final Fantasy VII, and I want to say, don't let that put you off. We have a huge improvement over what we've done in the past couple years. Dirge of Cerberus was actually spotlighted at the 2nd or 3rd year event. It was 4 years ago. We were running at about an hour 40 estimate, and this year we were running at an hour 20. We've cut off 30 minutes of the run, and we are only a community of about 5 people. So one person I really want to shout out that we weren't able to is a person named Shademp. He was not able to attend as a commentator or a runner. He is a huge backbone to our community. He is the reason how we've cut down on so much time, how Zoom climbs were reused. He was the one who discovered that. So big ups to Shadem. He is a savant of Dirge of Cerberus. And I think it was also really neat that City Hall and I were able to sync up for about 20 minutes on our run. Goes to show that the management is phenomenal at balancing the teams. So if anyone is interested in Dirge of Cerberus, I highly recommend looking into our community. We do have what we call the Dirge Cord. I have to shout that out for everyone who's a fan of puns. So if you go on our SRC, you will have a link to that. We are extremely welcoming. We do have a tutorial through Dynamite Dan TNT, who is our Mog runner. It's a little outdated as of right now, as we've been developing a lot of new strats in the past couple months, but definitely look that up. And we do have a slight maybe indication that Dirge of Cerberus is getting a remake after the Crisis Core remake, in like probably 9 years or so, of course, but let that be an incentive to start looking into the game. So thank you again to management. You guys are fantastic, and everyone who watched. Much appreciated.
Well, thank you very much indeed for your kind words. Next up, we have Wody B.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Wody here. Thank you so much, Relay, for having me. I came to speedrunning 2 years ago with Final Fantasy VII Remake. Last year's Relay, I learned World of Final Fantasy like Brainbug did to help that game get represented in last year's Relay. I was a backup runner, so this was my grand debut representing the TZA community, who has been very welcoming to me. I was looking for a new game to run after spending a year running Remake. kind of burnt out on it, and I decided to jump into TZA, and that community has been nothing but great to me. Taught me all the tricks. The game's brutal to run, but it's so satisfying when things go really well. So if you're interested, check out TZA or even the original Final Fantasy XII, which is still a great speedrun as well. A lot of options for you. Head on over to our SRC page, join our Discord. Anybody there is willing to throw some answers and help and guidance. We'd love to have you. But yeah, thanks so much, management. It's been a wonderful relay. Go Team Tonberry. So happy to see them get one on the board there. And yeah, it's been a blast.
Go Team Tonberry indeed. Thank you very much. Next up, veteran, Zero Scott.
Hey, I'm Zero, and what Wody meant by FF12 being amazing, original FF12 being a good speed game as well, he meant that it's the better speed game of the two. But yeah, I have to thank management for this relay. It was the best relay so far. I've been part of every single relay so far, either a runner or a commentary or both. And this one, like all the backs and forths, it being so close for the entire relay. Top two teams finishing 2 minutes apart, and the third team not being too far either. Like everything was still up for grabs when FF7 started, and best relay ever. I was running FF3. I picked up the Pixel Remaster version when the signups for the relay started. I probably wouldn't have been running FF3 so much if it hadn't been in the relay. And I also want to give huge thanks to the co-runners, Poorsyth and Muchiha, who also put up a good show. Muchiha did amazing catching up, and Poorsyth had a really solid run as well. My run, I tied my second best time ever in the game, so I was very happy with that as well. And also I have to thank the commentators, Patariku and Leonis, who I haven't heard the commentary yet, but I'm sure they did a great job. And yeah, and thank you all the chatters and viewers and everyone. It was amazing. It was amazing to see all the positive vibes and cheering on runners and stuff in the chat. And yeah, if you're interested in FF3, join the FF3 Discord. We also have a Discord. But yeah, thank you all. Especially the management. Management is the best.
Thank you very much, and I'd just like to echo the positive vibes have been immense throughout. They've been immense now. Thank you, everybody. Last, but certainly not least, Zik3.
Thank you. Oh, we saved the best for last. Hey everyone, my name is Zik. I was the Team Mog runner for Final Fantasy IV, and you know, shout outs to all the runners, all the commentators, management, everybody for making this happen. You know, definitely shout outs to my other co-FF4 runners. We went through it over the last 2 weeks, really trying to piece it together. So shout outs to them for you know, the whole FF4 Pixel Remaster community for really jumping on this new patch and figuring everything out. It's a really great place to be. I'm actually finishing up writing a guide for current patch to kind of upload so people want to get into it. I'm going to have that available here soon. But I mean, I've been watching these relays for years now, and Final Fantasy speedruns is just, that was my intro. I mean, like in Poexel's FF9 run at GDQ way back when was my intro to speedrunning. So I like this event. I really like that it really seems to pull the community together, and I'm glad to be a part of it. And it really, I don't know, it really made me feel like part of the community, a Final Fantasy speedrunner. So I appreciate that this event happens. So hopefully I get to see everybody next year. Thanks for having me.
And Thank you very much, Zik. I believe we now have Maelstrom here to wrap it up.
We sure do. Hopefully everyone can hear me a little bit better this time. Apparently my mic was a little quiet last time I talked, so sorry. Just want to give a couple more shout outs before we wrap up. First of all, I think it's been said a few times, but huge shout outs to Proexor and the rest of the RPG Limit Break crew. This channel is a great place for community RPG events, this included, and their main event is the RPG Limit Break Marathon, which is coming up in October of this year. All of you should definitely check it out. There'll be a lot of really great runs there, as well as generally a bunch of other great community events all throughout the year on this channel, so be sure to give it a follow and help support anything that goes on here. I also want to give a shout out to the Japanese runners involved in this event, and specifically the kind of ad hoc Japanese restream that started up kind of partway through. It's something that we've been looking to try and do but never really got there, and so although maybe we should have put in a bit more effort, it's great to see people kind of put in the initiative and kind of make that work. And it's definitely something we want to consider again in the future, and it's a really great way to get kind of another whole community that we don't always closely interact with involved, so it's really great to see that happen. And lastly, I want to give a shout out to ChrisTenarium as well. For those of you who've been following the relays for a while, you know that Cereth and I have been here since the start, but Chris has kind of stepped up for this event, and it's honestly been incredibly helpful having another person on board. He's done a great job, really got up to speed really quickly, and hopefully will stick around now that he has had to deal with our nonsense for a while. But yeah, I just want to say thanks, Chris. You've been really helpful. I think, given the lack of time Cereth and I had, things definitely wouldn't have gone to plan if you hadn't stepped in. So
thank you very much. As I touched upon earlier, it's great to be around. It's great to be a part of it. It's great to help organise it.
Thank you so much.
For the rest of this event, the highlights will be up on Twitch and YouTube soon in the next couple of days. And I think we've got a raid target, so I think if people can start getting the raid messages warmed up in chat, it's a bit of a long one, so you have to break out the copy paste, but I'm sure you guys can manage it. We've obviously been running these events for 7 years now, which is a pretty long time, and the community's changed a lot since we started. And while people always kind of move on, there's always new people coming in all the time. We definitely encourage anyone who's even partially interested in any of these runs to look a bit deeper, pick it up, check out more streams. It's only by having a strong community presence that we can put on these kinds of events, and ultimately it's all thanks to everyone involved that this can happen. But with that, the FFVIII Day will return. We don't know when, we don't know exactly what it'll be, but we will be back. Until then, be well, thank you everybody, and we'll see you next time.